After being beaten by Sasuke at the Valley of the End, Naruto realizes his worth, deciding to throw away his useless allies, and become powerful. Op Naruto. Dark Naruto. Team 7 and Jiraiya bashing. Konoha bashing. Sharingan Naruto. Rinnegan Naruto. Makoto Naruto. 8 Gates Naruto. Chapter 1, The Start. The Kemi and Yami no Shinobi. After the battle at the Valley of the End, a blonde boy laid, silent and unmoving in a bed. He could move, he just chose not to, too tired and too sick and done with all the bullshit. Sasuke has beaten him like he always did, and he hated it. He wanted Sasuke back so bad because, no reason really. Not because he was their rival or because they liked each other or because their fights were fun and their conflict important. It was for no reason at all really. He hated him, didn't he? Always did, since Academy. He could tell from the sneers and superiority, all because he was an Uchiha. That is why he hated Naruto, because Sasuke was born to a big family and a big house and a large world and so many to love him, and Naruto was just so different. Sasuke even hated him after he lost everything, no family and no love, and only loneliness. Hell, Naruto could say in that way they were alike. The only thing they still had was hate, but the hate was mutual. Sasuke lorded his strength over him in the academy by simply leaving without looking back after a duel, by dismissing the fangirls he loved so much. He was obsessed with Naruto. He had to have been to dismiss that much. Naruto knew he only dismissed what he had because the blonde wanted it so. Sasuke had everything, talent, fame, love, and the Jinchuriki didn't even know why people hated him. The boy, blonde hair as a tuft, found himself scowling, trapped in his mind. Then his sensei entered the room. His face, even obscured, looked grim. "Naruto, are you okay?" But before he could finish his student yelled back, "Pack it, bastard!" Naruto barked, his blue eyes narrowing in anger at his teacher. The veteran ninja looked surprised. He couldn't even understand what was happening with his student. "You did this," Naruto said, pointing to the barely healing wound on his chest, a vicious sneer marring his whiskered face. "You taught Sasuke, the traitor, how to use the jutsu that caused this wound. You taught him an assassination technique and he used it on a damned friend. This is what not training me gave you, a big hole carved into me." The boy was furious, but Kakashi didn't look like he was going to fight back, just looked remiss and damaged, near dead not in body but mind. "What was it? You hated me? You wanted me dead? You wanted me to get killed by that piece of shit Uchiha so you didn't have to deal with me? Because then it would make sense to the Uzumaki. Nobody ever failed to make him the fool and use him however they wanted. Kakashi would just be another on a long list of insane bastards dedicated to ruining his life." Kakashi, on the verge of breaking, slammed his fist into the wall. "No, I never knew. I want you to be safe, Naruto. I couldn't ever. I made a mistake and I am sorry, but what? You should have given me the technique, made Sasuke forfeit, and I would have beaten Gaara, like I did anyway. And Sasuke would be here, and you would be an actual good sensei. But you never were, and never could be. I don't want to see you hurt. I promise." Naruto scoffed. "Yeah right, you're just like everyone else, driving me away from kids and looking at me scared. You just didn't want me to explode. I see it in your eyes. The only thing you see is something with 9 damn tails. I see your father, damn you." Silence fell. For seconds. Then a small voice picked up, "My father? You knew my father? And you never told me? Or took care of me?" "I couldn't, I was a kid and—" "Bullshit. Who was he?" Kakashi stayed silent, hand covering his head, him wanting nothing to escape from that room. "Tell me." His body flickered out of the room, vanishing. And Naruto just sat there, anger and rage pouring out of every part of his body. "Naruto, what happened?" Sakura was standing in the frame of the door, having came in after Kakashi, only seeing an enraged Naruto and cracked wall with a hole the size of a fist. "Shut up," Naruto commanded. He always thought he liked Sakura, but she always ignored him. All he wanted was a single date, but he was too unwashed, or uncourteous, or mean or egocentric or anything. She berated him so much, and complimented Sasuke no matter what. "Oh Sasuke, you are so cute. Oh Sasuke, you are so kind." Bullshit like that, he couldn't fucking handle. Why wasn't that him? Why wasn't he adored? "What? Naruto, I know you just got out of something serious, but don't you think that is a little rude?" And that other thing, her desire to always be right, to always want to be a perfect princess. It is why she wants Sasuke and why she hates Naruto. She does, doesn't she? Of course she does. He promised he would bring her boy back, one she actually cared about, and he couldn't. Honestly, he wouldn't blame her for thinking he did it on purpose. He should have. But why would he even want her? He wanted love, yes, a girl, an attractive one. But Sakura was mean and obsessed. He didn't want that anymore. Hell, He hated this whole fucking village. Just leave me alone. Sakura stared at him, anger evident, until she in a huff walked away. She clearly wanted to say something, but didn't care enough. Naruto just sat there, angry. All his life he had been feared by the villagers, shinobi and civilian alike, because the fourth Hokage had chosen to seal the beast inside of him. And he wondered how his life would have been without it. Parents, people caring about him, smiles and son, but who cares? It could have been some other kid, yes, but then he would have been Narutouzumaki, right? An orphan name given to honor the lost Uzumaki clan, and a pointless descriptor of maelstroms. His name meant nothing. No history, he was blonde so he couldn't even pretend to be an Uzumaki, but he was. He was Naruto Uzumaki, and that was what mattered. Not the villagers, not Kakashi, not Sakura and definitely not Sasuke. Him. If he wanted to do something, he did it. He was in the hospital, but how many were too because of what Sasuke did? Choji, Neji, Kiba. All fought nearly to their last, for one Uchiha prick. No, he wouldn't let that happen. He would become strong. Strong enough to kill Sasuke and stop them from ever feeling that pain again. And if anyone tried to halt him, he would kill them. He had to. He was a ninja. He said his goodbyes to his fellow shinobi, and then left, satisfied and changed. He wanted to get stronger, strong enough to put Kakashi in the dirt and spit in the face of the people who were scared of him. He wanted them to fear him, not the beast inside. Jiraiya taught him how to use it, but he didn't need it. It made him weak and reliant, he thought, as his body faced the dirt exerting pressure push-up after push-up. He always stayed fit, but he didn't do it right. He didn't have a teacher to show him how to fight, but he remembered how he did against Sasuke, and so he started to invent his own style of fighting. No mercy. Each blow would break bone or organ, even if it needed to sacrifice his own body. He kicked trees over and over again, shattered his knuckles on stone, but they healed back soon. He practiced Rasengan after Rasengan, until his palms bled and the area looked like a minefield after a stampede. He spawned clone after clone, learning how their attacks worked. The best teacher is yourself, he reckoned, so he taught himself. He copied the moves they would use, went through katas with them, fought them. And what he realized, in his last moments before passing out, that they learned too, and that learning returned to me. Jiraiya came for him, but he just stood there. Watched. Naruto didn't care. Eventually he pointed out things, got more involved, gave him jutsus and added moves to his repertoire, and he eventually said, "Kid, your level of progress, it's fucking scary." Naruto would have smiled to that had it been over a week ago. Now he just felt empty. A boy, blonde hair an easy identifier, marched out of a shop, new clothes in hand and on person. He had made some money from missions and decided to get new clothes. Some were jackets, black and navy blue, some were combat pants, and shoes and shirts and everything. He wanted to change. He threw his old jumpsuits out. It just didn't feel right. And then a person came from behind him. He turned, launching the clothes in his hand into the air and spawning a clone to snatch them out the sky. It was Ino, and she looked startled. "Oh Naruto, sorry I startled you." She giggled, and maybe Naruto's wide-open eyes did look that way. "How have you been since the mission? None of us have seen you since." Naruto felt like simply walking away and felt like never seeing anyone ever again, but thought better of it. He put on his old fake smile and did his old fake head scratch, and then stopped. It felt wrong. With a sobered face and tired eyes he asked, "How are they? Are they safe?" Ino looked at him, critical. She could tell something was wrong, different. "Alive. Choji is still in surgery. I should have been there with them." Ino spoke, looking off to the side. "Tell them I'm sorry." Her eyes widened at that. "Oh, what for?" "For not killing Sasuke when I had the chance." The Hibari flickered away, and Ino felt weird. She didn't know what to think of this new Naruto. Jiraiya gave his student a written message. He found the kid's development a bit scary. Day by day he was looking more and more like the third, older maybe, but he was also beginning to resemble Orochimaru. He knew better than to think both, but he couldn't tell you which one was wrong. The letter was from Tsunade. It was made to announce a meeting where they would discuss where Team 7 would be going in the future. Naruto had to attend. The boy got up and left to see his team for the last time. Chapter 2, Hate Burns Deep. Hate Burns Deep. Naruto, new jacket and clothes and demeanor and mood, walked in. He didn't have his usual cheery smile, or his usual determination, or his usual fervor. And Tsunade could tell. But she was Hokage. She could ask him what happened later. She wasn't stupid. She knew from what Jiraiya has said in her own smarts that this was because of Sasuke, but she didn't know what it was exactly. She scanned her eyes at Kakashi and Sakura, yet both looked apprehensive. They were, what? Afraid? Welcome Naruto. Now that you are here, we can start this meeting. We will discuss wherever Team 7 should be disbanded. It should. And that was a surprise, Tsunade noted. That Naruto, that unstoppable, unquestioning stubborn brat, said he didn't want to be part of the team he would have died for? Sasuke really must have changed him. But Naruto didn't care. Not anymore. He didn't care how people saw him, how people acted towards him, their thoughts or observations or perceptions, or fear. He knew they wouldn't change, not now, not ever. Mothers would steer their children away from him, ninja would think of him as an unstable wreck. But what if he became Hokage? He wasn't that well read, but he had smarts, he knew that, and he heard what Jiraiya and other ninjas thought of the fifth before she was crowned. A gambler, a fraud, a coward, a traitor. She left her village in the middle of a war when it lost people. She should have been hated for the rest of her existence, but she got the hat, and so everyone loved her. He needed that, he needed to change things. He needed for people to have their perception of him stripped away, for that hat to be his. And the first step to that was leaving his team. Naruto Sakura began. Before Tsunade's hand came up, silencing her. Let him speak before you interrupt. Naruto composed himself, a small amount of vindication rising inside himself. 2 reasons really. Sasuke is gone, and I don't want Kakashi to be my sensei. Elaborate. Well Sasuke isn't going to come back, and I don't think there is any reason to continue without him. And, Kakashi taught Sasuke, a traitor, that lightning arm thing. I don't think I can be on the same team as a guy like that. He kept his parentage in his back pocket. Part of him was scared of who they were. Because why wouldn't the third tell him? They were killers, or traitors, and that is why the fourth got to use him. Because he was worthless, because of his birth. And then he became less that worthless. That was why Kakashi didn't want to teach him, because he saw his traitor father in his place, and obviously teaching a child like that a single technique was going to end in failure. And he could handle it, because his whole life he had seen people look through him, see people where there aren't people, see the fox where a boy stood. Kakashi was just another fool. Kakashi, would you like to counter any points Naruto brought up? Tsunade asked, her pose open and measuring. Kakashi, Naruto noted, looked like he didn't want to speak. Didn't want to exist. But he forced something out of himself. Sasuke. He was going to die fighting Gaara. And back when we didn't know the exams were a battle, when we thought it was just a contest, we needed Sasuke to win. I needed to. And I didn't trust myself to teach Naruto. So I guess he is right, I guess we should disband. He said this lethargic, emotionless, energy gone. He felt dead, and Naruto had been the one stabbed through the heart. Sakura, do you have anything to add? She looked on the verge of tears. She charged out the room without another word. Good riddance, Naruto thought to himself. Well, this team is a disaster then. Tsunade proclaimed unimpressed. I am disbanding it right now. I would add Naruto and Sakura to other Genin groups, but Sakura is going to be my apprentice soon enough, given her promise in medical jutsus, and according to our resident spy master, Naruto is fit to be Chunin. The blonde boy's eyes widened, and he smiled wide, because he was one step closer to becoming Hokage. He bounced over to Tsunade, hugging her close whilst she sighed. All right. Let go of me, brat. There we go. Well, then we have to talk about whatever thing is going on between you and Kakashi. Kakashi looked unsurprised, but Naruto was off guard for a second. She must have been told then, he figured. That or deduced something somehow. Kakashi sighed, then began. I'll start. Naruto, your father was my sensei. He was also the fourth Hokage. Naruto's stomach plummeted. He felt the emptiness of before coil and turn into something darker. His father? His own father made him a living human sacrifice? I should have told you before, I should have helped you, but I was weak. I joined Anbu and spent the best years of my life trying to kill myself. I was only 14, and we should have been brothers, but then why? Why couldn't you at least train me? Kakashi stared for a long time, before opening his mouth again. I see your father in place of you, and I see myself. I see this young brat hated by the village. I see him, talented and young, and hard in the right place but vicious and feral. We aren't the same, no, but you are inherently skilled in a lot of ways. I couldn't, I was in him too weak. I can't help but see myself, cold and foolish and terrible, the me that got my team killed. And that hurt, Naruto thought to himself, that Kakashi thought so little of him. That he would get his teammates killed, that he would be so foolish. He sacrificed everything for them, and in the end they were the ones who betrayed him. Kakashi was wrong, so wrong. You think I am like you and my dad? That I would sacrifice my own son or get my teammates killed? I protect my friends, That is what makes me Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke is more like you, damn it, with him betraying his friends and being a prodigy and all. Sasuke isn't a prod. And is that an excuse to not teach me? To ignore me, to treat me like filth and exonerate the Uchiha? Naruto, it wasn't like my entire life I have had to deal with this bullshit, and you don't understand any of it. I am glad I am off your team, because look at me now. Chunin, stronger, smarter, more independent. I am better, simply because I am not under you anymore. And Kakashi stayed silent. Just stood there, unmoving. And Naruto thanked Tsunade, who told him he would get his Chunin vest later, tomorrow with a couple others, and asked him if he wanted to talk later, and he declined, and then left. And then Kakashi asked, may I rejoin Anbu, Lady Tsunade? The next day, Naruto, Neji, Choji, and Kiba were made Chunin. Lee and Tenten were put in for a provisional exam, that would see them promoted a few weeks later pending Lee's full recovery. So, the rookie 12 went to get something to eat, at Akimichi-owned restaurant owing to Choji. His family were more than willing to provide the food for everyone to eat, and even though most of the inhabitants weren't, it felt like a family home. Well, if your family were made of the best chefs in the elemental nations. Naruto didn't eat much though. Every day he looked better, stronger. He had even grown a couple inches in what he assumed was a late growth spurt, so now he was a little taller than even Ino. Despite that, his stomach felt full. Or rather, disturbed. Hey, Naruto, are you going to eat that? Choji asked, bandages still wrapped around his body and food stuffed in his mouth. I'm sorry. Sorry I convinced you guys to come to save Sasuke. All of this could have been avoided. You know, contrary to popular belief, Akimichi weren't fat. They were bulking. Constantly. That is why Choji's grip, even after withering in a hospital for more than a week, was still strong enough to rock Naruto back. Don't worry. You wanted to save your friend. I get that. Naruto sighed though. Tears nearly brimmed in his eyes. Yeah, but he was never really my friend. Just took me a bit to realize that. You guys though. You matter. Choji looked stunned for a moment, and then he smiled. Naruto cleaned his plate after. Then another. The food was really fucking good. He reckoned before the end of the year, he would be stronger than Kakashi. No, he believed it. Strong. Naruto and Kakashi spoke little. Naruto didn't want his help, and Kakashi couldn't offer much more than that. They talked about his mother though. I know. I don't want to bother you, but I need to tell you about your mother. The blonde scoffed. Why? You think I want to know the identity of someone else who sacrificed me, who put this beast inside me? No, your mother wouldn't have wanted that for you. She would have fought your Minato on that. She was a Jinchuriki herself. Holder of the Nine Tails before you. Then Naruto thought to himself, well, it makes sense that there would have been one from before. But wait a second, that means she died when the Nine Tails got ripped from her, right? How the hell did that even happen? Kakashi stayed silent for a bit, paranoia and anxiety and failure and a little bit of spite rising up. Well? Answer me. Grief too. Your birth. The seal weakens during childbirth. We took every precaution, but it still didn't work. And that grief hit Naruto like an explosive note. My birth killed my mother? Because what then? Was he a monster? He had caused this shit, didn't he? From the start. He actually caused it, just by coming into existence. His mother could have never given birth to him without the Nine Tails coming out, and killing her. But he didn't choose this. Never chose to be born, to have the Nine Tails sealed into him, to have his father choose him. They loved you, so much Naruto, even before you were born. What was my mom like? Kakashi swallowed. Like you. Boisterous and cunning and chaotic. She had rage too. People called her the red hot habanero because if you called her a tomato she'd beat the shit out of you. And Kakashi didn't say Naruto was like his father, smart and analytical and nice to his friends, and filled with a deep cold rage that liked to dig so deep you didn't even know it was there. He saw Minato kill as his sensei, ever since 6 years old, and he was like a beast unchained. Wait, tomato, did my mother have red hair? Yes, in fact. She was a real Uzumaki then? Because he was different from the rest of those orphans then, because he at least had a mother who loved him, understood him, and he had an entire clan. One of the last. And that dream came crushing down. Most were wiped out at the end of Ozushio. They fought hard, and Konoha came to save them, but they were too late. Most were dead, the rest scattered. Your mother was the only refuge here. Well then I'm alone again. Kakashi's body flickered away. Too cowardly, too fearful to deal with the child he had abandoned for years. Naruto just sat there, training field. Desolate. Then he began to train again. Naruto became less loud. He stopped smiling as much. Maybe someone would have thought this was because he was sadder, despondent, but it wasn't that at all. He just stopped caring. The hypocrisy of it all though. He was the son of the most celebrated Hokage ever, yet they feared him. He thought maybe he could yell it out. Point at his father, and say, "Look, that is my dad. He loved me, and you should too." But he knew that was pointless. People didn't change, didn't see him for anything else because of context. The facts remained, he is dangerous, isn't he? He can fight one-on-one with Sasuke Uchiha souped up with some bullshit curse mark, fuck up a tailed beast. Hell, he even beat back Orochimaru's fuckbody for whatever that gray-haired bastard's name was. So why wouldn't they fear him? Why would telling them, "I know I'm the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, I know why you all hate me, and hey, the former leader of this village, who was my dad by the way, sacrificed me, for all of you, and I know that too," even change anything? If anything, it would make things worse. Naruto look unstable or dangerous, knowing too damn much. And they didn't matter anyway. He wasn't strong enough to be Hokage, so it couldn't. He didn't need support to become that man, he just needed power enough. The first was the strongest, the second was his brother, and even beyond retirement they didn't dare contradict the Kami no Shinobi. The third was his student, and succeeded the first's title, and the fourth had stories telling of his massacres, macabre genocides, squads and armies alike taken out in seconds. Each one after the last, too fucking strong to get told otherwise. Sasuke was stronger than him. That was the truth, ugly and bullshit and stupid. That he could beat him. Naruto hated it, and it drove him closer and closer to his goal. He would surpass Sasuke, he would surpass them all, push past them all into the fucking heavens. Past all of them, but those close to him. He liked the Rookie 9, sans Sakura. They were nice and respected him, but not since the start. He needed to show his strength, his intelligence and drive and skill, but he had changed their minds. He knew that would work for everyone else. It had too. He had spoke to Ino a lot at the nearly bi-weekly meetings the Rookie 9 had. He liked her, but he questioned wherever it was the hormones thing Pervy Sage joked about, or if he actually liked her, because she acted a lot like Sakura. And was that good? Was he just chasing a version of her that could be interested in him? She laughed at his jokes though, acted flirtingly, and he didn't know what that meant, just that he liked talking to her, to seeing her smile. He would wait on it, he decided. No point overcomplicating things after all. Sakura though, Naruto liked less and less. It started that day in the hospital but continued more and more. For some reason she wanted to talk to him about the situation, even though Naruto knew it would end in tears. She wanted Sasuke back, she loved him, so how the fuck was she going to forgive Naruto for it? And she had burnt those bridges anyways, too aggressive and too unempathetic, a new word he had learned, and cold-hearted. So one day, when he ignored her a little too much, she yelled, "I know Sasuke leaving hurt you, Naruto. It hurt me too, I get it, but you can't keep ignoring him because you don't want to deal with it. Please, I just want things to go back to the way things were." That did it. The way things were? With you calling me a dumbass, with Sasuke ignoring me, with me pining over you both. You think I want that? No, you wanted all the attention in the world, a dark prince like Sasuke-kun and an annoying obsessed brat, both of them to be yours. You didn't care about either of us, just what you could get from us. What the hell are you talking about? I cared about you and Sasuke. Sure, I will admit I made some mistakes, but it doesn't matter. I still want to be friends, to repair this, okay? Can we try at least? And Naruto, furious, turned, walking away fast. Try all you want now that it doesn't fucking matter. She bit back at him. Yeah, I will try. He turned back, angrier than before somehow. Just like you tried with Sasuke, huh? The most ridiculous thing, the worst thing, is somehow you still love him. Love this guy you barely knew, love this person that wants to kill you and everyone here, that would betray us all for a bit of power. Don't speak to me again, Sakura. And then he body flickered away. After that, Sakura stopped trying to talk to him. Naruto flew at Jiraiya with an overhead fist, his arm being flipped around, his body following, swung mid-air by his sensei's large frame. He spawned a clone though, his doppelganger swinging him around back towards the white-haired man but being kicked in the face right when he was about to impact. He exploded into smoke though, substituting with his clone in the last moment, kunai at Jiraiya's neck. Good job, brat. You forgot one thing though. And then a blade came at Naruto's own. I know how to use shadow clones too. Spar over. He might have pretended it was for the kid's benefit, but he was breathing heavily too. Heavier in fact. The training was brutal, he thought, but the kid kept up, at every single turn. He was 15 now, shoulders wired with an impressive muscle, arms getting bigger every day. He was taller too. Jiraiya thought he might get taller than even him, but estimated around 190 centimeters to be a rational endpoint for him. Ha, irrational, He sounded like Orochimaru. It was scary though, how he had trained all day and still had that look in his eyes, unchained and unstoppable, like nothing else. We're done for today, keep on those elemental exercises, and for fuck's sake rest. I know you heal quicker by the day, but your brain won't, and Tsunade will have my head if your brain starts leaking through your nostril. Naruto chuckled at that, though his smirk went thin, and he asked a question. You were my father's sensei, right? Jiraiya raised his eyebrows at that. Why now, after about a year? Oh, and what a year it had been. He had hoped to show Naruto the world, give him some life tips, and visit every brothel he could find, as part of his mission on getting intelligence on Akatsuki, but he thinks it suited Naruto, at least this new Naruto, better to stay here, even if he did hate how people looked at him. Yes, why? And Naruto looked, hard and heavy and with all the perception he could muster. Why weren't you there for me? The white-haired man looked away, whistling to himself. Asking the hard questions, aren't we kid? Well, for one, I had no real reason to take care of you. You weren't my kid, and Minato wasn't mine either. The third said he would take care of you, and that was it. That, and I'm just not a very good parent. The inquisitive look his student had told the large-set man to elaborate. I had a kid once. It didn't go well. Civilian mother, didn't want to go away from her family, that kind of thing. I tried to come for birthdays, but it never worked. I still feel guilty to this day. If I took care of you, well back then I wasn't going to try my luck against a man who had raised 3 kids, and an entire village himself. I just didn't know Sarutobi would treat you like an orphan. Wait, so he could have adopted me? Made the most sense too. You're the Jinchuriki, you need to be loyal, strong, smart, get taught the laws of the village. Having a Hokage as Asakura would do that for you. I think he had something against you. Not enough to make him hate you, but enough to make him not be able to raise you. Like his wife dying the day I was born? Uzumaki asked, anger in his eyes. Ahem, something like that. I am sorry. For what? Jiraiya laughed. I don't know. Everything. This whole fucking shit show. I am the origin of your name, you know? Minato named you after a character in a dumb book I wrote. All of my students are dead, Naruto. Make sure you die after me this time. Naruto headed home, stripped of his training clothing, and put on a set of more casual clothes, black jacket and orange shirt included. He could still fight in this pair, he could with all of his clothes, but he didn't want to soak these with sweat. Soon, he stalked into a restaurant, Henge in use. Most of the ninjas could spot him, he made sure it was weak enough even sensing him dispelled it, but the civilians, those who worked as waiters for example, just look at him like a normal brown-haired boy. It was refreshing, normal but weird. It was a fix, but he wanted respect, not normality. He ordered a dish. He liked Ichiraku's, a lot really, but even he liked variation, and as much he really appreciated the old man and his daughter for being nice to him, he did scare away some of the customers, and sometimes the pity grated on him. It came, steak, seasoned to perfection, northern recipe, probably originating from somewhere like Iwa. He had, regrettably, been studying, but he told himself if he wanted to be Hokage, he would have to be learned, smart. He couldn't go through life knowing nothing after all. And then he overheard a conversation, to Kunoichi, using an anti-eavesdropping jutsu, but it was easy enough for him to navigate his way through, opening a pathway, unscrambling their words, allowing him to understand. Did you hear about that Haruno Sakura, the Hokage's apprentice? Yes, her. Exciting news. Naruto himself didn't find it that exciting. He didn't hate Sakura, not anymore, had no reason to, but the wound still stung, even if it had healed. She chose to love a traitor, and yet she gets taught by the Hokage herself? It didn't make sense to him, a liability, though maybe that was just his spite talking. Why is that? Well, every Hokage, except the 4th, had been taught and tutored by the previous Hokage personally. It follows the next one after, would be their student, and so, we would get a Haruno, a non-clan family, as Hokage. And Naruto stopped listening. His eyes glazed over, he couldn't see anything in front of him. Sound seemed to be blanketed, halted by a sharp ringing. His face got hot, it felt like 1,000 newtons of force was pushing into his skull from all sides. He rushed out the restaurant, needing air. Air. He just needed to breath. Sakura, as Hokage? No fucking way. Not under his watch. But what did he have? Strength, something Sakura, any other ninja could have? Charisma? Didn't mean shit without support. And Tsunade? She wouldn't support him, no, she would support her student, the one she made into a copy of herself, who she knew could work and make the village better. So how was he meant to be Hokage then, if Sakura and everyone else was in the picture? Chapter 4, Hokage. Hokage, pervy sage, what makes a good Hokage? Jiraiya ignored the frustration building at the continuous use of the, whilst admittedly accurate, embarrassing nickname, because the brat had asked a pretty pertinent question. Well, you have to have smarts. You can't be a ruler without them. She was good at tests at least, never didn't finish in the top 3 in the academy. And you need people to like you. Tsunade likes you kid, so that's A+, he said, with a grin. But that only made Naruto more uneasy, because she liked Sakura too. But none of that matters if you aren't strong, and if you don't want it. Me and Orochimaru were headers in that race once, and I'm a foolish drunk who pervs more than he spies, and Oro-chan is one of the most hated men in the elemental nations. We were both so strong it didn't matter. And there it was, the thing that made him better than Sakura, his strength. Day by day the gap was widening, she was getting further and further away. So far Naruto stopped seeing her as weaker, started seeing her as useless. He wondered why they were ever on the same team in the first place. Scary thing is, if Orochimaru came back wanting to be Hokage instead, I'm not sure everyone would have said no. Oro is a mean bastard, but the third was too. I have the scars from training to make me remember. The older ninja, and the younger ones who don't remember him could have welcomed him back, and he would have had a civil war for the top instead of an invasion. He didn't though, wanted destruction, not to be Hokage anymore. I guess people change, huh? He would have been welcomed back after his crimes? Forgive and forget. Even the most vicious people will get power if they fit the position. Show strength, unfortunately people tend to bend to you. Have followers, and more still. Eventually it snowballs into owning a nation. At least that's how most of the modern nations were made. So all he would have to do is beat Sakura. Jiraiya poked Naruto, firm, in the chest. Promise me you won't become one of those ninja who uses power to just take what you want from everyone else. Naruto just looked up at him. Blank. Ugh, whatever, you probably don't get what I am saying anyway. And in the end Naruto didn't promise anything. Naruto got one of his old ramen pots, the ones he bought in bulk with a large amount of money the third gave him back when he was simply a student rather than a ninja, boiled some water in a pot, prepared to add the water to the noodles, before thinking better of it. Instead, he got some chicken out, breast, slicing the meat into small chunks, adding the water to the pot but then putting the pot ramen, and some other vegetables, into a pan where he fried the chicken too. It wasn't a kirakas, but it was his own cooking, and that made it taste nearly as good. What made a friend though? He thought to himself. Is it being there for you? No. His plants, his apartment, the air was always there for him, but could never comfort him, couldn't mean anything more than appreciation. Someone you have a response to then, a relationship with them, goes both ways and changes on how they perceive you. The cats he met walking around fit the bill, though they tended to shriek and walk away from him, like everyone else. The rookie 9 though, they talked to him. They respected him, but were they true friends? Close friends? Haku was, he thought. The kind of person that understood him. That was it then. A true friend is one that understands your soul completely. That can look at you and know what you are, what you represent. And that was what he was missing. Up here. Did he want that? To stand peerless against the world? To have nobody else to fight? Did he want someone good enough to match him? He didn't know yet. All he knew was the chicken tasted good. A knock came at his door. Naruto's ears perked up, confused. Who would come for him at this time? Was it from the Hokage? But when he opened the door it was Ino. She had a smile, closed eyes, like she was struggling with something that should be simple. Hey Naruto. Could I come in to speak with you? She shuffled around a bit, awkward. Naruto led her inside, following behind her to his couch. Then they sat, silent, the rising awkwardness almost overwhelming now. Then Ino blurted out, I think I like you, then covering her mouth like she had said something wrong. Naruto felt a warmth in his chest though, a feeling he could only describe as right, and maybe if it was the him of before, who chased his heart no matter what, maybe he would have jumped up and down like a fool and hugged her, but he forced himself to think. Did he like Ino? She was a lot like Sakura, nicer, sure, but the problems he had with Sakura weren't just her temper, were they? She was obsessed, vapid, rude, mean, and a lot of these applied to Ino. She liked to dress well, she liked to pine over boys, wasn't too nice to everyone. That didn't mean she was a bad person, no, but was he ready to be in a relationship with someone? I like you too, but as a friend Ino. Don't be offended please, but I don't know if I am ready for that kind of thing. She looked at him then, teal eyes looking so vulnerable and sad, looked to the side. She looked like she understood something. Him, maybe. I get it. I'm sorry. "Have a nice day, Naruto." Then she rushed out the door. Naruto's heart fell. He might have seen her crying. He didn't quite remember. He finished his chicken ramen. It tasted okay. Another B rank, Narutouzumaki thought, another shitty team who didn't care. They didn't hate him, but it was hard for them to not think of his position as tuning to not be favoritism. He brings back the Hokage, and gets a shiny new promotion. Look at the whiz kid, whoop-de-fucking-do. Forgetting Shikamaru, yes, fucking Shikamaru, got promoted before him. He wasn't strong enough, determined enough, or decisive to be one, but they had made him one anyway. But when are you ever ready? Naruto wondered. The Nara looked more tired as of late even. He doesn't look like the lazy bum from before, but work had run him down. He doesn't slouch because he is bored anymore, he slouches because he is exhausted. In the wake of Sound's bullshit, a number of missions had to be taken to reduce their influence, and that put a lot of pressure on the newly made Chunin. He could see it in their eyes whenever they met at Choji's to have dinner, but when he looked in the mirror his own eyes looked full of energy. Of power. His team was rushing through the trees. Demolition detail, routine he guessed now. He was excited the first time he got to set the explosive notes down, but you wait so long for them to go off that you barely hear the thing from having escaped so far. Once again, he and his team set the notes down across the makeshift camp's outskirts, piece by piece, delicate and specific. They didn't need to infiltrate the base, that was the purview of the ever-prestigious Anbu, but they got to layer the outsides. The idea, always, was to blow up several sides at once. Would make the soldiers within think it was an attack on all sides, and then rush out to meet them, letting the Anbu infiltrate, escape with intel, and trap the insides. Most sound bases were tunnels too, so they tended to flow them up, cave them in. Trap anyone inside, create chaos for all those outside. This time though, the Jonin leading us was distracted. Maybe it was his rash on his neck, or the full moon, or he was tired. Or it was the fox child. Either way, he was meant to be keeping watch, and he didn't. A blade cut through his chest in one clean stab, back to front, the Jonin able to see the tip before dying himself. He choked on his own blood, unable to breathe with the steel inside his body. He was dead, he realized, before it had actually happened. His eyes closed. Dead, body still upright. The rest of them mobilized, Naruto spawning half a dozen clones to protect his other 3 teammates before charging in. The Sound Nin ripped the sword out, pushing the body into Naruto, who deftly dodged to the side, boots scuffing against the floor. The sword whistled through the air, just about to hit Naruto, but he stepped to the side again, shifting the blade with both his hands, palms on the flat side like how Jiraiya had taught him, wrenching it out of his grip, then running up to his throat with an elbow strike. His mind told him to Rasengan the man, but it would be too loud, his mission would fail, so he took out a kunai, instead, slashing down at the man's legs, dropping him to his knees, before turning around him, behind, stabbing the weapon into the back of his neck. Then he was dead. His first kill. He felt a little numb. Like he didn't know what to expect. Like it didn't feel real. He knew why he did this, it was to protect people, but why had he even become a ninja? Why did he? Then a clone popped, 7 o'clock, there. He threw the kunai, sailing through the air, puncturing the Sound Nin's lungs from the back, dropping him to the floor, saving his ally. Another sought to take advantage of the situation, trying to tackle Naruto from the side, but in his grip was only wood, a log replacement revealing itself just as Naruto came from above, his fist smashing skull into bark, breaking it open in one blow, debris scattering everywhere. He then body flickered to another, a single kick to the leg crushing it from the side, then another side kick to his nose fracturing it, a stomp to his skull finally killing the man in a threefold strike delivered in an instant. Naruto turned to the enemy's former assailant, who was stunned, on the floor, big surprised, almost frightened eyes. This man had never respected Naruto before, but now he did. He saw his strength, his power. He saw his ability. He grasped onto Naruto's outstretched arm, as they both rushed to set the explosives fuse off, Naruto lighting a small flame to ignite the entire thing, but seeing the chaos already, his teammates still fighting foes off, he left a clone instead. Follow me. The man did as he said, Naruto summoning yet more clones, the able-bodied doppelgangers slaughtering the enemy, his team linking up with him, then escaping into the night. He came upon another foe, ducking underneath a reverse roundhouse, seeing an opening just on his chest, a swirling blue ball of chakra, ribbons of slicing hurting blades materializing in his hand. He drilled the Rasengan into her with a scream, the ball ripping apart her torso, before taking her in the air, the explosion destroying her completely, her cries of pain followed by a deep powerful bang. He didn't need clones anymore, not after his training. He flickered then, slicing through the neck of one, stabbing into the skull of another, then caving in the chest of the final one with a powerful dropkick. He turned then, towards the camp, towards the black sky twinkling with stars. He saw it all. Then he saw fire, as the clone lit the explosives, and a massive explosion shook the forest, leaves bouncing about because of the rapid winds of the detonation. Naruto looked at the explosion this time. It was pretty. After the mission, he could tell they all feared him. But it was him, not the Nine Tails, not that beast inside. He was gonna be known as Narutouzumaki, damn it, even if he had to kill to do it. That was his ninja way. And he was gonna be the Hokage too. Just not the way he thought. Wounding. Naruto, whenever his group of friends went out, would be at one end, and Sakura at another. They wouldn't speak, wouldn't share glances, would stay as far away from each other as possible. Despite that, Naruto still heard what she said. Even from a young age he had always had better senses than most, perfect vision and good hearing, and even a nose poised to smell where people had been. Jiraiya, weirdly smelt better than most, especially better than those who came stumbling out of bars or the Red District at night, when Naruto liked to go on walks to clear his mind. He didn't take note on her conversation usually, preferring to actually socialize, to talk to the people that actually bothered with him, that enjoyed his presence, but occasionally she would talk and something important would happen. This time was one of the few where Shikamaru joined Sakura's side of the restaurant they had booked out, shinobi owned and built to handle multiple squads coming together for parties and meetups. They talked, normal for a while, until Shikamaru poked at her, prodded at her. "Are you still hung up on Sasuke? A troublesome guy like that shouldn't matter." He couldn't see his pink-haired former teammate, but he could image the face she was making, imbued with fury and rage. He wanted little to do with her though, so he sat back and let Shikamaru get berated. "He doesn't. It isn't like he is overriding my life, ruining me. I am Tsunade's student, I have all my friends around me. I am safe and getting stronger, so clearly, I'm not getting hung up on him." Shikamaru, showing a motivation rare for him, continued his pursuit. "You're though, don't pretend we don't know. You haven't pursued anything else but your work, trying to distract you from him, running away from the fact you still know, that you would want him to come back despite that. And so what? He was my friend. Of course I feel bad about it, I want him back, but that's normal. You just want to attack me for ever liking him, for being close to him, because you feel betrayed, when I was betrayed the most. I don't see you attacking N." And then she stopped, and looked around. The rest of her friends were looking at her, surprised yes, but slowly her eyes were drawn to the Uzumaki, an unimpressed look, boring blue eyes, half-lidded staring straight at her. "Sorry for the disruption, everyone," she said to the room, then walked out the door. Ino followed after her. And Naruto knew she would never get over Sasuke, that he would always be a part of her. That it didn't matter how strong she got, she would always be his. If she became. In that insane universe where she got to be Hokage, what guarantee would Naruto have that Sasuke wouldn't come back, and she wouldn't give him everything? That she wouldn't hand his head on a platter to the Uchiha Lord, loved by all and celebrated despite his actions, despite his crimes? What would Sakura being Hokage end with, except death? Naruto had managed to do it yet again. Yet he was still apprehensive, exploring the sewers of his mind, cracked pipes and horrid smell, and dripping water the only sound aside from a low breathing. He followed it, further and further in, seeming to walk miles, hours, until he was in front of the cage itself. And two deep red eyes stared back, unblinking. Furious. "Why are you so angry, QBI?" It huffed, the power so much it blew up Naruto's jacket by a bit. "What is it to you, human? You think you can talk me down like you did that Tanuki child? You failed with your brother, the Uchiha. You have no chance of succeeding with me." That burned Naruto. If he was a year younger maybe he would have yelled, screamed. But now he was just filled with a cold, seething anger. "You are weaker now than before, Fox." "Oh? You claim to know of my strength, scum?" Then the beast rose, the darkened figure in the black of its cell rising and rising until the only thing that could be saw was a huge mountain of shadow, towering above, its paws the only evidence it hadn't transformed. Naruto wasn't impressed though. Because he remembered it being bigger. "You are weaker than before. You preyed on my insecurities, my faults, but I confronted them, defeated them, and bit by bit you have been starving, because I haven't been feeding you." And then it fell silent and slammed itself into the bars of its prison, the fox-orange and deranged forced grin slamming through as the gat shuddered, water splashed and sloshed, the walls creaked. "You humans always think you are more than you are. Scum. Nothing. Pitiful creations of the earth which serve little purpose. You think you will defeat me? Destroy my immortality? Never. We are eternal, and you are temporary, and foolish and idiotic and true evil. You will never beat me." And then the beast stopped. seeming to calm down, and in the end his outburst had done nothing. Naruto turned around, shaking his head. He woke up the next moment, covered in his own sweat. He got up and showered. Only then did his heart, filled with fear and excitation both, calmed, and his smile fell. Bit by bit he was beating the fox, he could feel it. One day, Uzumaki Naruto was walking. It was a bit dark, the sun had set but it wasn't too late, and a thought sprung to his head. He really didn't want Sakura to be Hokage, but the possibility rolled itself around his head and he couldn't dismiss it. He knew she wouldn't do well, she would ruin things, herself even. He knew Sasuke was too dangerous to be let live, that Sakura had always been weak. Yet all she needed was a trump card, and in say 5 years' time she would be ready if she didn't fail. So all he needed, was her guarantee that she wouldn't be Hokage. That she wouldn't steal it from him. Then, he would leave her alone. 100%. She used to live with her parents, Chunin both, war vets but not very accomplished, but he heard from others that she lived in her own apartment now, to get away from her parents, and to get closer to her teacher, set up near the north end of the village in the Senju quarters. He simply walked in. He was just going up to meet her, to talk. The corridor was a mint green hue, and his footsteps against it were loud, echoed because he didn't care to silence his footsteps. Then she walked out, spotting him, surprise filling her green eyes. "Naruto?" He tried to regain his composure. "Sorry for missing your 15th birthday. That isn't the only reason you're here, surely." He had a grim kind of smile. "No. Well," he coughed. "I have heard that people that you have a chance to become Hokage. And I want you to tell me you won't, that all you want to be is a great kunoichi, a great medic." Sakura squinted her eyes at Naruto, and he couldn't decipher what she wanted. If what she felt was fear, or confusion, or offense. "So you are scared that you won't get to be Hokage because what? I am Tsunade's student? Shizune must be next on your list then? Don't ridicule me, you know you have at least a chance. I am not being groomed for Hokage. If anyone is, it's you, Naruto." His eye twitched. "Just tell me you won't." Now Sakura looked angry, unambiguously. She was pissed. "Won't what? Pursue a life where I'll be the most respected and loved kunoichi? No, person in the village? Become the best ninja I can be? If I get picked as Hokage, it is because I am the best candidate and you aren't. You're a brat, an idiot, you always have been. You let Sasuke get away, And then Sakura didn't get to finish, as Naruto had sunk a kunai into her stomach. She looked up at him, and she saw pure rage. Wounded and standing there, kunai and gut, another teammate betraying her. Sakura could only wonder why. Naruto regretted it soon after he did it, but this was the only way, right? She was going to take it from him, what he was always meant to have. And she would ruin things, ruin it all. And Sakura, like with Sasuke, only regretted what had happened, regretted not seeing what was happening with Sasuke, not stopping him. And regretted saying what she just did to Naruto. She didn't want to be Hokage. She wanted to settle down with a good-looking husband and have a great career as a strong kunoichi like Tsunade, wanted to make people's lives better, not command people and lead them, force them to go and fight in her name. Naruto didn't know what he would have done in those next few moments, wherever he would have apologized and tried to help, or continue attacking her. But he couldn't because his arm simply wouldn't move. "Naruto! What the hell are you doing?" The furious voice of Shikamaru rung out, confusion and anger evident in his yell. He had always questioned why these two couldn't get together, and now things were even worse. "Let me go, Shika. Let me go and I won't have to kill her." The shadow under him kept strong though. "What the fuck is wrong with you? First Sasuke, now you. I thought you were." And then Naruto, driven by fury, broke free, turning towards his fellow Leaf Ninja in anger, not noticing Sakura beginning to reel her fist back. It slammed into his left cheek with a resounding thud. The force so strong Naruto was propelled by his head through the air, through one of the apartment walls. In fact, the cracking of concrete and explosion from his impact reverberating against Sakura's eardrums even when the dust obscured his form. Then she looked down, and saw her arm red, bleeding from the chakra she had put into it. She wasn't ready yet, it seemed. Tsunade's technique was still out of her reach. "You alright? That's a lot of blood." Sakura didn't hesitate to use her healing palm, biting back gasps of pain to repair the cuts on her arm. She responded to him, adrenaline running through her system, filling her with energy despite the kunai in her stomach. "We need to chase after him, we need to stop him, Shika. You need to get to a hospital, idiot. Let him run away. Don't let him have killed you because you neglected yourself." And his eyes were so angry, almost as angry as hers. But she could tell he didn't want to lose another friend. So she nodded, and he helped her limp away to get help, and alert someone. Someone strong, Shikamaru thought. Naruto was panicking. He was thinking, 500,000 possibilities running through his mind, thinking how the hell he was going to escape. Another 500,000 were doubting himself. They wouldn't understand, they couldn't. He did what was necessary, of course he did, but they wouldn't have seen it that way. How much he needed, to protect them. From her. Incompetency, foolishness, desire. Everything he hated about her would ruin people. That was what he told himself, what he needed to tell himself. He could go back and kill her, but then their pursuit would be closer and more imbued with fervor. He didn't want her really, he had lost his composure. Made a damned mistake. Did she really have a chance in the first place? Couldn't he have just beat her normally? He was fucked. He had made a mistake and now he was going to be captured, have the nine tails inside him ripped out, and executed. That was if they caught him though. The moment he was out of the rubble he spawned around 100 clones and they dashed away in all directions. Some went nowhere, but most went to the main exits to the village or back to his apartment, where they would expect him to hide away. He himself was going elsewhere, to a little exit. Must have been old Anbu, that let someone escape the village just by crawling into it. He found it when he was a child and had nothing better to do than dive into every nook and cranny he could find. Must have been hidden by genjutsu, but it never affected him strong enough because of his fuzzy-furred prisoner. He entered it without conflict, nursing the cut on his face from his former teammate, the wound steadily healing with a small wisp of steam emanating from it. It was dark and damp, but he made his way through it fine, turning and twisting through the small concrete walls. Finally, he was out, the refreshing glow of sunlight on his face. Then he had to sidestep, dodging a kunai thrown right at his foot. The perpetrator was an Anbu, but with a blank mask, the only ink on it being knee. He had auburn hair, and looked to be between 16 to 18. Couldn't have been any older, too short and the bare skin on his arms looked too young. If I am correct, you, Uzumaki Naruto, are trying to flee the village. I'll have to ask you to return please. It would do the Leaf no good to have an asset like you gone. Naruto didn't answer, didn't care to. He had to escape, just had to, and this guy rubbed him the wrong way. Sure he was a fellow Leaf nin, but what if he was like Mizuki? A traitor, and he probably would sell him out, and being Anbu he would have the skills to catch him. He body flickered into the man, a jab at his solar plexus blocked by both arms crossed. Naruto followed up with a flurry of blows, hooks left and right blocked each time, but his arms were getting battered bit by bit. Eventually he began weaving in and out the blows, letting his guard rest, yes, but also making his openings more obvious, eventually allowing Naruto to launch a high kick into his ribs, stunning his where a hook could slam into his face, forcing him to stumble away. The Anbu was back right up though, his mask slightly cracked, blood leaking from under it. He zigzagged, dashing left and right like a rabid animal, before reaching the Jinchuriki. The boy responded by kicking horizontally across, which his enemy ducked under, grabbing the outstretched limb with one arm, pushing his body down with the other, in a textbook takedown. Both now on the floor, the Anbu tried to follow up by slamming his elbow into Naruto's face, which he dodged by jerking his head to the left, then leveraging his strength, pushed his assailant into a reversal, his own elbow slamming into the Anbu instead. They were hurt, yes, but in that pain they snaked their legs up to the Uzumaki's chest, pushing him off and into the air, forcing him to flip mid-air, then greeting him with a few shuriken, Naruto using his clone as a platform to avoid the fan. When he looked back though, the Anbu was gone. Creepy. Then every muscle in his body told him to jump over a swipe, the blade barely passing underneath. He twisted mid-air, unleashing a kick across the Anbu's arm, sending his Tondo scattering away, across the dew-blessed grass. He landed, as the auburn-haired adversary rushed into him, an elbow strike across his face, turning it to the side with its power, followed by a few punches, none of which landed, then a head kick, feigned into a grapple, the Anbu tossing Naruto through the air, into a tree, then smashing his skull with his knee after body flicking into it. And then Naruto burst into smoke. The real Naruto, having spawned a clone and dodged out the way, grabbed onto the stunned foe's waist, suplexing him from behind into the floor with a resounding strength, forcing the Anbu to roll across the floor, his body skipping once, twice like a rock across a pond, hard thuds and upturned dust and dirt marking him. He struggled to get up, but he still did, eventually, whilst Naruto steadied him. Though he was the optimal distance, the Anbu didn't even think to do hand signs, to cast an offensive jutsu. That didn't make sense to Naruto. He knew why he didn't do it himself, it was too loud. Everyone would figure out where he was, but the Anbu hadn't even thought to call for help, didn't want to use jutsus, because he didn't want to be discovered either. Naruto gambled. He rushed towards the Anbu again, leaping into the air as both their legs slammed into each other, him flipping overhead after, and releasing an explosive note from his grasp to the side. As if possessed, the Anbu rushed over to turn it off, managing to release the disarming sequence of chakra, but it was too late. The Uzumaki used the distraction to his advantage, palming a kunai and slashing at his enemy's legs, then cutting across his now dropped body, slicing under his ribs and chest, until stabbing at his throat. At the last second though, the man caught the kunai with his hand, the blade running through his fingers, piercing his neck but barely enough to sever it. Traitor. Then something happened. Naruto could feel a pulse of chakra run through his arm, into his brain, and suddenly he was inside his mindscape, with the enemy in front of him. Behind the bars of the Kyuubi's cell. He removed his mask, weird, and opened his mouth to speak. I am Yamanaka-fu, and you have betrayed the village. I want you to know, scum, that we will never stop chasing you, not until we rip the soul out of you and put your beast inside someone else. You hear me? And then a roar came bellowing out as the Kyuubi clasped his jaws around the Anbu, killing him instantly, the fox chewing and swallowing before proclaiming, pitiful as he is, no mere mortal shall be allowed to trespass on my container's mind. Now be gone, human. Then the beast retreated to the back of his cell, into the shadows once more. And Naruto awoke to Fu, because that was his name apparently, dead, his eyes distant and far away, his nose running with a waterfall of blood, eyes crying red tears, ears full with a scarlet liquid. It was gruesome. And Naruto felt deserved. He wasted no time sprinting at top speed again. He needed to head west. To Suna. Then, he would be safe. Tsunade rushed down. She would have been sprinting if it wouldn't make her look manic. Shizune by her side, hospital quarters seeming a blur as her mind rushed with a million different things. She almost smashed the door open, and she saw Sakura, a medic nin seeing to her wound. She looked pale, but still conscious, and strong. She pushed the medic nin to the side, who was grateful for the break, letting Tsunade work on Sakura herself. Sakura, you're going to be alright. I know, she said, nearly lethargic, but with determination. Who did this to you? She knew of course, but she wanted Sakura to say. Instead though, a voice from behind answered Naruto did it. She turned to look at Shikamaru. Anger, rage was her first thought, but then confusion and analysis. Why the hell would he even think of that? I don't know, but he and Sakura had been fighting a lot. Maybe he just got pissed. Then her eyes opened, realization hitting her like a truck. The nine tails, feeding into his anger. After this long, with the seal weakened, it could have changed his personality. He got corrupted somehow. The wound was repaired. Tsunade walked out. To let Sakura recover. And get a drink. She had lost someone else it seems. Desert winds. Naruto unfurled a makeshift shemagh off his head, the sandstorm he had just been engulfed by in the early moments of the morning dissipating and revealing clear blue skies and the endless sands of the desert. Sweat poured down his head, the Uzumaki taking a swig of an empty water skin. It didn't make him less tired but it gave him some comfort, as his legs trekked further and further into the land. He had been pursued to and past the borders to River and Suna both. In hindsight, he should have taken more water from those cool streams he dived into to rid himself of his scent, regretted his misfortune in traveling over warm pale gold sand and living under the hateful gaze of the sun. His targets, and he had to kill a few, were Jonin, or Hunter Nin, dangerous and difficult to fight, but when he had his full arsenal, it was easy to dispatch them. He tried not to kill his opponents, but he wasn't sure if everyone survived. Arms and legs aching and burning, even under his tan, he walked on and on, one-minded determination. He needed to get to Suna, needed to see Gaara. He didn't know how long his sandals thudded against the ground, his now worn trousers caked with sand, wisps of his cut jacket flowing in the wind, his only comfort the scarf wrapped around his neck, made from a Jonin's own shirt, blue and tight knit. Until he opened his weak, sleep-deprived eyes, and saw a dot in the distance. One that became a blot. That became a block. That became a building. And then a wall. And then a city. It was huge. He had no other thoughts, as he neared more and more and the brown wall seemed to arch above and above, until it blocked out the sun. It was so much taller than the Leaf's wall, built high and high to keep out the sandstorms, the scars of its assault visible on the structure itself. Maybe there were people rushing to him, he wouldn't have known. He was too busy looking at the wall, as his vision darkened, and he dropped face first into the floor. He had made it. Suna, Lady Tsunade, surely you can't send our troops into Wind Country to search for Naruto. Homura, old member of a sort of advisory council to Hiruzen and now nothing but an entitled old man, told the Hokage, I can do whatever I damn please, you old fool. He is our Jinchuriki, and a possible missing nin. Possible? He attacked one of our kunoichi, your student, mind you, and several other shinobi after his escape. You can't possibly think he is innocent. Tsunade stayed silent for a moment, then motioned for her assistant Shizune to come to her. Make sure we get a line of correspondence with Suna. They need to tell us if when Naruto gets to them. Make sure they understand our position of power, and how desperately we need him. What if they hide him? The black-haired Kunoichi, holding a few scraps of paper, asked. Then one of our spies will tell us, and then it will be war. One will win. You're awake. A redhead spoke, his burgundy vest, long waist-reaching fabrics dangling past his body. Naruto noted how little his body had changed compared to his stature better, his muscles corded and big, giving him a larger frame, and finally his height. As he pulled himself from the bed he had been put in, he began to tower over Gaara. A glass of water floated next to Naruto, the object balanced with an impressive show of control on a platform of sand. He took the cup, drinking in small sips, and then swallowing the thing whole in one big gulp. He still had that same sense of gluttony from when he was younger, maybe learned from his huge appetite he had from a young age. Thanks for that, Gaara. I'm in Suna, right? It has been a while. You have changed. A tense silence followed. Did you do it? Do what? Attack your teammate? Blue eyes locked onto turquoise. I had to, Gaara. She was going to be Hokage, and I couldn't let her. I needed to be the one. Wasn't she one of your precious people? Ah, that phrase. It had been so long since Team 7, since he had uttered it he felt he could have forgotten it. But flashes of Haku running through his mind told him he never could have. I thought she was, for a while, but I was wrong. It was a mistake though. I should have left her alone, worked to better myself, made links and forged alliances rather than trying to kill her. It was a mistake. Gaara made some sort of contemplative grunt, then continued, his choice of action simple. Well, then we will need to lie. Push a narrative that you only defended yourself, that she attacked first, that you needed help so you fled to us. Naruto looked up, his mind racing. You would defend me just like that? You would do the same. Naruto took a hesitant step forward, then hugged the boy, his true friend. But Naruto, I can't protect you forever. I'll teach people to give you lessons on subterfuge, give you an escort, but even if I plead there will come for you and negotiations will break down, and I can't go to war for you when I don't know if I'll win. That makes sense. But what after? I just give up on being Hokage? I give up on that dream? Gaara thought himself for a few moments. There hasn't been a Hokage like it in all history, but plenty of Kage have been put in power via coup. All you would need is power, and influence. You have been branded a traitor, but if we put that seed of doubt in their mind, the idea that you are innocent, the younger generation, including your friends, would be more willing to be on your side. A prosecuted Jinchuriki, attacked and forced to flee, coming back and taking the village may be compelling. And Naruto hated it, but he needed to say it, to suggest it. And the son of the fourth Hokage too. What? That makes sense. And it works for us, either way you put it. A successor to him or one who was betrayed and used by him. The two clasped their hands together, in agreement. You know, Gaara, you're scarily good at this. He smiled. Naruto walked out, a wide face mask covering his whiskers. Gaara made it clear he wasn't to be seen in public to give them as much time as possible inside Suna before he was driven off by Konoha. The sun was above, noon he guessed, the heat and brightness reflecting off his new white garb, soft comfortable silk that twisted in the light breeze. He was out to meet his escort, a jonin he was told. Hey, Naruto. That you? Asked another blonde, her hair done up in bunched up twintails, a gray garb and large fan on her back. He recognized her from the Chunin exams, but she was older now, 18 years old he guessed, taller and with a fuller figure. Tamari? I'm guessing you're my escort. She gave off a bright smile, one he liked the look of, genuine and caring, whilst fierce as well. My brother gave me the job of watching over you to make sure you don't get trampled or something. I guess it will give me a break after the constant missions I've been going on. Naruto smiled back. Well, my valiant escort, do you have anywhere in the village you would like to show to a visitor? Tamari smirked, holding her chin in her small hand, looking up and to the left in a kind of concentration. A lot. Let's get some lunch first. Recovery. Naruto tried to summon a toad a few times, but it never worked. He assumed they struck him off the summoning scroll, after Jiraiya told them about him, and he was fine with that. He would miss Gamabunta, and the strength it gave him, but he was going to have to rely on himself. He was meditating, sat his legs crossed over each other, the warm winds of midday pouring over his face, not too unpleasant for him to simply breathe it in. If he opened his eyes, he would see the bottom of the city walls, the huge drop he would make into the desert sands below, but he didn't. He thought on the nature of the wind, the sand, the sun, how it felt similar, mirrored the nature of the trees and leaves in dew drip of fire country. It was peculiar, how something so void of life felt so alive. The dunes shifted like a body of a huge snake slithered through the landscape, The wind and ever-flowing breathing of the land itself, the glow of the sun's heat a warm reminder, a grip, too strong but motherly holding onto your face, your back, your everything. It was all connected, he realized. It was all linked. Naruto. I know I told you to relax after training but you've been up here for like an hour. I had to ask Baki where you were even. Naruto was snapped out of his thoughts by his escort, her battle attire from earlier soaked with sweat swapped out for stylish tights and a tunic, black and navy blue, threads of red contrasted, red like her lips worked up in a grin. Oh, sorry. I was just appreciating the nature. Naruto spoke, rubbing the back of his head in some sort of embarrassment. She sighed, but smiled through it. Never mind, I was just thinking, what if we went to get some curry? You seemed to like it last time. Naruto spent more and more time with Temari. It was natural, she was his guard, but there was something else. He looked at her a lot and she looked at him. Though she looked beautiful sometimes, and he would need to look away to hide his blush at that part of his mind. Maybe he had a crush, but he didn't want it to be like his time in Konoha. But following after her, watching her stride as she led him by arm through the streets of Suna, he wondered how this place could ever be like Konoha. And he started to think that he liked it. Gaara walked into a dim-lit room, asking one of his accompanying men, Suna's equivalent of Anbu charged with protecting the Kazekage, to partially raise one of the curtains, taking off his hat and face mask. He liked wearing the adornments around the people, they appreciated the tradition and it obscured his more unpleasant features. His eyes were a part of it but Temari and Kankuro joked he had a resting bitch face, whatever that meant, but it chafed sometimes, and he took it off, always, in private. He sat at a desk, which was more like a round table. The Kazekage's estate had many such rooms like this, weird and unnecessary, nobody knowing quite how many were made and who made what. Gaara ignored the array thoughts, signaling his man to turn the screen on, and through it appeared Tsunade. We are both busy people, Lord Kazekage, so I will simply ask what I need to ask. Are you harboring Narutouzumaki in your walls? Gaara could lie, could say he had no idea where the boy was, but if a single spy had spotted him, and found out what he kept a secret with henges and face masks, Tsunade would go to war, announced or not, and he didn't know if he could win that fight. So he told the truth. We are? Yes. I ask you return him then. He is our asset, our ninja, and a missing nin at that. Gaara's lip upturned at asset, because was that all Naruto was to these people? A weapon, a tool to be used and discarded? Like he was? I will decline. He is a friend, a good man, and the crimes you have alleged of him, assaulting a teammate for example, are ridiculous. We will protect him as long as these claims remain unproven. And he used her opinion of him, young and inexperienced and a puppet for the elders, emotional and idiotic, and squeezed all he could out of it. He told her to convince him Naruto was a villain, prove it, and he would give him to them, and they wouldn't have to war. Very well. We will prove these claims without a shadow of a doubt. We already have witnesses, evidence. And yet you lack a motive. You need his character, and from what I hear about your own adventure that character is impeccable. Tsunade's own face, neutral, gained a determined shadow, reminding Gaara why the woman in front was the Hokage. The face reminiscent of her grandfather flashed on her features, before falling. Don't worry Lord Kazekage. We will reconvene soon, she said, her face still determined, a challenging smile on her face. And then her face left the screen. Gaara's stomach fell. He was scared, he realized. Scared of what he had just done, scared if his wager would pay off. Konoha, he knew, couldn't just barge past and invade Suna without a good reason. Naruto hadn't been kidnapped, he simply wanted his crimes to be proven. Suna was supposedly a glorified prison, but Gaara held the key, and when the time came, he would let his friend out. Hey, your curry is getting cold. Naruto was shook out of his thoughts, his past, the leaf, by Temari's words. He looked at her wide-eyed, before smiling to himself, taking a big spoonful of the sauce. It was delicious, not in the same way Tuchi's was, but delicious nonetheless. He liked Suna, a lot more than Leaf at least. He was able to walk down the road without people staying away from him, albeit with a mask. He could afford whatever food he wanted, had all the time in the world to train, and he had Temari by his side. Are you alright Naruto? She asked, her expression remorseful but strangely determined. She knew what kind of things Naruto went through from her brother's tales. The constant fear, the lack of friends, the disdain. It all coalesced into something horrible, and she wanted to at least distract the boy from it. Definitely, since I'm with you. He spoke with a devilish grin. Temari didn't blush though, simply smiling and looking away, before tutting. Flatterer, that's fair. I do enjoy my time with you though. Temari looked at Naruto from the side of her eye, taking a piece of bread, scooping her sauce with it, and taking a bite, before turning to the Jinchuriki again. "Me too. You are an impressive man, Uzumaki," Naruto grinned. "So formal, you wound me." Temari laughed, turning back to her meal. Naruto realized he enjoyed his time with her more than anyone else. More than his friends back in Konoha. He missed them, but she made him forget whenever she looked at him with that determined smile or those pretty, dark blue eyes. She was his best friend throughout this entire thing. Gaara too preoccupied with work to hang out, though he appreciated it when it happened. But even she couldn't distract him from those thoughts, of what his friends thought of him. Shikamaru and Sakura implanting a worm of traitorous thought into their minds, corrupting their idea of him bit by bit. Would Choji, Shino, Neji think he was a worthless traitor? A bastard who had been corrupted by something? It was a mistake, he knew, but it had built up for too long. Since he joined Team 7, since he joined the academy, since the moment he had took the first step outside the orphanage that feared him so much. Every moment built up to a rebellion, and Sakura was the outlet. He can't say he didn't feel foolish, maybe a little guilty, but every time he thought of being Hokage, everything he could ever want, he felt a little stronger, a little more justified in doing it. He needed it, he realized. Him being away from the village intensified that thought, then he needed to be there not just for the power and recognition, but for the control, to turn the leaf into a village that deserves to exist. Should prosper, rather than be destroyed. He was stronger, every day. Gaara, when he had the time, taught him of the desert. How to escape, how to use its winds to your advantage, how to stay hydrated, how to improve your stamina. His control became nearly masterful, his powers increasing as his body did. He had a wind affinity and Temari taught him so many things about it. Even without a chakra-conducting fan he was nearing beating her out, and he was glad she smiled rather than scowled when he improved. He had spent so long without that. "You're spacing out again." She spoke, with a pout. Naruto looked at her, a comeback brewing. "Sorry, I'm just distracted by your beauty." That one made her blush, even slightly. Naruto counted that as a win. "Try that again, and see what happens." She spoke, challengingly. "I like your eyes." Her cheeks reddened again, and she charged at Naruto, took his head in her hands. Naruto nearly flinched away, but then she kissed him, chaste. Naruto was surprised, taken aback, but then he leaned into it. Then they separated, and both were smiling. Chapter 9, Exile. Exile. "That is our ultimatum. By next week, give Naruto Uzumaki to us, or we will have to take him." The Konoha envoy stood up from his chair, and stomped out the room, followed by the nearly unseen Anbu escort. Said escort almost certainly sent to spy out vulnerabilities as well as try to find Naruto. Gaara was unimpressed, but he did recognize the threat by what it was. The inevitable coming for him. He'd have to tell Naruto he was due to leave soon, though he was concerned by how his fellow Jinchuriki and his sister had grown close. He knew Naruto would do right by her, he never betrayed a true friend after all, but he didn't want to lose him and Temari in the same day. The question was, would she leave with him? How much did she love him? Naruto himself was of course accompanied by Temari, both nestled inside an underground bunker far from prying eyes the moment the envoy had arrived in Suna. It hadn't taken long for their dinners and lunches together to be called dates, for them to be boyfriend and girlfriend, though they hadn't done anything serious yet. Naruto thought he loved her though. She made him happy, happier than anyone else made him, and she was so brilliant too. Smart, determined, loyal. All the aspect he realized he valued in a person, all that which he needed. He wouldn't let Konoha take that away. He would fight, and if he couldn't do that he would run, flee from them to keep Temari safe and with him. Over the month he stayed in Suna, with Temari making his spirits stronger, he had become even stronger. He consulted jutsu specialists, learning their elements and techniques with the blessing of Gaara. He tested himself against genjutsu users, increasing his resilience against them. He even fought against multiple Suna Anbu at the same time, to improve his capabilities. But the most important, most powerful thing was a special and familiar technique he found when he was skulking about the old and mostly abandoned underground Suna archives, a green scroll that had the word Ichimon scrawled upon it. The 8 gates, the power Lee had used to become a force to be reckoned with against Gaara in the Chunin exams, and he knew them. Well, 2 of them. He had only had a week and had yet to crack the 3rd. But he already multiplied his combat effectiveness using them. He didn't even feel the mental strain he was supposed to have, and according to some old woman who Gaara got to check on him, there was no brain damage. In fact, she said the chakra pathways were stretching across, energizing the organ and making it stronger. In time, she said he would be able to be better even without using the gates. Naruto thought that was promising. I'm going to meet him again. I'd appreciate it if you gave me some privacy. Temari looked at him, serious expression on her face, and nodded. She knew when Naruto spoke to the Nine Tails it was safe to avoid him, though he had never seen him once lose control. He simply sat and meditated. Calm. She appreciated Naruto's approach to controlling the Nine Tails, especially considering it was so much stronger than the Tanuki, as impossible as that seemed, but she understood why her brother didn't dare. He had spent so long under its control, he didn't want to lose it again. When Temari left, Naruto calmed himself and closed his eyes. He thought of the wind outside, the desert dunes shifting. He thought of the crashing waves of the shore, of the blowing leaves of home. Fire, and its burning powerful smell, the black and charred left behind. And earth, mud and rocks and stones and mountains, all connected and linked, yet stationary. He opened his eyes. He no longer opened them to a sewer, but a passage, a tunnel of vines of grass and rock, spiraling edges of red and blue chakra leading further and further down. He followed it, a light shining up ahead, until he exited to a large expanse, ground a field of picturesque green grass, emerald floor, below a blue sky. And beyond the gates which stretched far above into the infinite above, there was only black. What are you here for, human? His countenance had changed, no longer furious, no longer powerful, but evil and spiteful, and weak. I don't know, to gloat maybe. Here you are, weak and afraid whilst I stand before you, unstoppable. A chuckle came from the cage. Pitiful little human. You do not realize. Yes, you have taken something from me, but only my form, not my power. You notice you do not look into the eyes of a fox anymore, but shadow? That is because that is what I am inside, what I will always be, and now I will forever be unavailable to you. If you were to enter these gates, and do so at your greatest peril, I could just phase through you. You would not even touch me with your filthy hands. I am power incarnate, and you are simply an ego-filled child, one who believes they can conquer me like you conquered your teammate, Force alone. That you can use me like you use your friend Gaara. Deluded. Naruto scoffed. I will find a way to control you, I know it. And when that time comes you will cower in front of me, and beg me not to destroy you completely. And, like you did to those villagers so long ago, I will show you no mercy. And that shows how little you know, how tainted with the disease of ignorance you remain. You, with that same ignorance, will never control me. And then Naruto summoned a book to his hand. I read upon you. Tales of the Sage, and yes, that is the Sage. The legendary warrior that jailed the 10 Tails and turned them into your siblings and you. The fox, now Shadow, growled. I will find out more, and soon, I will have all of your power. I will take it all for myself, and you will cease to exist, and then the nine-tailed beast will not be some mindless fox, it will be Narutouzumaki. Well that's it then, Naruto stated, looking solemn, annoyed. He wanted to stay in Suna, because he had grown to love the place. Not as much as he loved the leaf, and his fervor was stronger now than it was then, to be the Hokage, but he did like the wind blowing, the sun beaming. He had grown tanner over the past month, spending that much time out in the open sun. Gaara looked at him, with the look of a ruler, one who had become one, and was suited to be one from a young age. Will you take Temari with you? I would think so. She is a Jonin Naruto, and my sister. If she insists, I will allow her to escort you. But I cannot let you take her. And Naruto looked betrayed. What? I know you care for her, but unless she decides to leave, become a missing nin herself, I cannot permit her to abandon her post. That's bullshit. You would leave her in the dust just because she came with me? Gaara shook his head, placing a reassuring arm on Naruto's shoulder. I would never, like I would never leave you in the dust, but I cannot sacrifice my entire country for her sake. If the Leaf find out I sent a registered Jonin with you, it would mean war. I would die. Kankuro would die, and Temari would lose everything. I cannot let that happen to her, so either she leaves with you, or stays here. It is her choice. Naruto calmed down, now thinking. He had come far from the boisterous teenager he was before, now considering Gaara's words. Okay. We'll ask what she wants then. Where is she? Gaara sighed. Outside. I called her when I called for you. Just a little later. The Kazekage motioned, opening the door with his hand, where Temari walked in. What is going on here? This isn't the normal kind of meeting, something has happened. Gaara looked at his sister with care and consideration, and answered. The Leaf are demanding Naruto back. The first thing I have to ask, is are you willing to leave the village, go missing nin and escape with him? Temari's skin looked pale. She stayed silent, shocked, then stepped over to a chair, collapsing into it, covering her head with her hands. Naruto didn't know what to do. He wanted to hug her, comfort her, kiss her, tell her everything would be alright, but he couldn't. He can't make this right just by making her not sad. And Temari's head was swirling, her mind on the precipice between her family and the new love she found in Naruto. She cared about him, she really did, but how the hell did she console that with leaving Gaara and Kankuro? With having to sacrifice all the support she gave Gaara, the help, the leadership, the making sure everyone respected them. If she went missing then she could squander that all. And then her face looked up, tears dripping down her face, remorse and pain and impending guilt painting it. I can't stop being a Jonin, being me, I can't leave my family. Naruto, I'm sorry. And Naruto knew, almost since the question came, what the answer was. He wasn't worth enough, he wasn't enough, he couldn't be enough for her. For anyone. He was worthless. And now he was crying. Temari tackled him in a hug. I'm so sorry Naruto. I love you but I can't leave my brothers. I understand Temari. I love you too. I'll love you, for however long it takes you to come back. I know. After Gaara and Temari had left, two ninja, Jonin entered. Naruto, I assume. We have been told by Lord Gaara. Yeah, I know. I just have to knock you guys out, right? The larger man nodded. Yes. After you will. Then Naruto moved, body flickering behind him, then smashing his elbow into the back of his skull, dropping him like a fly. The other jumped back, body's reflexes trying to get him away, but too slow, as Naruto blitzed across the room, leaping into the air and smashing his knee into their skull. Both down. Naruto smirked to himself. He worked out his frustration at least. The escape plan had already been made, and he was ready to leave. Leave it all behind, but why did it need to be a bad thing? Sure, he was being pursued, but he didn't need to care. He was free, and strong enough that it didn't matter who they sent after him. The only person that could beat him was Jiraiya, and he knew how to escape even him. Just avoid any toads, send out a fuck ton of clones, and exhaust him. And he was free. From commitments, from loss, from everything. So even though he would miss Temari, even though he would come back for her one day, he wouldn't let that defeat him. In minutes his sandals, new and Tsunade, were skating on sand. He moved through the desert with an insane speed, earned from the weeks of practice, of training. Chapter 10, Royal Flush. Royal Flush. Tsunade was furious, because she had been outplayed. She knew of the Kazekage's preference of the boy, and she tolerated his insistence they collect all the evidence together. But Naruto still escaped. She wondered if it had even been organized by Gaara, like she assumed, and even if it wasn't would he have escaped regardless. He was a far cry now from the boisterous boy that had brought her back, now hardened, powerful and smart and a traitor. Just like Orochimaru, like Itachi. He didn't have an excuse like Sasuke did either. He just wanted to kill his teammate. When Sakura came to and told her about Naruto, what he had done, his desire to become Hokage running through her mouth, part of her wanted to deny it, and the other wondered why she hadn't seen it earlier. He had the appearance of Nawaki, the wannabe Hokage, to be something, but he had the ostracization of Orochimaru, feeling betrayed by his village, his sensei, his teammates. She always assumed he was like Jiraiya, but that was because she couldn't see the pain he felt underneath. Never could. Shikamaru said Naruto attacked her unprovoked, wanting to kill her, though Tsunade doubted he was eavesdropping like he said he was. It didn't fit. He would either barge in and ignore them or walk away, the situation too bothersome. When Gaara wanted evidence, she had to ask everyone who knew Naruto to testify. It was biased, yes, but there were still a large number who said they couldn't believe Naruto would betray his friend. Shino, Kiba, Choji, Ino, even the shy and quiet Hinata stated it was false. Tsunade guessed Naruto never would have attacked a friend. Just that he thought Sakura wasn't anymore. It had been building up for years, ever since Sasuke left. Team 7 was a disaster, and so was the Leaf's prodigal system. Naruto, their latest, rumors building over his mission's successes and power now tainted with the assumption that everyone with talent in the Leaf wanted to leave. Tsunade herself included. What she had to do left the taste of ash on her mouth. The image of Nawaki, Dan, overlaid with Naruto over them, by her hand. But she needed to do this. She needed to stop another monster like that snake from coming to be. Dragon. Send the hunter in. Kakashi Hitake had, from a young age, had the ever-important lessons of honor and responsibility drilled into him by his father, alongside grueling training sessions of course. He recognized the toddler-sized genius he had in Kakashi, and took to making sure he had a good sense of morality like his father before him. When Sakuma Hitake killed himself, it made Kakashi question everything he had learned. Because Kakashi resented him, resented his father for leaving him, for abandoning that lesson of honor and responsibility. Only one thing made him happy, which was getting better, stronger. It was the only thing from his father that wasn't tainted by hypocrisy, that eternal strength of his. People rumored he could take on all of the Sannin at once and survive, and even beyond the tainting edge of his death that legend stayed. So Kakashi decided to pursue it, become strong and smart and tall and everything. Then Obito came, and Obito died, and Rin died, and Kushina died, and Minato died, and Kakashi decided he didn't care about strength anymore, because even the strongest person you know can die. He took to trying to end his own life, to kill himself on missions one after another, because he didn't deserve the bare threads of life he had somehow clung onto after all that loss. And then one day, he realized he was his father. Strong, legend, but a hypocrite. He wanted allies, wanted to protect people, wanted to do well, so why was he on mission after mission trying to end himself? He should be there, he realized. He should be taking care of Naruto. By the time he finally grew up, took to the Jonin roster and begged the Hokage to let him be Naruto's sensei, he had already been away for too long. The little baby, toddler that knew him as Inu and reached up to his mask with pudgy arms and innocent eyes when he babysat him, had been replaced by a spunky 12-year-old, chaotic and too many problems to even list. He thought to himself, at least the boy was happy. It was his mistake, intentional maybe, that he couldn't recognize the boy's sunny smile to be the same fake one his father used in the last days of his life. Then he changed. He told Kakashi he was a failure. That he had nearly killed Naruto by giving Sasuke the Chidori, may as well have pushed the fist through his chest himself. He needed to give him it, he told himself, needed to make sure Sasuke lived, but he was a traitor, tried to kill his teammate, and left the village for power alone. Naruto told him he didn't want to see him anymore, and Kakashi, ever the coward, ever self-hateful, did so. He still saw him of course, but never face to face, and he looked determined, angry, but full of life. Then he tried to kill Sakura. And he left. And this was no longer his personal problem, this was a case of national security. Naruto was a traitor, not just to the Leaf but to his teammate too. He knew Sakura wasn't lying, the Sharingan able to tell from the smallest facial movement, and Naruto claimed he fought in self-defense. Kakashi knew it was false, that his entire life had been a long stream of betrayals. His father, himself, his students. All that was left is to mend his mistakes. To bring Naruto back to heaven, to see his parents again. Kakashi Hitake put on his old Anbu mask, equipped his Tanto, and prepared to head the Hunter Nin squad. They would bring the boy back alive, hopefully, sealing the Nine Tails in a new container. He was one of the candidates. He would accomplish his mission, without fault, because the only thing he had never failed was a mission. Pink hair. Sakura had hated it and loved it. Same thing with her chakra. It was easy to manipulate but lacked the power of others. That was until she had been taken under the tutelage of Tsunade. Her combat style bloomed, the power of her punches incredible. Soon, she had nearly caught up to Naruto, at least she thought, in power. She knew he hated her, he had his faults, but she still cared for him. He was a fool though, she always knew. Instead of trying to make it up to him, she would prove herself, and he would have to admit she was important, that he was wrong. But then he got jealous, not of her power but her position. The apprentice of the Hokage, good at bookwork, more powerful by the day, and politically in a good position, from a ninja family so neutral to shinobi clans, friends with some of the clan's heirs, and most likely supported by the non-clan shinobi and civilians in droves, but she never wanted it. Yet for that imagined possibility, he tried to kill her. And through the skin of her teeth she lived. Both teammates left, both abandoned themselves in honor and sense for nothing. She despised that. She was the only one with any sense, so she'd be the one to end them. First Sasuke, then Naruto. And when she'd be done, she'd take being the Hokage from him too. Not out of spite, no. She'd take it because when she thought of it, she'd be a better one than him. Orochimaru's body lay dead, shredded. Sasuke wondered why it was so easy to kill the man. He had been withering away for years, and now he was gone. Dead. A part of him was still inside him but soon that part would be gone too. Sasuke killed him when he got the news that Naruto had left the Leaf. Well, not exactly, more like he decided to kill him. Orochimaru instantly tried to take him over, but Sasuke always had a good control over himself. He understood Orochimaru more than he understood himself, but he didn't move from the bed he was sat on, Orochimaru's corpse just a bit away because he couldn't stop reading the note. Narutouzumaki, traitor. It defied sense. He was the one that left, the new Itachi following in his footsteps to get enough power to kill him, but maybe he was the one who was wrong. He didn't want to be Itachi, he needed to know what made him tick, defeat a weaker version of him before he went to the lunatic himself. And Naruto was that mini him. Sasuke thought of him as a younger version, Always, maybe of Shisui but definitely Itachi. Sasuke initially wanted to steer him away from the same evil and power Itachi had, but the power Naruto seemingly gained overnight, and the power Orochimaru was corrupting him with made him renege on that. He was the only one that could, and would kill Itachi, and that was all that mattered. But Naruto was Itachi, wasn't he? A traitor, trying to kill Sakura, just like Itachi killed everyone he swore to love. A prodigy, because he had become stronger, Orochimaru's reports said, too strong for it to match up with the previous version of him. And most of all, he had lied. Wore a mask, must have, his skill increase and personality change evident. So to beat Itachi, all he needed was to beat Naruto. He would need to get stronger though. Find the bastard too. Everyone in the elemental nations wanted him, dead or alive. He was no different, and if he matched up to his expectations, he would be harder to find than Itachi. Doesn't matter really, never did. Sasuke would find him, and in their rematch, he wouldn't miss his heart. The black-haired 16-year-old smiled, eyes bright red telling of his bloodlust, dark shadow on his face reflecting on the dark in his heart. He wanted, so badly, to kill Naruto. They really were like brothers. October the 3rd. His birthday. He had learned so much, about himself, about the world. He had parents, but they were gone and his father had sacrificed him. He learned strength, but that it didn't matter, didn't get him any closer to becoming Hokage. He found he was worthy of love, but not enough for Temari to chase him, to run after him. He would come back for her, he knew. He didn't know when though. He needed to be strong, stronger than Tsunade, stronger than anyone else. And when he gets to that level, he would change the world. He would run right back to the leaf and take it in a moment, because, if anything, he was Narutouzumaki, and he would never give up. And in the end, he wouldn't. He would learn more about the nature around it, even its chakra. He would learn about the beast inside him, about the power the gates held back. He would even learn what he had been born with, Sasuke with a twin power too. And he would earn them both, and become a god with them. That was his future, unbeknownst to him, as he removed a hand from the rock he had been resting from, revealing grass rapidly growing underneath. He didn't notice it, as he began to move once again. He had no plan for where he would go, but travel he would. 3 years later, over his long Anbu career, Same had learned the virtue of patience. That crawling waiting feeling, looking at the same house for hours on end, just in case something unexpected happens, the fearful moments of waiting for a patrol to pass overhead when you are nursing a wounded ally in the thin cover of mud and leaves. He understood the point of waiting, of not surrendering yourself to frustration. Yet every step of this mission had strained it. Everywhere the target went, there were more questions. When he crossed a border, they had to ask if they could cross it with him. When a path diverged, they had to ask which one he picked, and when they caught him, they had to ask wherever it was a clone or not. He knew Uzumaki Naruto was, as always, a troublemaker. 3 years had passed and his squad leader, Inu, was furious. Not the open kind, smashing chairs and casting jutsus like he had heard with tales of the fury of Uchiha Madara or worse, Orochimaru, but a cold searing hate, anger running through every inch of him. Same wondered if when you touched his bare skin, even for a second, you would feel a minute portion of that emotion. It was with these thoughts the masked man entered the tent, trepidation running all throughout. He had been patient enough. Same. Do you have anything to report? No sir. The same intel as before, traps everywhere but no sig. Then leave. I need to be alone with my thoughts. There it was again. The refusal, the needing to think of his massive plan to catch the boy when he didn't know a single thing. Same couldn't take it anymore. Enough. I know you hate the boy, I know you think you can destroy him all by yourself, but you are being a bad leader. We need command, someone to tell us where to go and how to do it, and I am just not good enough to do it by myself. We need someone with your expertise, your experience. Inu simply turned. Same knew who he really was, everyone in Anbu did, when you saw the eye at least. Hatake Kakashi, a legend, but one with his own problems, his own closet full of demons. I took this mission, same, because I wanted to own up to my mistake. I clearly cannot lead a squad, gods know my last one was a mistake. Perhaps it would be better if we found a replacement. No sir. We respect you, and you're one of the best ninja we have ever had, never failing a mission in Anbu. I know you can lead us, you just need to try. You can't let your previous team ruin. He seemed to fly across the floor, right next to Same, moving without making a sound. He didn't lay a finger on him, but the killing intent radiating was enough to make the man freeze. Maybe you are right, Same. I can lead you. What I have always failed with, is considering people to be on the same level as me. It makes me miss things, ignore things others would spot. I need you all to be to my standards, so if you can do that, do what I say, then soon we will find the Jinchuriki." The use of that euphemism for his former student did not go unnoticed by the shark-masked Anbu. "We'll do anything, sir." "Good. First things first, stop tracking the boy." "What? They are all clones. He is too good at subterfuge to be spotted roaming randomly. Go to the towns, in disguises, and try to check with the locals. Ask them who has been doing odd jobs, about stolen goods and new arrivals and when they left. How will that let us find him? How are you sure that's where he went?" Then Ina looked right at him, Sharingan red and spinning, almost answering itself, "Because it is what I would have done." A bar at night seemed to take to ninjas like flies to a corpse. There were many ninja without a village, bandits who figured out chakra, parts of clans that were exiled or left, or even the infamous missing nin, and all coalesced into these small, boisterous, noisy place, filled with drink and drunkards, so packed you'd find it hard to get around sober, let alone smashed so hard you'd have forgotten your own name. There were many reasons a ninja might come here: drink, sex, information. Most came for all three, but Uzumaki Naruto was here for a girl who caught his eye. Not in that way, mind you, no. He recognized her. Her garb, her face. He dyed his hair every week or so. Not only did the roots fall away, but he wanted to leave a different impression everywhere he went. His hair was longer now, he hoped, making him less recognizable. To add to that, he wore a red scarf most places, to cover his whiskers when he didn't trust a hench to not get detected. It had ended up fooling a lot of the hunter nin sent after his retreating self, so it must have some effect. His clone still looked like his 15-year-old self, just aged a bit, still 2 inches shorter, blonde and short-haired. Every time he looked at the clone, at the black and white photo he got taken with Temari as a memento, he wondered how one could change so much in just 3 years. In both ways, from 12 years old to 15, and from 15 to 18. To keep up to date, he found a bingo book every month, seeing his own younger face in there, as well as the celebrities of every major country. Since he was in Lightning Country, it was no wonder he managed to spot her. She was disguised, of course, but he had gotten better at sensing, and could feel the pit of flame, licking and biting from her lungs. Yugito ni, the second-tailed beast's Jinchuriki. He didn't know as much about sealing as Jiraiya would have wanted him to, but that placement didn't track for him. His was on his stomach, next to his chakra source. It made sense to have it there, made it easier for the entire lot of chakra to enter his system. Putting it under the lungs meant not only would it be harder to heal the lungs were they ever damaged, it would be harder to use the beast's power without finding it hard to breath. Her lungs would contract from the foreign chakra, and she would be in a lot of pain, and have a time limit. He assumed Lightning Country Seal Masters were just idiots, like most people. He would have left her alone a week ago when he spotted her, but despite her 3 hench changes, she didn't do anything, didn't move to another location or meet with an informant, or wipe out a camp or anything. It looked like she had left for no reason. She wasn't a missing nin, that much was clear. The town they were in was fairly close to Cloud, so it wasn't as if she was running away. But she wasn't going back either. Over the past 3 years, hiding, thinking, pondering, drinking, he had thought on going back. To fighting against those that wronged him, that insulted him. To go back to Temari. He missed her touch. Most of all though, he lacked a purpose. So, to defeat that lack of purpose, he let his inhibitions go, searched for power and meals, and sometimes lust. And now, he was curious. Why send a heavy hitter like her to here? Was it a trap? A test? Then, almost like a switch had been flipped, 2 distinct chakra signatures popped into his senses. One was dark, ambient, as if the person had died and been filled from the inside out with a huge pit of nothing. The other felt like 5 different persons in one, different chakra natures all. An amalgamation. 2 abominations. Then, he brought out his book, flipped to the S-rank section, and checked the tab marked missing nin. The monsters in his book were Sasori of the Red Sands, Kisame the Shark, and Kakuzu, who Naruto nicknamed the Bastard. Nobody else, who could have that large a chakra signature, stood out. Well, that, and some random named Hidan who seemed to have been given the S rank recently because of some bullshit rumor he was immortal. Naruto dismissed a claim like that. Only gods and demons held that power. Naruto knew one was Kakuzu, but the other was an obvious. Sasori seemed to fit, but he didn't have anything unique about his chakra. He was deep in his thoughts, but he still noticed the kunoichi being handed a letter. She got up quickly, rushing out the front. Naruto would have pursued, but decided to nurse his sake a little longer. His senses expanded far enough for her to be in his range all the way until she impacted them. He felt calm. The calmest he had ever been in his life. Akatsuki was right next to him, and all he had to do was attack, and he knew they would be dead. He rose out of his seat, left a tip with a flick of a coin, and ran out the same door Yugito left through, his cloak flying with the wind as he sprinted off, the rush of compressed air passing his ears like a swarm of birds. The town was small, mainly wooden shacks balanced off the side of a great big rock shard, mountain tilted and erupting from the endless green and brown valleys of the land below. The assumed Akatsuki members were traveling up the winding path, up the shard spiraling round and round. He decided to cut his time in half, leaping off the first edge he could find, falling down like a missile, flinging his black cloak off his body to lose drag. When he got closer to that sinister beacon, right as the two tails Jinchuriki's chakra flared, the battle starting, he slowed his descent with a blanket of wind chakra, pulling his body up, slowing it down more and more until he was falling like a feather. He could see them now, the little specks, one with an esoteric scythe, the other, tendrils flowing from his body, fighting a blue flame. The blonde turned brunette charged up chakra in his hand, the energy flowing in a spiral, rushing wind through it too, more and more power concentrating before he launched it down, the Rasen Shuriken plummeting, hitting Kakuzu with a massive blast. Naruto touched down safely, the waning blue blast leaving a crater filled with smoke, the wisps crawling up the leg of the missing nin's gray-haired companion, and being displaced as Yugito escaped from view. He looked at the 18-year-old with fury. "Hey, what gives you, asshole? What right do you have to come in and ruin our battle?" Naruto rose to his full height, facing the deranged cultist. "What's your name?" The immortal squinted his eyes, skeptical. "Regardless," he answered. "Hidan." "Ah, not Sasori then. Guess I was wrong." Frustration reaching its peak, Hidan sprinted at him, swinging his scythe right at the Jinchuriki. All he would need was a single strike, and he would win. Naruto rose his arm. Hidan's blade hit it, and broke. The end rotated in the air twice before landing, sticking into the ground. The Jinchuriki opened his eyes, and they were bluer, more focused. Around them were markings, red, powerful. "What the fuck?" the immortal asked, before having his face picked up, then slammed into the ground with an insane strength, his skull crunching, spilling his brain matter into the rock behind, spiderweb fractures pouring out meters away from the impact. Uzumaki Naruto was a sage, and he could feel everything. Crushed. Naruto thought the gray-haired fool was dead after that strike, and laying in the ground for a solid minute, but he kicked up almost immediately, head still drooping, a flood of blood falling out the back of his skull. Swasarensdenert, the man slurred, eyelids falling as he struggled to stay on his feet. Bit by bit, he found his footing, until finally he was able to open his eyes fully, seeing a pair of sandals about to hit his face. He pushed his arms in front of his face, trying to limit the impact, but they only broke, crushed under the pressure of the blow, breaking his nose. The onslaught didn't stop though, Naruto flipping midair before closing in, 5 hits impacting the sides of Hidan's ribs, breaking and bludgeoning them, his organs getting crushed with each incredible impact. Naruto finishing with a haymaker smashing into his opponent's skull once more, flipping him in an unconsensual cartwheel. Hidan fell to his knees, the strength of Naruto far too much to take. He just needed more time, to regenerate, he thought to himself. The time didn't come though, exchanged for a Rasengan to the face. Weird, Naruto thought, in regards to the man's durability. He had a much bigger concern though. Rising out of the pit, the body rising and writhing with pain was naked, his clothes wiped out in the blast, markings and cuts marring his stone body. The man's face mask was gone, replaced with a hateful expression, and long flowing hair over unnatural eyes. "And who would you be?" Not telling. If the man's expression was destructive before, it was murderous now, as he charged up each of his hearts remaining, lightning and fire and wind and water, all poised at the unrecognized Jinchuriki. He failed to see the clones Naruto had spawned above though, one launched like a projectile with a spinning Rasen Shuriken ramming it into the wind heart. Kakuzu flinched from the explosion, which happened to disrupt the other flying hearts, turning back to Naruto and getting a fist to his cheek. The old man was good enough to come back after that, stopping his momentum by skidding across the dirt, launching swipe after swipe at Naruto, all missing as the younger man swerved and dodged under and over limb and tendril alike. Kakuzu pushed on, using the tendrils he stuck into the ground from above as a slingshot, pulling himself through the air right at Naruto. The Jinchuriki spawned a cushion of clones, halting the missing nin, slamming axe kick into a slowed body, but it spiraled away into a cloud of black tendrils, writhing in the air. From behind, the older ninja swiped a horizontal kick, which Naruto bent under, his body falling into a handstand as he twisted, spinning into a kick across Kakuzu's face, sending him reeling. He rushed closer, hoping to engage in CQC once again. But his opponent instead fired a great ball of flame at him, followed by a barrage of jutsus from his remaining elements, explosion and attack, both zipping past Naruto as he ducked and weaved between each and every one. Naruto looked at the attacks coming his way, understanding bit by bit their movements more and more, until he saw an opening, dashing through. Kakuzu smiled, the man falling for his trap, flame erupting from the earth, leaving not a charred body, but only smoke. At the last moment, Naruto had swapped with a clone, his real self flying at the missing nin with a mid-air spinning kick. It hit on target, and he followed up, lifting the stunned man into the air, then slamming him back down with a Rasengan in his chest, the projectile pushing the man through layer after layer of rock, drilling into his sternum. Despite coughing up blood, the S-rank bounty hunter still sent tendrils out from the ravine he had been drilled through, aiming to carve Naruto to pieces. Sensing two attacks from both ends, Naruto flipped, a sharp black growth carving Hidan to pieces as he attacked from behind. Then Hidan, head decapitated, spoke. "You idiot. You're supposed to hit him, not me." Naruto landed, realizing he was immortal. Then, Naruto realized he needed to finish this quick. These two were far too durable to be taken out by normal means. He decided to use his trump card against them now, deal with two birds in one move. He flipped through hand sign after sign, coalescing chakra, water and earth and nature all together, the power building up. Then, he slammed his hands down, a resounding thud accompanying the rapid pouring of energy into the dirt around him. For a moment, not even a minute portion of a second, nothing happened. Then, the next, roots ripped through the ground, piercing Hidan's skull, picking it up and rising it into the air, before more and more roots twisted around and round, the twirl of brown wood, strong and thick yet natural, rotating around the cultist's head, encasing it more and more, like an anaconda, until it was closed off from the outside world. All that was left, all the evidence of Hidan's existence, was a tree, brown, its verdant leaves already blooming. That's impossible. The first Hokage's technique. How can you? Naruto breathed to himself, the markings still around his face. I just can. I just figured it out, by myself. Even when I was young, I felt this connection to nature. I just needed to get closer to myself, to this feeling of peace, of calmness. It isn't on the level of the first Hokage, but it doesn't need to be to scare you, doesn't it? Kakuzu, now healed enough to cower from his foe, from that fear, scambling away on all fours before sprinting away, as if a demon was on his tail. It didn't matter to Naruto, him raising his hand, and seeing two pieces of wood pierce the man's legs, constraining him to the earth. He continued crawling, as the wood took over more and more of his bottom half. Kakuzu knew he couldn't win, knew that demon, that god in the form had outlived his body, was here to kill him, to destroy him just like back then. Every tree a foe, every piece of ground a mine. He needed to get away. And all Naruto needed to do was flick his wrists, as the Rasen shurikens his clones generated in both of his palms were thrown, both slamming into the now former missing nin, a massive and chaotic explosion turning his cells, modified by a forbidden jutsu to ribbons in an instant. The only things remaining of the two notorious missing nin, was a tree, and a crater. Now, Naruto thought, to find the Jinchuriki. Yugita rushed past rock after rock, wall running as she continued her descent. Her midsection was bleeding, a large cut across, creating a searing pain. She was lucky that cultist didn't poison it. Her healing would repair it soon, but the internal damage was a little more serious. If it hit a kidney or her liver, she would be in trouble. Those complex organs took longer. Those two were unnatural, impossible. She had blown them both away multiple times and yet they just pushed past. She just had to get to B, even if it would compromise Kumo bringing them that close. She didn't care. She needed to beat them, and only would the eight-tailed Jinchuriki be able to bring them down. Then just in front, a figure landed. She recognized him as the same one that had attacked the two, practically saving her. Had he already beaten them? The second-tailed Jinchuriki, I presume? He knew who she was. Or suspected. Yugito knew then he had a proximity to the tailed beasts, recognizing herself from her Nibi's fire, the unique chakra signature recognized. Either that, or he was hunting her. Who are you? A question with a question. Leave it unanswered and put him on the back foot. The man walked closer. It doesn't matter. What matters is what you suspect, or at least what you will tell your superiors about me. Yugito was exhausted. Her beast was completely drained, she had been told, and her own chakra was running dry. She couldn't deal with another fight, least of all from someone who defeated 2S-ranked ninja in minutes. I won't say anything, I swear. He smirked, sinister, knowing. You will. Which is why I need to do this to you. Then shards of rock pierced her legs from below, dropping Yugito to her knees and making her scream in pain. Naruto sent a clone forward, who lifted her up by her battle-loosened hair. "By the time you reach your village, or a patrol, I will already be gone. Let them know how strong I am. Let them know how easily I could have killed you." Then he let go, the clone dissipated, and when the smoke cleared, he was gone. Yugito suspected the man was important, and this wasn't just to defeat those missing nin. This was to send a message. Huffing under the pain she felt, she crawled bit by bit down the mountain. Reports came later that a man, tall and brown-haired and strong, had killed the S-ranked missing nins Kakuzu and Hidan, and that information shouldn't have mattered to them, but Kakashi pointed it out. Pointed out the perfect shape of the craters, of the targets, Akatsuki, and most damning of all, that the brown-haired man had never been seen before. Kakashi told his squad they were probably a Jinchuriki, probably strong, and putting both of those together, he was either the 3, 4, 5, 6 or 9-tailed Jinchuriki. He liked those odds. Weirdly enough, he told his squad to search for men that height, that build, the aliases he uses, the patterns he exhibits. And himself? Collected all of the information into one coherent pile and day after day tried to connect the dots. Steadily, he was putting it together, and he didn't know what to think of what picture he was making. Uzumaki Naruto was on the move. He enjoyed the cool and calm waters of the flowing rivers he mediated next to. The feel was nice, yes, but the knowledge it was cold seemed to quench himself somehow. All of the nature around him made him feel powerful. When he gained that power, wood style, he thought if he was somehow a relative, or if he was a similar person, or 100 other things that barely mattered. All that was important really was that he had the style of the first Hokage, and that gave him some strength. He would use it, like everything else, to become the leader of the Leaf. And then, finally, he would get the respect he deserved. Any who wronged him would have to cower at his feet, crying and apologizing, and weak in front of them where he was so long ago. He would prove every single one of them wrong. And whoever got in his way, he would deal with. He wouldn't kill indiscriminately, but he would have to fight those who wanted him dead. If he needed to, he wouldn't shy away. He made a promise, to himself, to his friends, that he would never give up on his goals, and even 6 years later, he still hadn't. Yet Naruto couldn't have known that the 2 S-ranked missing nin were only the start. Riptide. Naruto was blonde again. His dyed hair changed by a hair manipulation jutsu Jiraiya had taught him. The thought of his old master was like black ash on his tongue. He wished the man would have understood his actions, but he was Konoha through and through. No matter how he described it, the man would never trust him again. Always, he would talk of him in the same breath as he did with Orochimaru, and wasn't that terrible feeling enough? No, the world said, cutting him from the dodes, from that first real step into power he had given him. Jiraiya wasn't the best teacher, but still, he meant a lot to him, taught him all he could. For all he wasn't, all he couldn't be, he was at least that to him. Another one he cared for gone. He was holed up in an abandoned countryside home, rotting wooden walls and moss-covered paint. Nothing here was worth much, except the shade. He had to flee lightning after his encounter with Ni. She was strong, but less so than him. It was encouraging, to say the least, that he was able to take out 2 S-ranks like that, without a single scratch on his body. Addicting was one word he would use to describe that feeling, of domination, of power over someone else, the ability to decide between their life and their death and to take it anyway. Soon, he thought, he would start his homebound revolution. He had spent enough time running, enough time training. He needed a single breakthrough of impossible strength more, and he would be unstoppable. That was his win, his journey's end. He sat in a lotus position once more, and reached into the depths of his mind. He pulled his body from calm, serene water. In front, like always, was darkness. Yet, the beast's eyes were smaller, lower. He sprung a line from his hand, metaphysical and bright, blue and cool, sending it forward into the cell so he could see what he had accomplished. A sharp smile grew on his sharper face, as it revealed a snarling, orange fox, the Kyuubi no Kitsune, but smaller, the size of a mere horse, ill-fitting his once apocalyptic nature. "Come to gloat, human?" it said, hatred and fury mere words, not doing the depths of his antagonism credit. "Yes, in fact, I have. A few weeks, maybe, and you will be reduced to nothing. I, Uzumaki Naruto, will have done what no other man can. Destroyed the 9-tailed beast." It snarled. "You are pitiful. You thirst for power for no gain, destroy only for your ego. You betrayed every single one of your friends, who will never consider you theirs again. You spat on your idiot father's legacy yet continued with it like a hypocrite. You thirst for power yet claim you have it, lust for other women despite your desert-dwelling lover, and the worst of it, you think in all of this you are the good guy, the hero. You are nothing, Naruto. Barely even human, yet far below even the level of my weakest siblings. Not in power, but in self. The smile had been replaced with a bored expression. You done yet? It scoffed. Don't try to deceive me. I am in your mind, I know all you think. I know those words struck a chord, as you say. You believe them, believe me. Why did you betray your Tamari's trust? The Jinchuriki's face turned to hate. I didn't. I love her, but she isn't here. I can't love what isn't there. I can't betray it either. You think she betrayed you? No, I wanted her to come, to follow me. But she didn't. And I can't know she will be there when I come back. I can't sacrifice everything for her when I don't even know if she loves me anymore. A deep laugh rang out behind the bars. There it is. Pitiful, like I said, but you will earn no pity from me. Then another laugh, from the man this time. Well, remember QBI, I won't give you any pity either, he said, a sadistic smile on his face, as a Tori slammed down through the beast's spine, eliciting a pained and anguished roar. Take that as a lesson, beast. I am your master now. The roaring grew even louder, as Naruto walked out of his own mind. Same was right. Despite Kakashi's ego and self-loathing, he was a good commander. They had managed to reach the second Jinchuriki following a number of discussions held in shinobi towing bars and trade road gossip leading them after some scarfed brunette. He changed appearances but the general shape stayed the same. And always, he strayed away from them, from Konoha's hunter Nin. Day after day they compared his movements to that of the pursuit, and it was almost eerie how he moved around them perfectly each time. Kakashi bet if he asked when they had caught the clone, it would line up with the exact day he moved. It was a lead, and only that of course, but it was more solid than anything else they had gotten over the last 3 years. It led them to Ni, who one of his Anbu overheard talking about the man who had saved her, how he had spiky hair and blue eyes, and tanned skin, used a spiraling ball as a jutsu, and was strong as hell. He was taller, sure, but Kakashi expected that. The clones were as short as his 15-year-old self, it made sense he would grow in that time. They followed even more, faster and further, until the entire squad was searching for the suspected Uzumaki. They still went covered though, cloth and disguises and casual clothing. Except him. He hadn't taken off that mask since starting his hunt 3 years ago. He hadn't stopped training either. Kakashi knew the thought was cruel, but he was going to stab Naruto in the heart with a chidori, and this time it wouldn't miss. Naruto was meditating. The leaves were blowing, the air was flowing, rivers running. He knew all of it. Sometimes, the feeling was enough to make him cry. These days, he knew the planet was living. The leaves were its hair, the air its breath, rivers its veins. It had chakra, even. He had never known anything not living to have chakra. Even seals, as unmoving as they were living shifting thinking beings. How many dead had rested on the earth of this great living thing? How mountainous and horrifying was it every thought, every guilt-filled cry of anguish mistook for an earthquake. Naruto thought, how terrifying it would be to be a planet, to be that massive, to see battles taking place on your skin, the world that is you destroyed bit by its inhabitants. But then, Naruto thought, if you were that powerful, why would you care? About the death, about the pain, about anyone but yourself? Power, Naruto realized, was everything. He shifted his head to the side, avoiding a sword by seconds, perfectly. A clone spawned behind him, snapping the Anbu's neck with one movement, taking the blade, and launching it at his partner. Naruto himself body flickered into the air, launching 3 wind blades, killing 3 foes, before smashing into another, rolling both over, taking out a kunai, then stabbing it into his heart. The man shifted into a log though, as the substituted man fell onto Naruto from above, the sword piercing through, but only revealing smoke. As his body was cut to ribbons, the Jinchuriki mid-air, form hidden by the midday sun. There were still 50 left, his senses told him. He spawned 1 clone for each, Den, himself rushing through the ground using earth chakra closer and closer to the strongest men. As he thought, they had a sensor, noticing him traveling towards them. One of them tried to skewer him with spikes, surrounding his body with chakra, but Naruto was more powerful, rushing much more chakra right back through the pathway, blowing his arms to pieces. Then, he burst from the ground, looking for the least surprised one. A blonde, with a hawk mask, which he killed in a single moment, effortlessly by thrusting his hand through her chest. The next went down by a single kick, the next thrown into another, both killed with a fireball. It was almost too easy to dodge an overhead and bury a Rasengan into the man's stomach. Man after woman, death after death, it was effortless. Too easy. Was this all it took for him to slaughter so many of his former allies? He was snapped out of that thought by a number of his clones popping, soon after another, though with no apparent cause. Maybe he had made a mistake. He didn't order them to dispel, so why did they? More and more popped, until soon there were none left, and a single signature rapidly arrived. Naruto spawned yet more clones in preparation, until he felt space distort somehow, pulling him rapidly in. Panicking, he switched with a clone, who he dispelled soon after, the void in space ending soon after. That was enough to distract him though, as an Anbu slammed his lightning-covered kunai right into his chest. It didn't dig deep enough to kill though, the markings around Naruto's eyes telling of his transition into Sage mode, making his body too durable to cut by any normal means, reducing the Ray carry into a small stab. Still, Naruto's hand went up, stopping it. He looked at the Anbu, his gloved hand still trying to force the blade into his body, and saw that hair, the type he would recognize anywhere. Kakashi? The masked man looked up, then dodged back, pulling the blood-splattered kunai from his body. It hurt a little, and blood still leaked out the body, steam flowing out as the wound repaired itself slowly. Traitor. Killer. You do not get to call me by that name. Naruto scoffed. Really? You come after me? Not Sasuke, the real traitor? One backstabbing student at a time. The wound had nearly closed, Kakashi noticed. Naruto still stared right at him. I never stabbed anyone in the back, just defended myself. I needed what was mine, can't you see that? Forgive me if I am blinded by your attempted murder of your teammate. Naruto laughed, sadistic almost. And what about Sakura, huh? Oh, the student that stayed? She is doing quite well for herself, on track to becoming the best kunoichi in the village. I guess she has you to thank for that. The Jinchuriki sighed. You know, I never wanted it to come to this. All I wanted was what I was owed. That position was mine the moment my father put the 9 tails inside me, the moment the village hated me. The damn moment you lied and failed me time and time again. Kakashi stood up straight, shook his head. That is true. I failed you, Naruto. I let you become this thing, this monster. So, let me make up for it, he said, charging up a Chidori. Naruto, still angry, snarled, charging a Rasengan. They ran at each other, smashing their attacks into one another. Piercing lightning crackled, spiraling ball grinded. The medley of chakra-infused destruction built up more and more pressure, until it exploded. Chapter 14, Blacker and Bluer. Blacker and Bluer. Twin pairs of legs skidded apart from each other, both men rolling back away from the explosion they had just caused. Kakashi mentally berated himself. He wouldn't win against Naruto using brute force, Lord knows he has enough of it. He was an Anbu. He had to think like one. He was already drained from using his Kamui earlier, but he hit him. Those markings, that feeling, it was like the Sage mode Minato had tapped into a few months before his death. Sage mode. Naruto himself was stoic, thinking. Kakashi expected him to attack head-on, probably had a million get-out-of-jail-free cards and a million ways to punish him for trying. The difference between him and the Anbu though, was durability. He only needed one hit, one attack to land, and it would be over. In a rapid burst of speed, Naruto's body flickered forward. Kakashi responded, setting the pace of the battle by launching a fan of shuriken. Like he thought, Naruto dodged with another body flicker, so he responded with shuriken after shuriken, each missing. His reflexes were too trained by years of combating his own clones for Kakashi's to hit. When he was close, the sage preemptively slammed his hands into the floor, a barrier of wind coming up just as the Kakashi he saw exploded into a lightning-natured explosion. It was, like what he expected of the Anbu, a trap. The blue sharp acres reflected of the wall uselessly, but soon the ground beneath started crumbling like sand, Naruto backflipping to avoid an uppercutting Chidori from the real ninja. Mid-air for the barest instant, he landed, and was now on the defensive, blow after blow smashing into his guard, the Sharingan wielder managing to dodge around with an impossible agility. Naruto's blocks uselessly predictable due to the precognitive gift he swore to end the Jinchuriki with. Smartening up, disadvantage apparent, Naruto took a kick to the face, barely moving or noticing it, his Sage mode empowering his defense. He took advantage of his opponent overextending, charging up the wind blade in his hand. It exploded outward in a circular arc, slicing through Kakashi's body clean, though he exploded again, another clone, lightning seizing Naruto's body as the real Kakashi dove from above, yet another Chidori charged, poised to kill. His mind scrambling in his immobile body, the younger man spawned a clone, his copy pushing him out of the way and taking the hit, allowing the original to, having recovered, smash a knee into Kakashi's stomach, grab onto his lightning-infused arm, and toss him over his shoulder whilst calling him a one-trick pony. Kakashi ignored the taunt, using Naruto's extreme momentum and strength against him, throwing him into the ground, with a resounding thud, eliciting a wheeze, before smashing a fist into a sage-marked face. The Anbu tried for more, but was punished by an unseen kick to the stomach, sending him flying backwards into a standing roll. Naruto charged in, fury evident, unleashing a flurry of hooks. Kakashi dodged around in a dancing rhythm. The boy tried to roundhouse kick him from below, but he caught it with both hands, tackling the blonde and smashing him into the ground again. Rolling over his body, turning around and kicking him in the ribs as he rose. It connected, but Naruto caught it, swinging the Anbu into the floor, his body hitting it hard, then launching a wind ball at him, forcing the man to summon a wall of rock. The two jutsus clashed, the pressurized air exploding into nothing, but it was destroyed by a Rasengan moments later, the Kakashi behind taking the hit, but being revealed to be nothing but a clone around a wooden log. The real Kakashi slashed Naruto's neck, yet it was another clone, a barrage of kunai flying at the masked man from behind where the clone had been, right where Naruto was when he launched the wind ball. The Sharingan user pushed them away with a lightning-fast electric shockwave, blitzing out from his fingertips, kicking up yet more chakra-infused dust. He played into Naruto's hand though, as his Sharingan couldn't see through the high concentration of chakra, obscuring even Naruto's signature. Silence stayed for a few seconds, before the smoke cleared, and Naruto was nowhere to be seen. Then, from above, Kakashi heard a swirling shriek, as the clone user threw a Rasen Shuriken right at his former sensei. Said man's borrowed eye bled, sealing the attack away with the rapid use of tactically applied Kamui. Hand gripping his bloodshot eye, he exclaimed in shock, "A completed Rasengan?" He recovered quickly, launching 3 kunai at the airborne enemy, each thrown at different speeds, impacting one another during their paths, until one made its way into his enemy's neck, coated with lightning, nicking against it but not piercing it. A small splash of blood shooting out. Angered at his wound, Naruto spawned a clone to slingshot him down at Kakashi, his copy's large powerful arms sending him down like a bolt from a crossbow. The Anbu fought back by launching tripwire kunai, a string attached to 2 parallel kunai set to explode via an explosive note, poised to force him to move. However, Naruto didn't stop, pushing the blades out of the way with a light gust of wind, spawning another clone, slingshotting again to the left, then throwing another clone at Kakashi himself. The masked nin dodged its dropkick handily, smashing down, killing it with a single lethal blow. Then, he was face to face with 3 opponents, breathing heavily. He had used up a lot of his chakra, and Naruto only had a few wounds. His plan of forcing Naruto into close quarters wasn't working out, and he would outlast him if Kakashi had to counter jutsu with jutsu. He had 1 Reikiri left, and probably 1 Chidori left. He would need every single bit of himself to win. Getting tired, senpai? Me, I'm only getting started, Naruto said, a vicious smile on his face. Kakashi calmed himself, standing straight. I borrowed this technique from a former teammate. I think he would be honored that I use it to kill you, he said, his eyes shifting, showing under the mask he was smiling too. Naruto looked in confusion, right as his sage mode ran out, and Kakashi disappeared, knowing for a while Naruto was on the edge of returning back to normality, the Sharingan showing Naruto's naturally green glow fading. The next moment after Kakashi vanished, one of Naruto's clones were cut through, from stomach to rib. The next had his eye pierced, a single attack, a single death. It was only years of training and reflexes that allowed him to catch the kunai aimed at his heart, the blade slicing against his fingers. Remembering before when he had been caught at the start of the battle, Kakashi let go, smashing a spinning kick into the Jinchuriki's head, then battering him with strike after strike. He jumped up, kicked the Jinchuriki in the head, then mid-flip looked away from Naruto to his pouch, taking out 2 shuriken and launching them into the man's legs, before landing deftly. Then, in a split second he charged lightning into his kunai for yet another Reikiri, hate and anger and betrayal powering it, his body launching forward with arcs of electricity and an insane speed, arms ramming his kunai into Naruto and missing, the Jinchuriki dodging at the last second, the blade going through the gap in his arm. Naruto smirked, and stabbed into the Anbu with his own kunai, blood spilling from his ribs and choked cry falling from his covered mouth. Then he looked up eyes wide, seeing another Kakashi, moments away from hitting him, Chidori in hand. The clone ripped through the real Kakashi, going through the other side and hitting Naruto through his chest. Blood ripped through both men, the hand through the other side covered in slick scarlet life. He had won. Kakashi had killed Naruto. Then he popped. The clone of Naruto popped. In that small moment where Kakashi flipped over, taking his eyes away, Naruto spawned a copy, hiding behind it perfectly. Lying in wait for the shinobi's gambit, waiting for him to take the bait. The smoke cleared, and the already near-dead Kakashi saw the Jinchuriki smash a Rasengan into his heart. He had failed. Everyone. Always. He had even failed the boy. Minato's child, his brother not in blood but in truth. He could relate to him so much, understand him, but no. He was too busy trying to kill himself. Too busy trying to follow his father to take care of someone. That was the ugly truth. Everything that had happened to Naruto, everything he had become, was his fault. And here he was, trying to kill himself all over again. He really was pathetic. Well, he was dead. Dying. Same thing. He had always been on the edge, really, ever since his father died. Since then, he was barely there, always tethered to something, someone. Minato, Yamato, Naruto. Now it was all gone. Now he could be in peace. In hell. No, a person like him didn't need an afterlife. All he needed was the worms. He died screaming, blood flushing out as his chest was caved in by the bright blue death ball, pushed further and further in, the man showing no mercy. None at all. Chapter 15. Enough to make a man cry. Enough to make a man cry. Squad 1 is dead. Tsunade looked up from her papers. Her eyes were wide. A daunting feeling plummeted from her chest, all the way down to the bottom of her gut, the feeling swirling and sickening. All of them? Every last one. She swallowed a gulp of spit. It tasted like ash, somehow. She needed a drink. At least she knew that would taste as bitter as it always did. Dragon, leave. As you command, said the Onbu commander, who had taken it upon himself to deliver the news personally. His body flickered out of the room, leaving nothing but space. She reached under her desk, fishing out a bottle of sake in a cup. She poured a shot out, lukewarm liquid falling dead, before just leaving it there. Sat, like her, on that desk, despondent. Kakashi was dead. There really was no hope for Naruto then. The entire squad. Not just the captain, everyone. They had lost contact days ago, and now they knew he didn't even care to leave any survivors. For what? Power? Was that what Nawaki would have become if that explosion hadn't happened when he was the same child that Naruto was? She shook her head. She was the problem, she the one at fault really. She projected her love and grief onto Naruto as a way to deal with the lingering feelings all these years later. That Tsunade of then would have become Hokage for her little brother in an instant, but then he left, and all she had was the hat. And what did that make her? She sends children into battlefields. Lets mentors go on suicide missions to kill their students. Hell, she even let Naruto escape in the first place. Why was she even here anymore? She didn't care, she didn't want this. She wanted to gamble her life away, run from debt callers and ninja hunters, feel nothing, drag everyone down with her until she died 6 feet under. She looked at a picture of her, Shizune, and Sakura, all smiling. Tsunade scoffed, because she knew now, she was better than that. Just a little longer. Just a little longer and she could leave them, and die by her lonesome. It was what she deserved really. What was going to end her story? Just a little more. There we are Sakura, one miso ramen, I hope you enjoy it. It hurt coming back here, now more than ever. She wondered if she was the problem sometimes. The Sakura of then, pink-haired and starry emerald-eyed, was so weak, so cowardly that never in her pink head full of pining and jealous thoughts could she have made the team stick together. First Sasuke, driven by revenge. Then Naruto, driven by hate. And finally, Kakashi, driven by duty. He didn't even say bye, and 3 years later all she hears is his death. Gone, forever. All of them were. Sasuke is now corrupted by Orochimaru, even if those reports of his death are true. They have heard nothing about him, except his crimes and murders, him only getting by because of Naruto's heat distracting them. And the blonde, gone because of her. Everyone tries to tell her otherwise, that he did it to himself, that he wanted to leave ever since Sasuke did, but she knew better, knew she didn't even want to talk to him after what he said to her that day in the hospital, and she regrets it. Only a single drop more, it could have been, of love and care and attention that he needed, but she couldn't spare it. And to what end? Maybe he was right, all those years ago. Maybe she was cruel. Her ramen was cold. She left it on the table. Those memories were meant to make her feel warm inside, but it just made her empty. Steadily, they were getting ahead of her, but she had something they didn't. Friends. She rushed off to another session of practice with Tsunade. Lateness wasn't tolerated. Couldn't be. Sitting on a simple rock, in a simple forest, under a simple clear blue sky, Naruto didn't know what to think. Kakashi was dead, his teacher, the one who told him about his parentage, the man who saved his life. He didn't regret it, but he didn't feel much about it. He realized, it didn't matter to him anymore, the abandonment. He had let it go. No longer did that hellish trauma burrow deep inside him. He wanted to be Hokage, but in a way as if he had never been born in the leaf. Power, respect, love, fear. He needed that, needed to breathe it. To be it. He didn't care about Kakashi anymore. But there was still belief, still Temari. Some part of him, questioning and doubting like always, barked out that nobody wanted him as Hokage, that they didn't deserve him, that he should just settle down in Suna with Temari instead, and he guessed that was the cold calculating voice of reason, but yet again he ignored it. He couldn't let go, because it was his. Because if he leaves and joins Suna and everything else, then they won. Day after day, week after week he was feared, unwanted, seen but not heard and treated with no respect. If he gave up, they would still think that way, still think he was a coward, a fool, a monster. But why does he care in the first place? Simple. He wants to prove them wrong. Wants to look them in the eye and see them surprised, wants to win against them. He doesn't care if they want him or not, he doesn't care about their admiration. All he needs is to be better, stronger than they ever thought he could be. That's exactly what he wants. That was why Kakashi was dead. He stood in his way. Gray hair falling in bare strands because his hatred for himself obscured his consideration of his own life. Blood flowing from open chest, he chose to use Naruto to kill himself. It was rather sad, Naruto thought. He stood up from his perch, and continued on his return. He wanted to see Gaara, see Temari. Soon, they would meet, and soon they would march on leaf. Only a couple of weeks more, and he would break the 9 tails. And then, he would be unstoppable. Itachi was woken from his slumber, body failing bit, by the brisk sound of nothing. He didn't dream often. When he did, they were horrors of the past. Not being able to catch Shisui, him falling forever and ever. Killing countless enemies until he realized they were wearing Sasuke's dead face, the stolen skin drooping off in a cruel mockery of his brother. Sometimes it was just a copy himself, crying, looking scared and vulnerable, wanting nothing more than to survive. Every time he had that dream, he killed it, an emotionless kunai to the neck. He sighed, rising in a single, accurate, precise, perfect movement, live body flexing and shifting under his fishnet mesh shirt. Him and Kisame set up their camp near the coast. It was beautiful, he could admit, even through his half-blind clouded eyes, but the moist air did no favors to his lungs. Step after step he moved over the ground, bare pebbles and flakes of the ground sticking to his new sandals. They did a lot of traveling, him and the shark, wearing their clothes down bit by bit. The Itachi of before wouldn't have even considered him a friend, but somehow, now he was his closest ally. They were both monsters, but they had a shared understanding in that predatory existence. Keep the blood flowing, and they were alive. Itachi once would have said he hated the killing, but that was a lie. He wanted peace, and so whenever he killed one who professed the opposite, he felt happiness. Well, until that night, so many years ago, yet far too close still. Still he regrets that, he thinks, walking up near the edge of the continent. He regrets making that mistake, leaving Sasuke to the vultures, killing all he knew, because he was too weak to do the hard option. Find a way to let everyone live, and he couldn't. In his small 12-year-old genius mind, he had to kill them all. And now he paid the price, apart from them all, and in a dying body. It was horrible and ironic, that the only way to repair it, to have any good come from his mistakes, was to scar his younger brother with his death, and hope that would be enough to let him unlock his Mangekyo. As it was, he was worthless. Yet still, Kisame grinned every time he saw him, like he did just now, his back to the shining rising sun, a letter in his hand. "Hey, brooder. Got a letter for you," he said, smile sharp as ever, figuratively and literally. He threw it, the paper sailing softly in the morning breeze until it landed in Itachi's hand gently. The Uchiha read it, calm, yet a small quiver in his voice. He swallowed, then talked. "Hokage Kakashi is dead. You knew him?" "Yes, he was my squad leader in Anbu." "You sad about it?" Itachi's eyes were as cold as ever. Distant, like he was looking at someone else entirely. "No. It is a shame to lose such a strong shinobi, but the person that beat him must be stronger. As it happens, Naruto was our target last that I heard." Kisame started laughing deep. "Ha! You want to fight this kid?" Itachi, for once in so long, smiled. "After I fight my brother. I hope he is as resilient as the Jinchuriki has shown himself to be." The town is burning. He can smell it, he can see it, feel the terror. He is covered in blood, from weaklings and nothing more. He is powerful, he is a god to these people. And it isn't enough. Sasuke was still behind him. Behind that blonde-haired himbo or whatever, the fool able to kill his former sensei. Some cynical, overly so, part of him thinks Kakashi wanted to die, simply sat down whilst Naruto slit his throat, but that doesn't strike him as what the ninja would do. He was given a mission, kill or capture Naruto, and he failed. Simple. He was weaker, but Sasuke wasn't. Soon, he would run into him. He knew where the Anbu died, knew what the new Naruto looked like using the power of his Sharingan and some interrogation genjutsu on an unwitting witness a couple towns back. It was only a matter of time, of days. Then they would meet, and Sasuke would kill one brother, and be one step closer to killing the next. Sasuke wondered if everyone close to him was fated to die. Kakashi, Naruto, Itachi. The only exception was Sakura, but she wasn't ever close to him, was she? Just a one-minded obsession. He looked at the flames in front of him, knowing, feeling, that he was obsessed too. Chapter 16, Brothers 2. Brothers. Scarf pulled high, clothes hanging off his muscled body, the Jinchuriki walked into yet another bar, ordered yet another drink, and yet again. Took in his chaotic, atmospheric surroundings. Despite the repetition he felt from these much too familiar actions, he had been forced to abstain from his usual shinobi bar visits ever since his battle with Kakashi. The hunter squads quickly disbanded, scattered like crazy, and from then he was simply traveling across the armpit of a region which was the land of hot springs. It had been wrought with economic turmoil from the wars previous until it rebranded itself as a home for the rich and wealthy of the surrounding lands, ending up as a sort of caste state, the poor working for little pay serving the upper class in every way they could. And that meant every way. Waiters, chefs, prostitutes. Despite that feeling of prosperity and harmlessness, every village he came across was destroyed. Burnt to the ground, dead civilians sliced and stabbed and executed. If he didn't know better, he'd have thought a war was going on, but here he was, in a bar full of missing nin and mercs, and not a single one was talking about deployment, about scavenging battlefields and killing high bounty targets like he'd have thought. Either he was right behind a major offensive so destructive and hidden people had yet to hear about it, or it was a group, small, maybe even one man. His first thought was Akatsuki, but they seemed to be making a move on Jinchuriki, not world domination or whatever. Senseless slaughter didn't seem to be their aim. The blonde was stumped, so out of concern and curiosity he ventured into the first place he could find, in the aim of figuring out what the fuck was happening. A large burly man sat next to him, smelling of alcohol and body odor. He must have been 8 feet tall, and almost 500 pounds, but he still somehow sat on the small chair, the wood creaking under his weight, just barely holding on. He looked at Naruto's drink, clasping an unwelcome hand on his shoulder. Juice? What are ya? A pussy? Drink some real manly shit like. He was cut off by a kunai ripping through his neck. Then the bar exploded. Naruto, of course having better reaction speeds than near everyone in that shithole of a place, managed to escape by diving out of a window seconds before a riptide of lightning cracked down with an insane pressure and power, vaporizing anything in sight, destroying the roof, walls, crashing every window in a 50-meter radius, and crushing the foundations. He rolled up to a stand, turning around, scanning to see the perpetrator. And then he saw a man, standing, a chakra-infused hand aimed to the heavens. Black raven escape hair. Pale skin. Soft features. And, of course, 2 red eyes, copy wheel spinning insanely. Right at him. Sasuke. The Jinchuriki said, shock, and memories building up in a matter of moments. The brooding boy-turned-man turned his hand, waving, a venomous smile placed on his mouth, eerily reminiscent of his former master. Before you attack me, let's talk, shall we? If either of us win I'm sure we'd want to know what the other did since we last met. It took every bit of will Naruto still had to not smash his foe, the traitor, right in the fucking face. 1 breath, 2 breaths. He nodded. All right. Explain. It was you who destroyed those villages, right? Sasuke smiled wider somehow. He looked deranged, unsettling. Like instead of the brooder he was before, everything had come unfurled, and he wasn't confined by any idea of being an Avenger or a ninja. Hair darker, body lither, eyes wider, everything about him was more, too much even. His outfit was a medley of black and blends of purple and charcoal, bare traces of blue, trailing falling cloth tinged with red amongst the sea of night, draped over tight, body-fit clothing, so close to his skin you could see the tight muscle underneath. Yes. You want to know why, I am guessing? Simple, to get to you, I needed to attract you, make myself a threat you couldn't ignore. I used to not care about the fucking fool Jinchuriki Narutouzumaki, hell Orochimaru needed to force me to learn about you. Said I needed to know your weaknesses in case I ever came back and needed to face you. Of course, then you left, 15 years old and you followed in my footsteps. Naruto scowled. It wasn't like that. The Avenger laughed, mean and cruel and maniacal. Too loud and too long. No, it was worse. You attacked your teammate because you were jealous. Because she was a threat to you. Naruto went to object, but he couldn't. He stayed silent, frustration building. I understand it. Really, I do. You never cared about her, just the idea of her. And when that idea of a perfect world was gone, You saw no use for her, cut her away. Just like him. Confusion welled up inside Naruto right next to his anger. Him? Itachi. Just like him, you lied, said we were your friends, were the most important people in the world to you, and then when you saw no use for us, you cut us apart. I wondered which version of you was lying, but then I realized just like him everything about you was a lie. You say you care about your friends, but you have none. You say you want to create peace, but every conflict you are in you create war. Everything you have ever done is a contradiction, is a falsehood. Sasuke looked right at the Jinchuriki with every word he spoke. He savored the sanguine taste of Naruto's reactions, the delight on every response he gave. He was worse than Itachi, worse, so he could play with him. A worse liar, so he could poke holes through him and watch his breath leave his body until it left him dead. The sage shook his head. No, never. I am nothing like him. I chose to never abandon my friends. Yet here you are, alone. I would never slaughter an entire clan. I know what you did to that hunter nin squad. I never lied. I would never lie about what I am. You are different. Too different. Naruto knew Sasuke was trying to get to him, trying to put him off, but part of him accepted what the Uchiha was saying. How? Sasuke laughed a bit, lunacy reaching almost a peak. The Naruto of old would have never attacked Sakura, never had left the village, never had left his loved ones, never had killed indiscriminately. Yet, here you are. The only reality where that makes any sense is one where that Naruto was never real. A ploy, to make us closer to you, so you could manipulate, use us, and get whatever you needed from us. Sakura, she might have been useless, but she had at least some potential, and as much as I don't like to admit it, she was important to me once. And me? Sasuke Uchiha, strong, young, and a Sharingan wielder. The worst outcome, if I was close enough, would be to steal my eyes and run away. Baring his teeth, Naruto's frustration nearly reached a peak. I would never. I cared for you too, both, but then I realized you weren't worth it. You hated me, abused me, used me, and I got nothing from it. Sakura attacked me, you nearly killed me. Look at you. Do you truly believe that lie? We were friends, we cared for each other. We weren't perfect, but still we would have died for each other. It was a broken relationship. But you and Sakura could have been together still, even without me. Why do you think of me as a villain, Sasuke? His smile turned from a happy one to a sad one, then dropped altogether. Because you remind me of him. Reminded me of Itachi when he was younger, though dumber. I thought that meant I could ensure you'd stay good, but it was folly. He was never good, like you were never good. Both liars, even to yourself. Even if you hadn't attacked Sakura, hadn't left the leaf, had stayed your old happy self, it would have been a lie, just like Itachi's brother-loving self. Lies so deep they override everything. Lies so strong they seem like truth even to you, but what you don't realize, is that in reality, you two are soulless. You both held on to those falsehoods until they became inconvenient, and then you threw them away for others. Say what you want about me, Naruto. I have always remained truthful to myself. I hate Itachi. I want him dead, not because he hurt me, but because he is a pathetic waste of humanity, who should be culled from the world. And you? You are the exact fucking same. I let you live, not only do I not get my practice on the prototype of the Itachi variant of scum, but I also let a waste of breath, vacant soul and self, loose on the world again. The blonde looked to the side, letting out a laugh, not of humor, but exasperation and rage, expelling both in an effort to keep it together without breaking. And you are the arbiter of goodness? Destroying village after village in an effort to find me? Sasuke smiled again, tutting. Never said I was a good man. Just that I would kill a worse one. He unsheathed his danto from the fasten on his back. Naruto breathed. Slowed it. Calmed himself, collected every single bit of hate and rage, and tried to let it go, but he couldn't. He decided it didn't matter, to collect the nature chakra anyway. It would take time though. Time, he noticed as Sasuke sprinted towards him fast. He didn't have. The Uchiha, running low, uppercut with an upward swipe of his sword, Naruto flipping back to avoid the attack, somersaulting and launching a fan of kunai at his attacker, forcing a deflection, granting the Uzumaki enough space to spawn a few clones, all four of his bodies rushing at Sasuke. The first threw a too obvious punch, Sasuke slicing his jugular with a well-placed slice, the second rushing through the smoke but too slow, as it was stabbed through. Naruto rushed from the side, body flicker enhancing his speed, a Rasengan formed in his hand, aiming to ram it into the Raven Hair's ribs. In a moment though, the Uchiha generated a spark of lightning in his hand, pointing it at Naruto's heart, and firing an arc, blasting through and making a huge hole. Then he popped. The real Naruto burst through the second clone smoke, spinning mid-air and smashing a kick into the side of Sasuke's head, hard enough to make him roll. Both landed on their feet, the lightning user flashing a couple of air-emanating strikes at Naruto almost instantly, his body barely swerving around all 7 of the strikes in quick succession. Then the dust settled, and both men stared at one another. One, blonde, Uzumaki, who felt like he never truly had anyone, owned anything, fighting hard to get whatever he could. And the other, brunette, Uchiha, who had lost everyone, who was nothing and knew it, and wanted to end everything with nothing left, wanted to return everything to where it was. They ran at each other once again. Chapter 17, Long time coming. Long time coming. Naruto convinced himself, bit by bit, of many things. The more mundane things, like noodles for lunch every day, despite how much it made his stomach churn each time, was healthy, and he couldn't and wouldn't accept the reality where it wasn't. He couldn't accept the reality where he couldn't be Hokage. Then, he couldn't accept the reality where he hadn't been betrayed. This inherent knowledge of the world, that if he willed it, undoubtedly, it would come to be, allowed his confidence in everything. And just like everything before it, Naruto knew he lived in the world where Sasuke Uchiha, betrayer, avenger and fool to stand in front of him, would fall without a struggle. But like all of those previous convictions, reality caught up to him. When Naruto used his clones, Sasuke spotted each, using them as a trick himself, launching them into each other, rewarding Naruto for his efforts with cut after cut. When Naruto launched his attacks, Sasuke countered or dodged easily. When Naruto fought with extremely precise and powerful blows, Sasuke manipulated them, his body that of his snakes, eyes of an eagle, and speed of a cheetah. Naruto didn't stand a chance against Sasuke, against his continuous attacks. Every enemy before treated him like a ninja, but Sasuke acted like he was but a man, predictable and exploitable. Every attack was followed with jibes, insults. You aren't good enough and you deserve this. Now, his body was wounded and broken, splinters littering his body from the buildings he had been launched through, snapped wrist slowly mending itself. This wasn't like Kakashi, a lethal assassin trying to end him. Sasuke wanted him to suffer, wanted the idea of Naruto, like the man, dead. The fight had been simple, understandable, but Naruto took too long, played around a bit too much. In almost every way, the two were equals, but the Sharingan, when in the right conditions, was impossibly powerful. Soon, Sasuke had learned all of his moves, and the improvised ones he saw through with ease. Naruto was running out of time before Sasuke caught up to him. He lifted his back from the wooden shack ruins he had just been launched through, flipping in reverse as the Avenger cut at his head, moving close with an instant body flicker. Naruto landed well, but had to twist his body to the side, dodging Kusanagi, the short sword thrust designed to plunge into his heart like a butcher carving meat, precise and calm. Uzumaki stepped back as the sword cut up, slicing a faint superficial cut into his skin, from his groin all the way to his clavicle. Sage mode had run out, yet Sasuke's onslaught had only just begun, his grayed out skin and white hair the clear sign of his curse mark running on overdrive. Naruto knew the physical benefits were inferior to his sage mode, but he was empty, and Sasuke was right in front of him, a maniacal smile on his face, sadistic desire evident. Naruto needed space, so he spawned clone after clone, Sasuke cutting through them like butter, his action only delaying the inevitable, until he ducked under a piercing thrust, smashing a fist right into Sasuke's liver. He had learned where to attack to deal the most damage with Jiraiya, and even against a stronger foe, it would stun Sasuke for a moment. Using that advantage, Naruto desperately took Sasuke's own kunai, pulling it from its sheath and plunging it into his ribs, not fast enough to hit the heart, or avoid Sasuke's counter hook, which sent the Jinchuriki reeling back in pain. Sasuke looked at the wound, a feint, not an opening. Naruto knew Sasuke using that trick before to then catch him off guard with his Sharingan enhanced vision, scoffing. That all you have, Naruto? Was it shitty little tricks that let you kill Kakashi? Show me real fucking power, something worth betraying everyone you've ever known for. Real power? Naruto had power, sure, a lot of it, but did he want to use it all up right now? In a war of attrition though, he would always win. More chakra and more practice using it. In a single moment an agreement was had, both sides charging up twin attacks, Rasen shurikens and Naruto's, Chidori and Sasuke's. Smiling madly, both men started with their assault, their wanna-kill so extreme it destroyed even the terrain around them, arcs of electricity vaporizing mud to glass, from pylon flesh, to wine swirling with the ever-rotating flow of tailed beast-derived chakra. The power was ludicrous, unneeded, inappropriate, and addicting. And most of all, both knew they would win. Naruto launched both shuriken at the same time, as Sasuke ran at him. Then, they hit each other, exploding, engulfing Sasuke in a big ball of energetic and lethal light, blue and bright, and for a moment Naruto thought it was over. The Uchiha finally shredded to death in the mutinous strings of slicing ribbon murder. Then, a hand ran through his heart from behind. Sasuke had used a substitution in the last moment, the sound a cloak for the foreboding sound of 1,000 chirping birds. In a single move, Sasuke had ended the battle. Yet, he didn't stop there, wrapping an arm around Naruto's throat, and raising an arm to the sky. There is a chance you live through that, Naruto. I'm not leaving things up to chance. Whatever I decide must happen, will happen, and I will ensure that with all my strength. Here, you get to experience a technique no one has seen twice. Savor it. Naruto could barely hear, the blood loss and impairment, but somehow, every word was spelt out in his head. The air got hot, saturated with chakra and the building tension of death. Whatever it was coming near, big and bulky, and monstrous. Clouds came in, heavy and gray and hot, rubbing together, and he could smell something, ozone maybe, in the air. Witness, the conviction of a boy scorned, turned into a man more powerful than anything else in this world. Witness, my strength. Witness, a god. Kirin. And the sky opened, and it was blue, lightning, pure and chakra both, cascading down, so large and huge Naruto could only compare it to the Ichibi, but it was so perfect and beautiful, it couldn't have been a demon. In that moment, Naruto thought, for all that Sasuke was cruel, he must have been a nice person on the inside. Because to make the last thing someone sees something this beautiful, is a merciful thing. Yet, it wasn't for him. The bolt engulfed the earth, a crushing pressure as power destroyed everything around it. Sasuke had substituted with a clone once more, able to watch his copy and his enemy both be destroyed by the blue. He smiled, not the insane feature of before, but nostalgic. Reminiscing over the man he had just killed. It dissipated, leaving only charred ash and blackened mud, glass made from the mad amount of heat exerted. It was a success. Nothing was left of narutouzumaki. Then, red energy oozed out from the floor, wrapping around his leg, as a beast clad in crimson flowing chakra burst out from its hiding place. It grabbed onto Sasuke's shoulder, then swiped a lethal claw across his chest, eliciting a groan of pain. It was followed up by a devastating punch to the chest, sending the Uchiha up into the sky. His body sent flying away as the hand gripped a clothed back and launched him away, the body rolling on the dirt, scrapes and cuts and broken bones barely nullified by his curse-marked body. Sasuke pushed up instantly. He knew it was Naruto but controlled by the nine tails. Twisted and malformed. He smiled, sinister. Hell, he could have already killed the boy inside the chakra shell, and all that remained was the beast inside, using him as a vessel. Then the skin peeled away, showing a blonde face, whiskers, and not a mark on the jinchuriki. The mouth was still, flat, then picked up in a grin as his blue eyes opened, the peeling away shell now a cloak of energy around him. Sasuke didn't know what he was looking at. Confusion and anger fell upon his face in an instant. How? Kirin is invincible, unstoppable. You should be dead twice over. Naruto started to walk, calm collected, knowing he had won. That Sasuke had met a match, brute force he couldn't overcome. Just like then, Sasuke, you aren't good enough. The Avenger nearly stumbled then. What? Naruto continued, in speech and movement. Just like then, not enough power. First Itachi, now me. Only this time you don't get a second chance. Sasuke's face went to fury, his body dashing forth as he body flickered in an obvious attack. One Naruto saw through easily, ducking under, the weave letting him smash a fist into the man's stomach, followed by two instant head blows, left to right, and then a final kick to the head tumbling the man over, knocking him from his curse mark. No. You can't be this powerful. After all I sacrificed, you can't. Naruto got closer, towering over the Uchiha, just like Itachi did all those years ago. You aren't him. You can't do it. Nobody but him can kill me, and even he couldn't kill me, because he saw pity. I have no need for that. You are right, Sasuke. I am a betrayer, I am a killer, I am a sadistic bloodthirsty maniac, who would sell everything I have ever had for power. I am just like him, and just like him, you are worth nothing, because you can't kill me. Sasuke shook with rage, before yelling, pathetic and useless and powerless, swinging his blade at Naruto, who simply raised his arm and watched as the blade bent around the red chakra cloak, snapping in two. He snatched the broken blade mid-air, and deftly shoved it into the Uchiha's neck. Sasuke looked shocked, his eyes bulging from the pain. He tried to speak, but nothing came out. The last sight before he died, was something hellish. A smile, fang-filled but so familiar, just like the one Itachi had all those years ago when he was forced into his purpose. Both were so amused, with him. He realized, Naruto was looking at his death, and so was Itachi. They both saw his end, his loss, his hubris. The only difference is Naruto took hold of it, both demons, and he lost to both. Sasuke dropped to the ground, dead. Naruto's breathing was heavy, but content measured. It was over. Sasuke was on his mind for years, he realized, collapsing on a nearby half-destroyed tree, back against the soft bark. Even in the back, until he left the village, and even after he wanted to kill him. But he was a fool. He didn't train like Sasuke did. He did it harder, more, and he was stronger, but Sasuke was targeted. He would kill Naruto and Itachi by researching them over years and years, exploiting their every move against them. It was why he was so dominating. Every action he was goaded into, and for that he nearly died. Sasuke's arm through his heart, a lightning dragon come to destroy him. Naruto had been making move after move entirely improvised. His conviction was no stronger than Sasuke's, but he just targeted whatever was in front of him. Noodles in his cupboard, the Hokage on the cliff face, his one to feel attacked, hurt more important than anything. Undoubtedly, he was fucked up. He needed allies, to head to Suna and make sure he isn't hunted. Between the Akatsuki, Konoha, and everything in between, he was fucked. They would deal with Akatsuki, and then Konoha, and then he could rest, make everything just and right. It still hurt, but he ignored it. He wasn't like Itachi, not fully, but it helped to make it sound like he was. To act like a killer. And, as much as he didn't want to admit it, it felt good, powerful, something he needed to use. What if he was as feared as that man? He got up from the tree, looked at Sasuke's body, and thought for a moment. Like that man? His eyes traced up to the eyes, open, red, and far away. He sucked in air through his nostrils. Knelt down, pushed his fingers into the dead man's body, and plucked the orb out, covered in blood. He knew exactly what to do. Days later, a man. Blonde spiky hair cut short recently, scarf draped over his neck, orange and red and green outfit intricate and elaborate. His left eye was covered, an eye patch, black leather fastened by a strap, walked, calm, measured. He was done hiding. He would stay out in the open, no matter what. Let his enemies come to him. And come they did, as a man, cloaked in Akatsuki clouds traveled for him. One goal in mind: to kill Narutouzumaki. Chapter 18, Grief. When Itachi got the news, his eyes bled. His world turned gray. Nothing mattered, and could matter, and ever had mattered. Sasuke Uchiha is dead. He could barely read those words from the letter Kisame handed him, his vision so ruined by the years of Mangekyo usage, but they were spelt out well. The period stopped the sentence and the world stopped alongside it. No longer was the chirping of birds or the blowing of wind or the energy in the ground there anymore, instead replaced by silence and emptiness. Just like his soul, his realization that all that inflicted trauma was for naught. Disappointed? Kisame asked, a titanic interruption to the solace the silence of the universe had gifted him, as the planet begun spinning again. Itachi wasn't crying, wasn't screaming. He had lived his life lying so much that it was probably easier to shift into the mask of the egoic mass murderer than the real and very broken 22-year-old wreck he really was. Instead, he was looking into the distance, sad, calm and unresponsive, until he was disturbed. Of course, I expected better of him. Who did it? It was such a desperate question, but it made sense. Who better to want to fight than the man who killed the person who was meant to kill you? Funnily enough, our former target. Narutouzumaki. Apparently, he managed to kill the Uchiha, stole one of his eyes as well. Itachi stopped caring about the Uzumaki's well-being when he left the leaf, believing him to be just another disappointing traitor seeking to find his own little piece of power and freedom. Sometimes he doubted that the kid he saw, so clearly caring and loving, would decide to attack his teammate like that, but it didn't matter too much. He had killed too many to care if Naruto was really a double agent or a missing nin or both, simply that he didn't want Akatsuki to succeed in their plans, and gaining the Nine Tails was the biggest step. Now though, he knew he had to kill him, to destroy him so completely he never came back. Then we will go after him. Kisame chuckled. Really? This kid must be pretty strong if he killed a person you created. Looking at your condition, I doubt you'd be able to fight him without a plan. That was true, though really Itachi didn't want to live. There was an easy way out, both dying, Naruto from Itachi's bullshit, and Itachi through chakra exhaustion and illness, the strain on his body too much. But a small, angry part of himself, that had been building up ever since he learned of the coup, of Shisui's death, of Madara's return, of the Akatsuki, told him to live. Told him, the only person that was supposed to kill him was Sasuke Uchiha, and hence, he would refuse death. But to do that, he would need power, and a lot of it. Kisame. What would be the hardest fight one could take part in? I dunno. Killing a god, I guess. We could do that by the end of the week. A toothy grin was response enough, but the blue-skinned man spoke in return. Sounds fun. Who are we chasing this time, partner? Itachi himself smiled, a mad, grief-stricken sadism surfacing. He had wanted this for so long, and it was near. The Akatsuki, Tsunade was tired. Too tired, an old woman pretending to look young to make her feel strong. She needed new blood, someone she trusted and someone she knew would sacrifice everything to help those around them. Kakashi was a candidate before he was ruined by Naruto's departure and then killed by him. Gods, she had seen how many failures the Leaf had experienced, and it was horrific. The Nine Tails attack, the Hyuga scandal, the Uchiha massacre, the Konoha crush, Kakashi's death, and of course Naruto's escape. The Leaf was weaker than ever, and it needed someone better than her to help it. The candidate list was short and the valid ones even shorter. The ones she trusted out of them was barely a scrap, but in the end, after it all, she only had one choice, and her only hope was that she accepted. A knock came from the door. Tsunade, distracted from her thoughts, called for the person to come in. Pink hair flowed past the door, wind blowing past, her student now standing in front of her. You called for me, master? If Tsunade had a single ray of hope, Sakura was it. Young, smart, stronger than her. Now, she looked more confident and womanly at 18 than she ever had, her eyes steeled and mature as she walked in front, somehow understanding the seriousness of the situation without a single word. I think it is time for me to retire as Hokage. Sakura's eyes opened wide, shock evident. Are you sure? I'm tired, Sakura. Tired of ruling, of failure. I need a replacement, one good enough to save us all. Where is this going? Tsunade Senju, 5th Hokage, drunk, gambler, fool, looked her protege in the face, and smirked, a smile that told of nothing good. Sakura Haruno. You'll be the 6th Hokage. The pink-haired girl didn't respond for a while. Tsunade though she would shriek or run away or smile or anything, but instead she sighed, sitting down on the chain, putting her head in her hands. Really? Are you disappointed? Not really. I expected this, she said lifting her head up once again. Tsunade furrowed her brow. Since when? Sakura sighed again, a little louder than earlier. Since Naruto attacked me, since you upped my training, since people started looking at me like I was the new hope for the village instead of just another girl. The blonde woman looked at her student, nostalgic hue in her eyes. I hope you win, Sakura. Against whom? You know who. Your teammate, the person who killed your sensei. She leaned back, almost laid back. Have you seen what he's capable of? I can't defeat him. Tsunade shook her head, ready to try to convince Sakura. No, you're strong. I know. I never said I couldn't win against him. Silence for a time. What is it? It'll take time, and Shikamaru, but I have the beginnings of a plan. One that will let us win, no matter the sacrifice. Tsunade smiled, sad, nostalgic, but real. That's my girl. Naruto's right eye hurt, burned, the pain from the surgery painful and irritating. It was covered with a bandage wrapped across his face, obscuring the replaced organ. His choice to take the Sharingan was done primarily because he recognized the power. Twice he had fought against copy wheel wielders, and their exceptional abilities, and twice he had envied it. Sasuke's eye was easier to fit, matched better, almost perfectly, and the healing factor inherited from the Nine Tails made his sloppy, and bloody, technique recover quickly. Irrespective of the pain, he still sat, lotus, pushing his body and senses into the world around, meditating. Soon, his consciousness entered its under, and he was able to walk, his mind having changed to be as usual scattered with nature, but part ways marred with battlefield damages, scars in the terrain, clear signs of destruction and chaos. The Uzumaki trekked through close-quarters foliage, pushing through plant and leaf, ducking under tree branch and hopping over mud patches. He made his way through more and more, until reaching where the beast was. The prison bars still stretched high, pushing into the abyss, but the figure behind was small and see-through, a bare gust of black smoke. Come to glow? Naruto pulled down his bandages, revealing Sasuke's eye, red and spinning, 3 tomoe powerful and dark. No, to put you down. If the nine-tailed beast had ended up being stronger, bigger, more advantaged, he would have shrieked and snarled and roared upon seeing the Sharingan, but now all he could do was wait, as the eye pierced his mind, destroying it. Now, the Nine Tails was under his control, all the power his. Naruto went to the seal, to pull it down, but as he did, he felt a presence. The paper ripped as the ninja turned, though he saw nothing. He turned again and nothing still. One final turn, calmer now, doubting, showed a man. Shorter than him, but the same eyes and same hair and same skin. He wasn't smiling, his blue eyes piercing Naruto's own. Dad? Minato wanted to respond, wanted to say so many things, but he was paralyzed with choice. He was a clone, really, but he didn't know wherever to hug his son or punch him. Naruto, I'm sorry. Instead, he apologized. What? I am sorry for making you the Jinchuriki, for making you the scapegoat for the village, for leaving you. If I had done better, maybe you would have turned out better. What? What do you mean better? Naruto was offended, Minato noted. He made no effort to change that fact. You killed Kakashi, son. It was self-defense, but you attacking Sakura wasn't. You betrayed your own because of your own insecurities, and I can't ever forgive that. As Minato went on, Naruto's anger grew and grew. Forgive me? You made your son a living weapon, hid his lineage from everyone, and died on me, and I'm the one who has to be forgiven? The fourth Hokage shook his head. It isn't like that, Naruto. Lu, you dare say that to me, to imply it was my fault? It was your fault. Mine and yours, both. I fucked up by abandoning you, and you fucked up by being a traitor. Naruto walked up to Minato, pushing him with an unbridled fury. I was never a traitor. She betrayed me, by taking away my birthright. Being Hokage isn't a birthright, it is something that is given to you. You earn it. I deserved everything for what I went through. Minato stayed silent then. Naruto's whole mental space stayed silent, as the boy heaved, furious. All I ever needed was a family. I know, son. Why? I'm sorry, son. I'm sorry. Naruto looked up, to his father fading away. Minato smiled, sad and tragic. Guess I'm out of time. The Jinchuriki halted for a moment, until he moved again, tackling his father in a hug. I'm sorry, I should have just talked to you, made things matter. It doesn't matter. Even after everything, I still love you. Eyes brimmed with tears, Naruto separated from his father, as the man faded away. A smile, eyes closed, disappearing until the only thing left was white void. Then Naruto awoke. He was in a hotel room, one he had rented out, a clone watching the door. Naruto knew this was ill-advised, but he was too excited, even reeling from seeing his father like that, the doubt if it was even real, the question if he wasted it or not. Finally, after years of being terrorized because of it, he had defeated the Nine Tails. It was dead, and he had inhabited its power. Now he looked deep into his body, the core of chakra within blending closer and closer to his seal, until the two combined into one. It didn't hurt, didn't feel of anything really, but Naruto could feel the power brimming at his fingertips. The simultaneous swirl of man and demon turned into one being. Like glass shattered, a flush of sound came with a burst of power, as Naruto's body flushed with gold and red flames, the chakra coating his body, coming out as commanded, and staying with him, obedient. He took it off his skin, the golden power floating around like a wraith, before Naruto chose to let it flow into his scarf instead, the apparel flashing with gold, before dissipating back into his core. No more was he a Jinchuriki. No, not even a tailed beast. He had become a god, and smiling with elongated fangs, Naruto realized he liked it. Itachi? Yes, Kisame? Did you love your brother? You're grieving, you know? I can smell it as much as I can see it. You're sad. Disappointed. Because he died? In myself. Silence. The rain pouring right on the outskirts of its namesake country was the only background to the tense nothing coming from each man's mouth. Itachi stayed, eyes closed, almost too calm for what he was going to do. If you wish to ask me something, do it, Kisame. I trust you, Itachi. Gods know I fucking shouldn't, but I do. I'll deal with whatever shit in whatever storm you want us to walk through, but tell me why at the very least. Tell me what Sasuke meant to you. Itachi inhaled. Small, measured, deep. He was my brother. Ever since he was a child he wanted to be like me, and when the leaf made me betray everyone I ever loved, I remembered my young scarred self, 5 years old, and always too young to see a pile of dead, slaughtered children, at my father's hand. I thought of what that made me, how it made me, a legend of sorts, prodigy yes, but driven, and imagined that if I made Sasuke the one that lived, he could have had an even better drive, one that went beyond reason. I will not lie to you, Kisame. I always wanted to do and be good, and part of why I killed the clan, scarred Sasuke like my father scarred me, is because I wanted to fulfill my fantasy of being different, of being good. In the end though, I am just like how my father was. All I wanted was a copy of myself but stronger, and Sasuke became someone else whilst I was not looking, saw someone who I did not care about, and died fighting him. I'd like to say I loved him, and this grief in my heart is the greatest evidence to that idea, but in reality, I loved my memory of him. I imagined a nicer, more innocent Sasuke, and chose to believe the lie that I was letting him live, just like how I believed the lie that I was making him stronger. All I left was a boy, broken and alone. Ironically, Just like me. Kisame looked at Itachi, whose eyes were despondent. He smiled, all teeth. Finally, some truth out of your mouth. Is that enough? Aye. Good. Now let me sleep. Next morning, we kill Pain. Chapter 19, End of Pain. End of Pain. Killing his leader would be easier said than done, of course. The man's abilities were both elusive and legendary, his eyes the rumored inheritance of the sage's power, control over his city so powerful people called him God and his helpers angels. That wasn't to mention the large number of S-ranked missing surrounding him, high-powered allies in higher places. Itachi had come prepared though. He spent a large amount of his adolescent and the rest of his adult life cataloging and documenting the powers and weaknesses of each Akatsuki member. Of course, he would only need to kill the few in the base, defeat Pain, and he would be done. By his estimation, Madara was off manipulating people behind the scenes. Black Zetsu was with him, Sasori had been killed trying to invade Suna, Hidan and Kazuka were dead, and so the only ones he had to fight were Deidara, Konan, and Pain. Deidara was easy, Konan was unpredictable but he would beat her eventually, even if he did have to use Izanagi, and Pain was the wild card. However, he was smart enough, and his eyes strong enough, to know that the puppets were controlled by a main body, one he had never seen before, from his estimations lying at the top of the Akatsuki Tower. Convenient considering their main base was a few floors from the peak. Despite that, he knew he had little chance. Still, Akatsuki was stronger than he could handle. He had hoped when Sasuke killed him, he'd be able to use his eyes and the main Jieko to kill them, but alas, he had to settle. Most likely, his partner would outlive him, and fall soon later. It wouldn't be an easy fight, and even with that struggle he would still lose, but Itachi didn't care anymore. Kisame came from behind, opening the door for his increasingly frail body. He wanted to tie up loose ends of course, but the Rinnegan of legend, that he knew of a fact Pain had from his conversations with Madara, would save him. He would be given life, and life was a powerful thing. Once he had it, he could find Uzumaki, and end him. Fix his mistake. Itachi still didn't trust his partner, but he could predict him, understand him, and that was good enough. For so long Itachi had wanted to bring down Akatsuki, but he was always too weak, too apprehensive rather, to go for it. But with the man by his side and his plan, he knew he had a chance. If he failed here, he knew Sasuke would go unavenged. In no world was he going to let that happen. They entered the elevator both, and the heat seemed to rise, tension and paranoia filtering through his thoughts as the cage rose and rose. Pain was strong, too strong for him to win against through ordinary means. All he had was a chance, that he would have to take advantage of, attack the leader where he was most vulnerable. The door entered and they left soon after, entering the lodging area for the multiple Akatsuki members. Itachi always hated staying here, too musty and dangerous, but he put up with it for the purpose of the mission. Deidara was as expected sitting like normal on one of the bare chairs dotted about, but surprisingly Konan was stood, waiting for them. Perfect posture and haughty appearance like always, unaging and unchanging. Pain is taking care of an intruder. An opening. He needed to play it cool then. Does he need any assistance? Our god explicitly told me he wanted to handle it himself. Interesting. The fake Itachi, the liar, would ask, and so the real one responded in turn. Who is it? The blue-haired woman hesitated. Itachi's well-trained ears heard an explosion, well across the city. Jiraiya. The Sannin. Even Deidara looked stunned at that. That guy? Let's hope Pain wins. Yeah, it was an opportunity, the best one they were ever going to get. All it would take is Deidara being taken out, Kisame holding up Konan, and Itachi finding the source of Pain's power, and he could win. There was silence, as the tension of the room raised and raised. If nobody was keeping secrets, it would be a confusing display of four people waiting around whilst their leader was in a fight, but Konan had probably suspected him for weeks. Deidara didn't ever trust Itachi, and Kisame knew a fight was going to happen. Itachi flexed his hands, the joints aching, failing alongside the rest of his body. It was now or never. Chakra flushed up from his core, near his heart, hurting and searing as it slammed into his eye, the Sharingan blossoming into a kaleidoscopic pattern, pain and power shooting through. In an instant, flame was made in its vision, igniting black fire across Deidara's face, melting skin in mere seconds, a horrendous scream billowing from the mad bomber's mouth. Before the solitary line of blood had even begun to drip down his face, Konan had tossed a lethal array of card-shaped razors at him, too fast for him to dodge. Before they could hit though, a blade deflected them, Kisame standing in front, an unsaid statement that he would take care of the older woman. Itachi thanked him with a pat on the shoulder, rushing as quickly as his burning lungs and worn-out chakra system let him, body flicker after body flicker in an imitation of his long-dead cousin, one after another, smashing through the glass at one end of the building, ducking under more of Konan's attacks, flipping onto the side, and flickering up more and more. The Amaterasu took it out of him, but dealing with Deidara first was needed. He was unpredictable, and danger close could have hurt the Rinnegan Itachi wanted. Konan was more of a threat, but could be dealt with, and easily distracted considering her fervor for her god. He was getting more and more tired by the second, but he would live. He had to. In the reflection of the glass he was stood on, Itachi caught a flicker of movement, his body forcing itself to contort and flip out the way of another attack from the angel, paper lance smashing through glass and barely missing him. She was there, flying above, maneuverability much better than his, so to limit her movement, Itachi resorted to launching a great fireball at her. Kisame, following them both from below, fired a water bullet aiming at the same place, such that when Konan inevitably dodged they impacted together, creating a cloud of steam. As strong as Konan's mobility was, soaked paper is harder to manipulate through, especially when it is saturated with chakra. She would struggle to follow now. So Itachi turned, completing his accent, smashing through the metal wall with an excessive display of strength, trusting Kisame to handle Konan. His body rushed into the opening, allowing him access to the hold where a red-haired figure was leaning over, attached to a confusing machine, spikes of metal poking through his body painfully in a grotesque statue of sorts. For a moment Itachi thought this another puppet of pain. That thought was dismissed when he saw his face, the glow from his eyes stronger and more lifelike than the Devapath's body had ever been. With the Uchiha caught in shock and confusion, the figure managed to slowly raise his hands, pulling Itachi towards him using gravitational manipulation, several spikes lengthening to pierce the interloper's body. Itachi summoned his Susanoo, the Yata mirror managing to block them as the powerful forces glanced of each other with a painful ring. Right next to the Uzumaki now, Itachi unsummoned his Susanoo, banking on the frailness of the man applying to his reactions due, as he simply cut across the neck of the man, killing him instantly. The blood dripped down, a clear sign of success, as the man's eyes wilted, purple glow fading from his steel-ringed eyes. Itachi was tired, but he could recognize how lucky he was to have won in that way he did, possibly even fast enough to save Jiraiya's life. Then a shrill, anguished scream of no came from behind, high inside and ear-piercing. Itachi should have put up his Susanoo the moment the woman vocalized her pain, but it was too similar to his memories of that blood-soaked night of familiar betrayal, and he was punished for his foolishness by a chest full of razor-sharp cards the moment he completed his turn, only managing to deflect a few from his neck with his tanto. Konan had her hand outstretched, aimed at Itachi, her attack hitting true, her love avenged. Then soon after, her grief was ended by Kisame swiping Samata across her head, cleaving her top half to bits, leaving only her legs and abs kneeling on the cold steel floor. The man was scratched but mostly fine, far away from the near-death Itachi was feeling. Kisame rushed to his partner, pulling the younger man's body towards him. Idiot, getting hit by an attack like that. The man's voice was detached, as if he was talking to Itachi when they had first become partners, not holding the near-dead 20-year-old's near corpse. Itachi would have let himself die, but he was so close to winning that he needed to try something that would probably have killed him anyway. His body shimmered as almost the rest of his chakra brimmed to the surface, and a solitary eye went blind, before he disappeared from Kisame's grasp. The fish man was stunned, believing himself to have been entrapped by one of Itachi's genjutsu, before being startled by a hand on his back. "You're right." Itachi stood, alive and well, in front of the man who was just holding him. What? Itachi walked calmly to the body now leaking blood like a waterfall, pulling the head up, getting a clear look at the Rinnegan both with his one barely working eye. "I shouldn't have gotten hit by that. Now this is going to be more difficult." Then he ripped the right eye from its socket, depositing it in a pre-prepared bag, doing the same with the left before holding it to his eye instead, tossing the bag back into sealed storage, and standing up, the orb still floating in his hand. "This was your plan all along, wasn't it?" The Uchiha nodded. "My only option really." Kisame shook his head and smirked. "This'll let you live, then." "The Rinnegan is said to even be able to restore the dead to life," Itachi stated, before he ripped his blind eye from its socket. Itachi, Kisame noted, was interesting. Since he was young the fishman had always known how to read in between the lines, and he could tell Itachi was always hiding something, though he could never figure out what. He figured, and he assumed this was by design, that it was a sadism, a psychopathic glee in killing, which would be the entire reason he did anything. But as time went by he noted how calm and collected and cold the boy and eventually man was, and how it didn't fit with the image of a person blood running so hot he'd kill his entire clan for bloodlust. It made more sense when Kisame realized the man was sick. Terminal, and he hadn't went to a medic. The two could have found Tsunade when they found out a few years ago but Itachi said no and that was that. When Kisame realized it was because he wanted to die, he loathed the Uchiha weak. When he realized that he tortured his brother so he would be the one to kill him, he realized how strong he really was. Living with that burden for so long is so ridiculous, just so your loved one can end you and grow stronger from it. Still, even now, he was hiding things, talking to Madara in secret like he always did. The plan he made, elaborate and insane and brilliant, would continue to annoy him until the complete thing was explained to him. He needed to know. Itachi returned, hand covering one eye and an eye patch covering the other. He walked as if he wasn't blind, the ninja planning for even the circumstance where he is deprived of his most powerful weapon, his eyes. Insanity. No more lies, Itachi. Tell me what you are planning now. The man smirked as he removed his hand, revealing the Rinnegan placed in its socket. His face looked more flushed with life, his body stronger. He looked like he was in his prime. Simple Kisame. We kill Narutouzumaki. Chapter 20, Red and Purple. Red and Purple. Itachi never thought he would enjoy violence. As a child he was scarred by the death and blood his father showed him, an event that unlocked his Sharingan, and to his father's chagrin, his unending want for peace. It was a desire that led to him killing his clan, to him working under Akatsuki for years infiltrating the order. Yet, like so much else in the long hellish story of his life, that was a lie. In truth, Itachi had hated his clan for wanting war. He enjoyed killing the older people, the fools who wanted innocents to die, and his mind was too preoccupied with the mission to care about the children he murdered. It was only after did he have the mercy to pity himself for the lives he had taken. It was perhaps a year later that the resentment interrupted his nightmares, and he realized pity was too much of a mercy for him. He told himself he needed to be an angel on the inside, only fight for peace and nothing else, help in secret and fight for what he trusted was good. But again, that was a lie. What Itachi failed to realize for so long was that he was a murderer. A killer, and good at it too. It didn't take much to convince him to kill someone he was apathetic to, and when he did, there was always a little voice congratulating him from the darkest deepest pit in his mind. He rationalized it eventually, thinking it the leftover effects of his extended deception as Itachi, the clan killer rather than the real him. But now, walking on a death path towards the soon-to-be severed head of Narutouzumaki, that the clan killer was the real him. Itachi always enjoyed violence. He enjoyed it when he was young, impressing adults in spars. He enjoyed it when he was 13, killing as an Anbu. He enjoyed it as a member of Akatsuki. Yet, every time he curtailed it, he didn't deserve the enjoyment, feeling that he ought to be stoic, to punish his mind for the violent thoughts it proliferated. But now, moments away from facing his brother's killer, he let himself enjoy it. Itachi let the real him out. They knew each other's location, yet neither strayed from their path. Both walked on cobblestone path, their fates incident on one another. Still, neither ran, both men on their way to the other's apocalypse. Eventually the other was on the horizon. They continued, faces staring at each other the entire time, on and on, until the specks became blobs, and those blobs became ninja. They stopped. Both men had blank faces, though Naruto's showed more intrigue than Itachi's, and black eye patches, interestingly enough. Come for me then? Like all the other shitheels? The Jinchuriki spoke first. Itachi's face didn't twitch. The blonde spoke again, smirking as he tried to get a rise from the Uchiha. You know I killed 2 of you already? Kakuzu, the other was an unknown. Both were pretty easy. Not sure why you two think you stand a chance. His voice was laden with derision and ridicule. He believed the man standing in front was weaker than he, and perhaps, no, definitely, if the Uchiha was like he was a few days ago, he would be right. Itachi stayed silent for a moment, letting the Uzumaki know the pointlessness of his jabs, before starting himself. What happened to your eyes? This time Naruto's smile stretched fully, showing a set of white teeth, and sharpened, beast-like canines. I guess I could ask you the same, Uchiha. Did a bird steal your Sharingan? Said Uchiha didn't respond, just looked, hate pouring from his remaining orb. Naruto guessed he had become more resentful since they last met. Perhaps a relationship between himself and one of the Akatsuki he had killed recently made it hard to separate work and personal life. Well, since you won't tell me, let me show you mine first. He spoke again, mouth sadistic in the way it opened now, as he ripped off his badge, showing a red eye, black tomoe swirling inside. Itachi stayed still. You get 3 guesses from who this came from. First 2 don't count. The Uchiha kept still. You know, he died weak. Tired. Scared of me. I hear you tried to make him like you, and let me tell you, if that is what you are meant to be like, your eye will be in my socket next. A rapid rush of killing intent flew from Itachi, immense and dense and filled with the kind of sadistic hate unimaginable to most. It hurt Naruto more than it made him scared. The force filled with the raw sickening emotion of pure rage and hate. It felt like what his disdain was of Sakura times a million. The sludge slicks bill of stomach high waist clinging to you until you scream in an inane emotional outburst. Naruto could admit, he nearly stepped back from the feeling alone. But when he looked up at his opponent's face, he damn nearly fell over. The Uchiha's face was solid steel, sharp and angled, an immense directory of violence etched into every wrinkle and every cell on it. Now, Naruto could tell, the two truly were brothers, with a spelling of rage stricken across their features making the light bend around their face as if their murderous intent was enough to control reality itself. Worse than that was the solitary eye, more gruesome than Sasuke's, part-way clouded with gray, yet still glowing blood red, twirling around hundreds of times before landing on a spiraling triangle. Uzumaki. The Akatsuki are dead. I killed them. I killed them because I am, even now, loyal to the leave. The man started pacing, seemingly uncaring if the blonde decided to take a cheap shot whilst his back was turned, perhaps confident that if he did it wouldn't be an advantage anyway. I killed my clan on their behalf, I joined them on their behalf, and if the village was the only thing I had ever loved in my life I would defeat you cleanly and bring you back there on their behalf. But, as it turns out, I loved someone else. My brother, the one I let live, in some misshapen desire to see him not hurt. I scarred him, once, then again. And both times I hated myself for it, yet I believed he would live a life worth living once he killed me. That was the sole reason I lived, for him. And you killed him. Naruto knew better than to open his mouth, but he couldn't help it. I don't need your life story. Do not worry, Uzumaki, I will kill you soon enough, you don't need me to rush. You see, he spoke in return, and, like Naruto before him, pulled the eye patch off his face. He opened his closed eye, and behind were the purple glow and rings of the steel shining Rinnegan. What the fuck is that? Naruto asked, eyes wide, confusion evident, and terror from the seemingly infinite power that emanated from it even more so. The Eye of God. The one I earned from killing the leader of the Akatsuki. Itachi spoke, standing still now, facing Naruto at an angle. His eyes, despite the color, burned not with mystique but cold, calculating rage. I made so many mistakes, and one of them was not being there for my brother. The other was not letting my rage drive me. But now I understand. I am a killer, more than you could ever hope to be. I am good at it, and it defines me. So, I will kill. He finished, raising his arm, pushing his palm out, and commanding gravity to move. For Naruto, the world exploded. Then he collided with a tree, and another, and another, and another hit him harder, sending his body spiraling enough for him to hit the floor and skid across the dirt like a fleshy missile, carving a line in the ground. Naruto knew if he hadn't already been in Sage mode he would have been dead. It took a minute, a second really, but that was eons in ninja time, for him to realize what had just happened. The eye was strong and had to have something to do with controlling his gravity. Combine that with whatever insane powers Itachi had picked up over the years and he would have to step up his game. If the man really did kill the Akatsuki, he was a monster, capable of carnage on an unseen level. Whatever he had been hit with, the energy didn't move like what a ninja could do. It twirled and twisted like nature chakra, but different. It made his stomach swirl simply in the way it flowed through the space around it, destructive and furious. It mirrored its master perfectly, inhuman and machine. Attempting to get his bearings, Naruto looked up, seeing the former Akatsuki member floating casually midair, his ominous, deathly strong eyes staring down at him as his cloak swayed behind him. The blonde's borrowed Sharingan could see the massive amount of chakra flowing into and from the purple eye, but the red one, Itachi's original, was being fed more and more. On instinct, Naruto prepared a defense, just as Itachi cast a massive bomb of darkness onto him, extinguishing the world of light and replacing it with the heat of the void. The tree line burnt with black flame, the impossible explosion of infinite power and unending destruction of Amaterasu that, if its master willed, could swallow up the whole land of fire. It continued burning with a heat so immense it would fuse bone and disintegrate flesh with the barest flicker of the smallest flame for a time. Void and death carved into the world, impossibly deep and hellishly foul. If the Uchiha was a fool he would leave, content with the lie that he had left the Jinchuriki no possible escape. But he had been on enough missions, leave or no, to know that when victory seemed certain it had a tendency of being the opposite. And the sadistic part of his brain, the one he needed to feed, wanted a corpse in front of him as evidence. He waited for a minute, eyes burning into the fire he had caused, and as the minute mark ticked over, a projectile flashed out the flame, too quick for him to dodge, the ninja being forced to deflect it with a small push of gravity. It flew off his side into the air behind him, where it exploded, hitting him in the back with an insane energy and sending him down back to the earth. He could have tried to regain his bearings, but Itachi knew to adjust for his mistakes, and that the Jinchuriki had used the fact he had little convenient and quick maneuverability in the air to hit him, even if barely. Instead the Uchiha chose to continue descending, his left eye spinning as he cancelled his Amaterasu. The black gave way to a glowing orange figure, Naruto flowing with the full, stolen power of the now dead Nine Tails, with the even more stolen Sharingan spinning with power. His arms rose up, both spinning twin-tailed beast bombs, the man yelling as he tossed both, his long spiked hair flowing like a tail from the momentum he put into them. Itachi had a better time defending this time, his eyes adjusted to the speed. His body twisted above them, arms aimed down, pushing a blast of concentrated gravity into condensed energy, the balls both sent to the ground, blasting underground. Itachi landed in a flip, rushing towards the Jinchuriki. Naruto began to dash forward as well, launching yet another bomb, one which Itachi easily dodged over, throwing a kunai into the ground as he did. Unplussed, the sage continued, yet found himself airborne as the Uchiha's Rinnegan swirled, the flow of gravity bringing him closer to his foe than he desired. As they were mere meters away from each other, the gravity intensified, as Itachi pulled his fist back and smashed into the now accelerated Naruto's skull, hard enough to make the man do an improvised backflip. Not satisfied with a mere concussion, the former Akatsuki member continued his pursuit, using his powers to raise the ground beneath the Jinchuriki into the air as he collapsed into the ground. The force of the elevating ground pushed the man to the ground as the rock rose higher and higher before being slammed into with shards of missile-launched ground crashing into it, creating a huge sphere of cobbled-together rock in the air, floating. Then, it exploded with a burst of orange power, energy so immense and hot it demolished the top of the rock, leaving a few splintered shards of stone. Now exposed, Naruto dashed from rock to rock like a pinball scattering down a series of pegs, rushing with a supersonic speed right into the Uchiha. Itachi managed to react, barely, his eyes spinning as he summoned the power of gravity without his arms raised, a small barrier erected around him, halting Naruto's fist slightly, but the attack still getting through and smashing the former Akatsuki member in the jaw, breaking the bone and severing the right side completely. His black figure flew through the sky, before stabilizing, flipping over and slowing down to a stand. The severed jawbone held still in the air for some moments, blood dripping down the gruesome injury, before skin stretched over freakishly, and the bone mended itself, steam and flesh sprouting out from the wound to cover it, soon making Itachi look the same as before. Expecting his opponent to be disoriented and weakened, Naruto didn't notice the counterattack that had been prepared, Itachi dodging above and smashing the top of the Jinchuriki's head down with a quick overhead kick, knocking at him into the dirt. The Uzumaki rolled back up, determined not to lose, lashing out with a series of lightning-fast blows battering at Itachi's defense, a desperate attempt to force a mistake with unrivaled power. A final hit to the chest pushed the cloaked man away slightly, where the blonde's impossibly quick body flicker into an attempted kunai stab managed to push a blade right into the opponent's chest, under his ribs and where his heart would be. Naruto looked up in disbelief at his quick victory, the image Itachi had placed in his mind in the past few interactions much too dangerous and experienced to fall to such an elementary move, and as one would expect, he saw only a sadistic smile on the Uchiha's face. His arm transformed into a bony sharp blade, a thrust aimed at the Jinchuriki's own heart in retaliation. Naruto, realizing just how inhuman and unnatural the man's powers truly were, able to move or hide his heart as he willed, and change his body as he wished. Panicking, he stopped the improvised spear, his glowing chakra cloak and strong grip preventing the blade from stabbing into his heart by diverting it the stab far into his stomach instead. But the desperate defense left Itachi's other fist open and able to smash the Jinchuriki in the face, knocking the blonde back in a stumble and ripping the hand katana out with an arc of blood splashing out. Itachi was pleased with his performance so far, but had ran into a limitation with his eye. He could only use one of the paths at once, limiting his offensive abilities. He realized that the orange cloak was a huge deal of Naruto's power, and removing it would allow him to be wounded more easily, but he was too quick and strong for Itachi to fight on par with him without the Asura path. The plan was then to use the Deva path for long range to get him close, use the Asura path to weaken him, and then use the Petra path to extract his power. He had tried to entrap the Uzumaki in his genjutsu, but as he expected, even with the strength of the Rinnegan empowering his abilities, his foe's mind was too well defended against his techniques, the Sharingan itself being a large bulwark from the effect of his illusions. It didn't matter too much, Itachi having other, more physical offenses to use, but it frustrated him, a good frustration, the kind that makes you more lethal, that he couldn't use his most familiar art. Plan solidified, the Uchiha pushed on, attempting to capitalize on his hit on Naruto, but the Jinchuriki dodged easily, speed still quicker, ducking under the blow and smashing a strong fist into Itachi's gut. The attack was strong enough to crack ribs and rupture organs, but Itachi had strengthened them with his powers, metallic coating making them harder to shatter. Regardless, the attacks were still harsh and brutal, and Itachi realized, desperate. He could tell through the rift seen in his brother's stolen eye that he feared him, a force he didn't and couldn't understand. Rising from his crouched position, Naruto used his advantage to put out some damage, smashing Itachi's head to the side with a roundhouse, then twisting in a reverse spinning kick aiming again for the Uchiha's skull, reasoning that even if his heart was hard to destroy, his brain would be different. However, his kick was stopped by a hand sprouting out of Itachi's flesh, picking him up into the air where he was spun around in a cartwheel and finally smashed into the ground with a massive thud, the blow smashing a crater into the ground and causing all of the wind in Naruto's chakra-enhanced lungs to be vented out. Not taking any chances, Itachi leapt back as a devastating close-range explosion of wind flew from the Jinchuriki's body, a defensive flurry of wind destroying any and all foliage and stone nearby. Without even standing up, Naruto's body flickered towards Itachi, hand signs flashing as he spat out a wind bullet, the projectile whistling with immense speed and power, an attack that Itachi easily absorbed with a stretched-out palm. He responded with a great fireball, no hand signs, which Naruto countered with a water bullet, the explosion creating steam, equal parts flame and liquid. After a suspicious second, Itachi noted a Naruto jumping out of the steam, with another rumbling around under him, the Rinnegan able to see through the ground but not through chakra. The underground one was killed with a hand sign-less earth spike, brutal attack piercing the clone's brain, whilst the one in front was forced to duck beneath 4 simultaneous swipes at his head with katana-esque arm growths. More flame was pushed from Itachi's palms, creating a screen neither man could see through and forcing the younger of the two to retreat. Itachi pushed on, absorbing the flame's chakra and slashing down, his blades cutting into Naruto's cloak, cutting into his skin. Panicking, he leapt back, but Itachi's blades retracted, the Deva path pulling him in, where the Uchiha reached out with a threatening and ominous hand. Naruto's instincts yelled out for him to dodge it, and so he manipulated the earth below him, allowing his body to fall through just under his grasp, only a small amount of chakra being stolen by the Petra path. He resurfaced a few meters away, jumping out just out quick enough for Itachi's white-hot heat to burst out the tunnel behind him without scratching him. Naruto had figured that Itachi's abilities were exclusive. He couldn't use one whilst he was using the other, which meant he was vulnerable, for just a moment. A moment he could use. As it was, he was on the back foot, Itachi pulling out more and more unique abilities as the fight went on when he only had a few. He was getting pressured, forced to rely on his least obvious tricks whilst Itachi seemed to only get stronger as the fight went on. It was terrifying, almost, this impossibly powered man, intelligent enough to use it, and with a deep burning rage inhabiting every cell in his body, rage and killing intent only intensifying since that initial explosion. More than ever, Naruto had doubt in his mind he could win. The man spawned a few clones behind him and rushed with them at Itachi, who raised a hand to push the overwhelming force away with a Deva path. Before he could through, twin Rasen Shuriken flew from the hands of 2 clones, forcing Itachi to point his arms to the side instead and deflect the 2 projectiles, allowing Naruto closer than Itachi expected. Still though, even with his hands preoccupied, Itachi was not harmless, blood flowing from his tear ducts as his eye, somewhat repaired due to the influence of the Rinnegan on his body yet still clouded, with the incredible power of Amaterasu springing to life and smashing a small black fireball into the lead clone, sending him flying back. Not finished with his defense, Itachi commanded the flame to shift into a multi-pronged lance, piercing each clone still standing in quick succession, the heat too sharp for even Naruto's clone's cloak to protect against. As each Naruto burst into smoke, the real one remained hidden. Itachi guessed correctly, and dodged back where another burst out of the ground, Rasengan raised into the air. The Uchiha simply grabbed onto the Uzumaki's arm, holding him and draining each drop of the Nine-Tails chakra from him, feeling more and more strength flow through his formerly broken body. He would have continued like that, had his newly found Rinnegan hadn't felt an unusual amount of chakra emitting from a stray shard of rock that had burst out the ground. The sound of a transformation halting pulled his attention upwards, where the real Naruto was, tailed beast bomb Rasen Shuriken in his grip, the projectile already leaving his fingers. At the point Itachi only had one good option. Susanoo. Chapter 21. Breath. When Itachi uttered that word, the name of a god long forgotten, it seemed like the world simply stopped, and all that he willed would come true. The battlefield was no longer the ground of man and woman alike, but instead that of battle-driven demons. Demons for whom peace would be paramount to death. Using that accursed chakra construct, the flowing fire-red light frame bending around him in a shell of cloth-covered armor, Itachi thought that he must, like Naruto, be one of those demons, fighting because it is the only thing they have ever known. The Rasen Shuriken hit, and the world exploded. Wisps of white and blue chakra vomited from the impact point like unlimited tendrils, the power with which they impacted the ground like some kind of monstrous octopus throwing a tantrum, yet it failed to pierce the shield that the Uchiha wielded. The Susanoo pivoted, not even affected by the massively chakra-induced attack, instead lunging into the air with its sword, right at the mid-flight Jinchuriki. Naruto knew that sword somehow meant death, a loss he couldn't regenerate from, and so he let a clone toss him to the side whilst it took his place, the blade piercing him, but worse, the leftover cloud of chakra being taken by it, the smoke sealed in a pot. To the Jinchuriki, any hit with that thing would mean failure, but no hit rallied at the monstrous suit of light armor would damage its controller. An invincible being who could instantly kill you, he mused. What else would a god be? Then with a gruesome smirk, the blonde held out his hand to the air, and started charging another Rasengan. This time he imbued it with twirling tendrils of blue flame, the fire mixing into the chakra threads until it glowed with power. His arm then glowing with the orange of the Nine Tails chakra, he created a jaw which bit down on the orb, the pressure building up until like a beam of death massive amounts of chakra shot out at the Susanoo. Again, the smoke cleared, and no damage had been rallied at the frame. Give up, Jinchuriki. Kill yourself and I promise it will be an easier death than what I will grant you. There is no way to piece the Tokatsu mirror. Your hard-headedness won't allow you to win this time, fool. Once again, the Jinchuriki ignored the taunts of the Uchiha, as he charged up another Rasen Shuriken. He launched it, and before the explosion had even cleared, he started charging another. Again and again, explosion after explosion battered the frame of the Red Warrior, as its controller looked on passively. Part of his brain wondered what the plan was, but he wasn't just content with beating the blonde, he wanted him to suffer. To confront him with an impossible obstacle, one he couldn't surpass no matter how powerful he was, would destroy him, and soon he would run out of strength for the first time in his pathetic life and wonder where it all went. Because of those thoughts, Itachi believed that his opponent couldn't have a plan, that his craftiness was giving way to irrationality and fear, and this was the last death knell of a foolish brother murderer, that had nowhere left to go, and nothing left to save him. But then the Jinchuriki didn't stop. His attacks got more efficient as the chakra balls continued to get launched at Itachi, and in fact, the force pushed him back a little. The Uchiha tried to move forward to him, but time after time the power got bigger, and it became harder to push his construct forward, as if he was walking against the wind. 20 projectiles and counting. Itachi doubted the boy would ever stop, that his foolishness would truly kill him. But even as the Uchiha's Sharingan showed the boy's chakra level getting lower and lower, he kept at it. So entranced was he by the possibility of his opponent's failure, that he nearly didn't notice his own dwindling chakra resources. Itachi knew his Susanoo drained chakra at an extreme rate, hence his reluctance to use them compared to the extremely efficient Rinnegan paths, but now he was trapped, being battered with attack after attack with no end. He couldn't guarantee he would hold out longer than Naruto would, and whoever folded first. Naruto saw the flaming construct fall, knowing his gambit had worked, that the Uchiha had needed to retreat before he. Itachi held out his hand and used the Petra Path to absorb a Rasen Shuriken, restoring his own powers somewhat, and in response, seemingly uninspired, Naruto launched another right at him. Smirking, Itachi readily accepted the extra fuel, stealing it once more, but before he could fully incorporate it into his self, his arm started turning to stone. Nature chakra had been used to power the final ball, and acting fast, Itachi sliced off his arm with his left hand, turned into a bone machete. Acting fast, Naruto closed in on his opponent, battering him with an array of blows, until Itachi managed to grow his arm back in an instant, grasping the blonde by the throat and slamming him into the floor. He rolled back to his feet, but faster. Itachi dashed past him, his sharp limbs cutting into the Jinchuriki's flesh. Another body flicker cut across his left side instead, and a third jammed pointed blade arm into his gut. Itachi then tried to pull his weaponized limb out, but Naruto held onto it, pulling it further in so he could knee the Uchiha in the chest with all his might, crushing ribs and piercing lungs, before pulling the arm out from his stomach. Both men collapsed, as then tried to recover from the vicious injuries they had given each other. The brother talked first. I will admit, Uzumaki, you're better than I expected. I wanted to believe you were nothing but a lucky dreg, but now I see that you're willing to sacrifice everything to live. You remind me of my father. Was he as much of a bastard as you? Itachi looked away, far away, as if he was seeing something that nobody else could. Yes. Yes, we are. Eager as always, the Jinchuriki forced himself up to one knee. As a mirror, Itachi tried the same. Their injuries were healing, but not nearly fast enough, a huge hole still leaking out from Naruto, and Itachi's chest ballooning out and expanding to its usual size, but still broken and shattered. Both men coughed up blood as they finally rose back to their standing heights, hands and feet stretching into fighting forms. Itachi's, proud and responsive, Naruto's, deceptive and powerful. Then they ran towards each other. A flurry of jabs dodged Itachi, with an upwards kick stunning Naruto for but a moment. A grapple, reversed and countered into a body slam, the impact taking away Itachi's breath. Punch after punch of viciousness, countered with interception after interception of rage and righteousness. Naruto pivoted around a jab, moving the fist out the way to pummel his foe in the chest with a punishing blow. He stumbled back, which Naruto took advantage of, tripping his body with a well-placed hook kick, yet it vanished to reveal crows. From the side, cloaked with illusion, Itachi smashed a spinning elbow into the Jinchuriki, which he took well because he instantly responded by following Itachi's spin, ducking and smashing the Uchiha in the gut. From below, he rushed, the blonde uppercutting Itachi, then hitting him in the face with a right hook, yet with the left Itachi grappled, jumping and wrapping his leg around his foe's left arm, twisting his body and snapping the bone. Screaming with pain, Naruto ripped himself out from the Uchiha's grasp, before standing tall, nursing his broken limb. Noticing Itachi's smirk, he let it go. "Yeah, fuck it. I don't need two arms to beat your ass." Itachi rushed in, twin jabs dodged and reflected each by Naruto, who then positioned himself around Itachi, dropping him to the ground with a kick to the back of the leg. He gave a right hook to the back of Itachi's head, who rolled despite the obvious concussion, his dazed eyes still enhanced enough to know Naruto's next movements, which barely allowed him to not get his head taken off by a overhead with enough force to destroy one's body. Itachi tried to attack from behind, but his head trauma slowed him down enough so the Uzumaki could catch his arm in a hold, letting him get close enough to smash his skull against Itachi's. With both men's skulls bleeding, Naruto smashed singular fist after fist into Itachi's head, throwing a roundhouse against his temple for good measure, trying desperately to ruin Itachi's greatest weapon, his mind. In Jutsus, with the Rinnegan, Itachi might have just won. His trump card should have let him win, but in Taitsu, Naruto was unmatched. Even now, his durability, endurance, everything. Against an Itachi in his prime without any chakra? Of course he would win. Now, with Itachi reeling, Naruto took his head into his arms, a rear naked choke he was nearly too tired to hold. Blood was getting in his eyes, and it stuck his blonde hair to his head, yet he was smiling, hearing the choked gargles of his foe from next to his chest. Itachi smashed his head into the blondes, stunning him as he escaped, regaining his breath in gasps as he unfurled kunai, launching them at the Jinchuriki to create space. The ones that weren't dodged were reflected. Itachi realized he had nothing left. He had used all of his tricks, all of his abilities, all of his chakra, and still he was going to lose to this bastard. This brat. And that same brat was smiling, blood pooling in his mouth and rolling down his forehead. "What's the matter, big bro?" he taunted, his stolen eye shining with sadistic glee. Scared? The brother rushed at the fool once more, desiring nothing to see him dead. Two jabs were blocked by the blonde, but the third spinning backhand wasn't. A kick pushed upwards threatening to break his jaw, but Naruto blocked it with two hands, his counter parried by the tired Uchiha but still rattling him. A step back was all the Jinchuriki needed, pushing off the ground with a knee to the face, one that was blocked but put Itachi off balance one more. Naruto came down with a flurry of strikes which was returned by a flurry of Itachi's own, the two exchanging vicious near-lethal blows before both were even on the ground. Then his feet did hit the floor, and he hugged the Uchiha. In Itachi's chakra drained, physically exhausted, migraine-induced and blood-starved brain, he thought that it felt nice. He looked up and saw the clone carrying a Rasengan push it through both of them. "Huh. So that is how it is," Itachi said, the Rasengan piercing his heart but not Naruto's. Weakly, he stumbled and then fell back, eyes looking to the sky. It looked peaceful. Itachi thought of his brother. Everyone knows Itachi never deserved a good life after what he did, Itachi being more familiar with that fact than anyone else, but selfishly he wanted to see Sasuke in heaven. The blue of the clear sky reminded him of his little brother. Empty and beautiful, and something we try to take for ourselves when really everyone deserves it equally. Maybe there was an afterlife, he thought finally. Or maybe people like Narutouzumaki were proof that they were living in hell. Lungs pierced by his own jutsu, Naruto fell to the ground, shirt destroyed in the battle, the surroundings scarred, his chakra drained, body covered in cuts and wounds, and a smile on his face, blood welling in his gums. After all that, he had won, and he couldn't be happier. Sitting up and pushing himself up on a surviving tree, he looked at the dead, lifeless body of his foe, and told it, "You were a good opponent, Itachi." His smile was wide and not taunting, nor mischievous, but genuine. Another push of his broken body, which was rapidly healing itself, put himself on both feet. Without Kakashi, Sasuke, I doubt I would be the man I am today. You were all pathetic, yes, but I owe you that at the very least. For that, I won't ever forget you." Nobody spoke back. In the echoes of victory, Naruto was alone, just a little. His smile faltered. The winds of Suna at this time were calm. Where they typically raged at all times, enraging traders and terrifying tourists, now they had settled. Gaara was told this was a sign of good fortune, but he wondered if it was a sign of a curse, that soon the power of them, their wind, would vanish. It was because of that lack of sand that the visibility was much better. They could see further and hence, noticed a figure walking towards the village. That much wasn't suspicious, but the fact it was a figure without a carriage was. The most terrific thing though, and the reason why Gaara was flying on a bed of sand towards it, was because it had more chakra than the one-tailed beast. And so filled with a mix of fear and excitement, Gaara approached this being. When he reached it, the figure stopped, and raised his hood. "Hi Gaara. You remember when I said I would be Hokage?" Gaara looked back to red and purple eyes on a familiar whiskered face and felt afraid. "Why?" "Because I have a plan." Chapter 22, Climax. A knock at a door rang out. Tamari, knowing the visitor's presence far before they decided to announce it, but appreciating the politeness, walked over, twisting the knob, and opening. "Hey, Tamari," said the other blonde, his whiskered cheeks and sunny smile nostalgic to her. She smiled back, motioning for him to come in, noticing how much bigger he had gotten. He was taller than her now, and much wider, muscles clear as day under his white cloth scarf and black and brown ninja uniform which signaled him as a part of Suna's military, though a distinguished general instead of the common foot soldier. Walking further into her flat, she fell into a seat on her couch, patting the cushions to signal Naruto to sit next to her. "Come. I saw you at the ceremony earlier, but I haven't gotten to speak to you yet." The Jinchuriki, though one could argue he didn't count as one anymore, what with the ego death of the tailed beast inside, complied, and the two stared at each other. An awkward tension between them as neither summoned the courage to talk. Naruto, ever brash, started first, saying "So, are we still a thing?" Tamari looked at him, with her deep and beautiful turquoise eyes, ones which he swore he could get lost in forever. "Of course, cutie." The man shook his head. "I'm not cute." "You are to me," Tamari stated, leaning her body into him, resting on his shoulder. Naruto wrapped his arms around her, holding her tight and close, and so they laid for a while. Tamari caressed his face, looking into his deep blue eyes. "Naruto, could you let me see your real eyes?" He laughed. "These are my real eyes." She pouted, and Naruto sighed, dispelling the genjutsu that covered them. Instead of blue, they were now purple and orange, a Rinnegan in one, and Itachi's Amaterasu in the other. "Happy?" She leaned up to him and caught his lips in a kiss. "I love you." "I know. I love you too." For that moment, they rested. Before war, Sakura hated being Hokage. She hated the work and the hassle and the constant management of responsibility, and how much of it had to be hers. Despite it, she continued at the job, because she was damn well good at it. Success rate of missions was the highest it had ever been, training workshops and team combinations furthering the potential of each recruit by what seemed like miles. Her own strength and that of the Konoha 10 had blossomed over the past year, until it seemed like they were all close to breaching that barrier of S rank, with a few of them like herself and Neji already being squarely inside that bracket. But she mostly hated being Hokage because she knew despite all of the training she did, Naruto was still stronger than her. Whilst she was scrambling and worrying about whatever bullshit Itachi would be doing that week, Naruto had killed him, and Sasuke, and Kakashi, all in a month. That level of progression and mastery was unheard of since the founding of the Leaf Village, and Sakura didn't like her chances against the first Hokage, or for that matter Madara. The sixth she was, and the sixth she will stay, but Naruto will be the seventh if she lets him fight her. So, she won't. That was the outline of her plan, pretty much, one which had been planned with Shikamaru for the better part of a month. See, it wasn't that hard to figure out Suna was gearing up for war. With the leaf, it was obvious, and with how Naruto had been getting more and more confident, him staying hidden for so long could only mean he was in Suna, that and her spies were either dead or gone to ground, which in either case was fucked. And so their plan would be to use Naruto as a bulwark who would take revenge on whoever he felt wronged him in his delusion-fueled facsimile of a brain, including her, let Suna take the rest of the village, and crown himself new Hokage to Bio. So, Sakura couldn't let that happen, and so she made a plan, and a counter-plan, and a plan after that, effectively ensuring that out of every given situation, she would win something. But she knew it would require sacrifice. A lot of it. The offensive had been going on for a few days. Offensive was a strong word, Naruto felt, as the systematic moving of camps and resetting every day felt more like an approach. They had yet to see a single leaf nin, which meant either they were very good at hiding or had all killed themselves out of fear. Naruto knew they had been spotted though. It was inevitable. Their plan actually hinged upon it. Naruto had such a huge amount of chakra that any Yamanaka or Hyuga in a countrywide radius would know where he is. They would come, he would kill them quickly and brutally, and that would be that. Yet none of it was happening. Their sensors hadn't picked anything up, and so they had set up and taken down and fobbed 3 separate times, making progress each time. Baki, another general like he, had stated in the command tent that this was good, that each day without attack they made into Fire Country territory, was a week without war, and a month of food and resources saved. It made Naruto uneasy though. What was that pink-haired bitch thinking? Then, a group appeared, though they weren't moving. Naruto had inherited the Nine-Tails' propensity for sensing chakra, and to him it seemed like they were simply sat down in a clearing, as if they were waiting for him. He told Gaara who was by his side, who told a soldier to get Baki and to stop the army, and soon the other head general had joined them. Naruto, Baki, we go and investigate. It might be the leaf has come to us to surrender. And if it's a trap? The Jonin asked. Naruto, confidence on display with crossed arms, proclaimed we'll win. The leaf doesn't have anyone good at sealing to seal all 3 of us, and I have good enough vision and speed to stop them before they do anything. The Kazekage nodded. Then let's move. And the 3 vanished from sight, body flickering into the clearing, and they were greeted by the sight of Sakura and the Konoha 10, waiting. Nearly instantly Naruto neared, further than where either group could reach him, fury evident on his face. Sakura. Have you come to die? She smirked, dismissive. Perhaps. I know surrendering to you would be a death sentence. Naruto nearly confirmed her thoughts, but with Gaara and Baki next to him, it was a risk. They would lose trust in him if he killed her before they sued for peace, yet somehow he knew Sakura wouldn't give up this easily. So what do you want, huh? To gloat about being Hokage and then die by my hand anyway? Sakura smiled, almost sad, as she motioned to the rest of the gathering of ninja. Naruto's former friends all. You kill me, you'll have to kill them. That's the problem here, Naruto. You're trying to destroy your trauma and pain that this village caused you, and the only thing it will do is cause more pain for more people. Your friends, the people who care about you, are you really willing to kill them to get a worthless title? The plan was one of sacrifice. Naruto would either decide not to kill his former friends and have to surrender and go back home, or he would slaughter them in front of Gaara, who would soon betray him out of fear and resentment, with Naruto destroying everything and losing more than he had started with. So, Sakura reasoned that if he was thinking straight he would have to retreat, bringing the army back home and letting them be. So, Naruto, and the Kazekage, you have a choice. Either you can kill your former friends, or you can have peace and live how you want. We won't chase you, hell, we'll even retract our kill order on you, Naruto. We want peace, not death. Don't you? Naruto stood silent for a moment, as Gaara motioned to him. Naruto. Strictly speaking, this is the best outcome for us. Less dead, you still profit from it. And most of all, I don't want you to become a monster. I don't want you to have to kill your friend. Then Naruto vanished, appearing a distance away with his hand in the gut of Hinata. For a moment, nobody moved, yet as the Hyuga's body dropped to the ground, limp, the Jinchuriki spoke. None of this is real. All a deception. All fake. Gaara spoke, incensed and shocked. What do you mean, Uzumaki? Those were your friends. Shaking his head, Naruto grasped onto the corpse's face, and pulled, the skin falling off easily and revealing a brown-haired Kunoichi instead. None of them acted like my friends. All fake facsimiles, none speaking because their roles weren't well put together enough. He sighed, ripping his arm out the body and throwing it to the floor, where the rest of the Anbu disguised as ninja were stood, kunai outstretched. Pathetic, Sakura, really? Relying on cheap tricks and nonsense to try and trick Gaara into fearing me? He turned to Sakura, closer and closer, until he was right next to her placid expression. So what is it? Will you surrender, or do I get the chance to kill you? She smiled again. You always were hopelessly brash, once? He spoke, placing an unsealed kunai against her neck, close, pressure building up. Surrender now, Hokage. Sakura held her hands to the side, opening pink lips calmly, as if the most powerful shinobi in the elemental nations wasn't currently threatening her. Please, even if you slit my throat I'd live. I get your meaning though, Naruto. If my first plan failed, the second was such. If I died, a seal would go off and alert the rest of the leaf and the alliance we made with Waterfall, and they would swarm this position, and though you would win, both Suna and the village you tend to inherit would be in ruins. If not if, when the other nation saw this weakness and attacked, the nation would be too weakened to defend, and both villages would be destroyed. I have set this up so that if that happened, no decisive victory would allow you to win, and eventually, you would die, not due to a lack of power, but to decay. Gaara spoke, angered. You'd let that happen to your people? She hates me, just like everyone else in the leaf hates me. It doesn't matter though. I'll show you, I'll rule over you. Sakura laughed, grim and weak, but a promise of her position. You see, Kage, what I stand to lose. This is a gamble. If he takes my life just like he tried all those years ago, can you imagine who else he would kill? Everyone who had ever looked at him wrong, everyone who had ever seen a problem with him. Soon, the village would be embroiled in civil war after civil war, with this fool the sole victor each time because of power alone. Naruto pushed his kunai close enough to draw blood, the pressure bending into the woman's skin. I'll make them bow with power alone. You'll lose. I'm just guaranteeing it. Or, there is another choice. When silence reigned and nobody answered, Sakura continued. An agreement. You keep me alive, and you promise to be trained to be Hokage like I was, and I'll name you my successor here and now, and give you the hat. Naruto looked incredulously at her. What? Why would you give up the hat? Because I hate it. Because the work is hard, and the people are mean, and the choices I have to make are so incredibly hard, and most of all, I care. I care about everyone in the village, about my mother and father and every damn ninja that works under me. And as much as I hate giving the hat to a man who tried to kill me, I have to, because otherwise you'll kill us all. And all I have to do is not kill you? That's the only thing you have to prove, is that you're willing to sacrifice that objective that has been with you ever since you escaped the village. Kill Sakura Haruno. As addicting that thought might have been, the one sacrifice you'll have to make is to let me live. Despite her words, Naruto didn't move the kunai. He kept it still as his body which simply refused to let her out of his grasp. How do I know you aren't lying? Ignoring his grip again, the pink-haired kunoichi continued. You'll have me if they decide to fight back. Without their leader, not only will morale be in pieces, so will plans. I am a pretty strong shinobi after all, and as a medic, our losses would be much higher. Losing me would make losing against you much easier, and so surrendering myself here would be moronic if I wanted to actually win. If all I need to do is kill anything you could control, it'll be fine. Stillness came back, as did the underlying tension brimming under Naruto's skin. He wanted so desperately to win, but on her terms? There had to be another way, he knew. Almost forgotten beneath the will of the two-leaf-born nin, Gaara spoke. Let her go, Naruto. We take her into the village. We'll see if she is telling the truth. Yet despite his command, Naruto kept his blade to her throat. Naruto. Let her go. Scowling, Naruto stated, I will decide what I will do. Gaara. One step too far, the Kage decided. No. I will not sacrifice my people for revenge alone. An ally, maybe, in power, but if you kill her we are done. Let her go. A moment where he kept her close still. Her face was stone, and his was red. Naruto. Then with a yell he dropped her to the ground, sheathing his kunai. Gaara and Baki both let out held breaths, whilst Naruto looked at the downed kunoichi with contempt. I do this for them, for me, not for you. Sakura laughed, tragic almost. You think I ever wanted your help? He stilled, then walked away, past his allies, away from the Anbu. We move in 5. Get her in cuffs. The parade through Konoha was eventful, with contempt, fear, and awe spelled across the faces of the invaded citizens. No raids were made, no property was stolen, but Sina troops walking through the middle of Konoha, allowed by order of the Hokage, was devastating to the citizen perception of Konoha's strength. The speech was even more impactful, consisting of the 6th Hokage decrying the unjust treatment of Naruto by the hands of the villagers and her, that her position as Hokage is undeserving, and that her successor will be the Jinchuriki. All it took then was a conversation between Sakura, the Wind Daimyo, the Fire Daimyo, Gaara and Naruto, to corroborate that Sakura had framed Naruto, that her Hokageship was based on faulty and biased assessments, and that the Leaf had decided to make Naruto their new Hokage. And so, Naruto sat on top of the newly carved face of the 7th Hokage, feeling sorry for himself. He was strong. He was Hokage. He had killed Sasuke and become the most renowned and feared shinobi in the lands, and everyone in the village respected him one way or another, but his friends feared him. Over time, Sakura had managed to convince everyone that Naruto had attacked her, and it wasn't that hard because it was the truth. They stayed away from him, loyal either because of knowledge that at any time he could kill them, or a resolution that they would fight for the village no matter who controlled it, but no personal affection. Even Hinata, who he knew had a crush on him since he could remember, looked at him like he was a different person entirely, and he guessed he was. He was happy though, or at least happier. He had the hat, had his wife, and had a big home in a place he never thought he would return to, but he never beat Sakura. The one person he thought could never be Hokage, took it from him perhaps because he was too hasty in hating her. She improved the village, new technology and tactics and innovations. She even gifted him the village back. And he so wanted to kill her, but he knew he couldn't. To be a shinobi means to endure, and endure he had to. He wanted to punish her in every way he could imagine. Imprisonment? Stripping her rank? Exile? But none of them would keep him safe, and most of all, sate him. Instead, he kept her as a ninja, a jonin even. She led a squad, and fought for him, did missions for him, and she was his harness. His first choice, if he ever broke, would be to kill her, he realized. If he ever failed in protecting his village, not his out of loyalty, but out of possession, because of his lack of sacrifice, it would be her he killed first. So, whenever he wanted her dead, he reeled himself back. Somehow it worked, and he had his power, and his crown, and his land, and his wife. So why did he feel so hollow, back then, in that fight with Itachi? That was the happiest he had ever been. The hate of Sakura, of Sasuke, of the village never gave him anything but rage. The only things he loved in life, was the pursuit of power, and Tamari. And so, Narutouzumaki, 7th Hokage of the village hidden in the leaves, friend of the Kazekage, Jinchuriki, god of shinobi, and the darkness that dwelled within, lived the rest of his life feeling cheated. Yet he had won. Chapter 23, Time. In a medium-sized house located in a part of the outskirts of Konoha that few people were allowed and even fewer went, there was a knock on the door. The chakra-enhanced senses of the former kunoichi living there noticed it from across the house. She knows who it is when she hears the same distinct knock, and for a moment she wonders if it is even worth letting him come in because she knows when they're done she'll be even more dejected than the last time he visited. Then she sighs, knowing that this small human contact is the most she'll get today, and raises her voice to call out to him. "Come in." Oak creaks open as she steels herself to see what she already knew was coming. Steps clack steadily up and closer to her position, lounging in the garden. Their eyes don't meet until he is sat down on another white patio chair, lowering himself with a gruff grunt. "Hey Sakura," Naruto says. She let herself meet his eyes. Blue. She dispels the genjutsu with the smallest flicker of chakra she still has absolute control over, and instead sees two colors in two eyes, one red and murderous and the other steel and garish. It wasn't new, he had looked this way for the past 2 years, but she never quite could get used to it. "Going to gloat again? As you do every week?" Sakura asked rhetorically. Even if these meetings were a large amount of her social contact these days, that didn't mean they had to be jovial. An empty chuckle rang out as Naruto straightened out the white and red Hokage jacket he wore on most days. His mane of blonde hair was shorter than what it used to be, but it was still large and distinct, tufts of sunshine framing both sides of his face. She found it ironic how such a horrid man could have such an innocent appearance. He looked kind except when he wanted you dead. "Come now, can't I visit a former teammate?" the Hokage said with those same disarming eyes. "You killed every other one." "Oh?" Naruto asked. "Is that a request I hear?" The pink-haired kunoichi shook her head. "A fact." Nonplussed lips on the unimpressed former Hokage face, the current as his obviously fake smile stretched into a sadistic one. "If you want you can try to escape." "Why would I do that? I love this village. I would have sacrificed anything for it." The fake smile came back. "And I suppose I have you to thank for sacrificing your position," Naruto proposed, even as the fact annoyed him. Sometime in some place foreign to the kunoichi, the 7th had decided that everything he ever earned he would have to have a hand in. A gift was an insult and denial was war. "My position? The real sacrifice was freedom," she said, eyes burrowing into Naruto's. The sadist was back. "Well, I can't let you out, can I? You would convince your friends to rise up against me. As if they weren't already. And yes, Sakura, they really are on my side. You just can't see it yet." "What is that meant to mean?" "It really doesn't concern you," he said, trying to infuriate her. Naruto did this a lot. Each week since becoming Hokage and trapping her in a house with only an Anbu detail to keep her here and a few visitors at a time, and only high-ranking and trusted shinobi with the Hokage's permission at that, he would come up for a time and try to annoy her. She wondered if he wanted her to try to kill him just so he would have an excuse to finally end her, but she knows that's not true. He simply believes the best way to soothe her to an early grave is to stress her out until her heart gives. Spite makes right makes might. She recollects herself knowing this shithead sociopath is nothing compared to the insanity that was dealing with a council that doubted her both for not being a member of a clan and for being a woman. Sakura even smiles back. I am bored, Naruto. To the point where even you are some company, and that is better than nothing. Please give me something interesting rather than this recycled drivel." The woman finished, trailing her fingers in the wind, apathy painted on her face. His monstrous eyes flickered, before resting on her. She hated the way he looked at her, probing and knowing. It was a combination of eyes taken from killers and his way of observing people that creeped her out beyond anything. They traced up her toned and trained body up to her scrunched up face again. "Do you know why I am the only one that visits you?" he finally asked. "You aren't. Ino and Shikimura do. Shino comes by every month, Choji comes by with food, and Kiba usually comes by with any one of them whenever he has the time." He laughs a little. "Still sharp enough, I see, but still. I know they have days they don't go see you where they don't have missions and don't have to rest. Why do you think they wouldn't want to spend time with you?" Sakura hesitates because part of her is still an insecure young person and not really this legendary village leader who chose to sacrifice herself to save it, but the part that is smiles and looks to the side. "Because I'm dull and sad and bored, and it's hard to go out to party with someone who can't leave their house." "Precisely. You know that doesn't mean that they trust you, right?" Sakura bit back. A pause. "Yeah." Naruto responded with a sigh. He looks down now and Sakura thinks of how vulnerable he could truly be if he wasn't delusional. How much he lost just by trying solely to gain power. Naruto, the most powerful shinobi on the planet without a doubt, looks tired. So many times he could have been better off. He could have decided to be a normal shinobi before he attacked her, he could have been a wandering shinobi before he decided to come back, and he could have given up on being Hokage, yet now he was trapped by it, just like how she was. The difference was that she did never want it like he did. "You said Hinata doesn't visit," he finally stated after what felt like a lifetime. "No. I just didn't say she does visit," she quipped back, extracting a sigh from the fellow 21-year-old. "You're being pedantic. Do you know why she doesn't?" he responded. Sakura nearly answered automatically, but his interest piqued her own. Why did he want to know? "No idea. We never were good friends after all." "Hell, you were her crush, you know that?" "Yeah. But that was before." Naruto stopped himself. "Stabbing me in the back." "Yeah." The Hokage tutted, then got up from the patio chair and started walking. "Have a boring day, Sakura," he shouted on his way out. "Fuck you too," she whispered back. Naruto didn't trust a single person on his council fully. He had Danzo killed and the remaining higher-ups fired, but the younger generation were harder to dislodge. Shikamaru hated him, Choji would listen to whatever Shikamaru told him, and Ino, whilst the wild card of the three, typically agreed with the other two more than they agreed with him. The three had been made heads of their clans before he was made Hokage, and since it was illegal to force a clan head to come out of retirement, he was stuck with them. The Inuzuka clan head, a burned and scarred woman in her 30s, tended to respect him. Something about his strength and brutality. He had managed to place enough doubt in people's minds to wherever he actually tried to kill Sakura or not, and since openly claiming it was paramount to questioning his position, and hence treason, there was a perspective that Naruto was the one who got betrayed and was a simply powerful, ambitious, and loyal ninja. He didn't like the way she looked at him though. Too possessive and pining. Hiyashi was nearly unreadable but seemed to generally agree with him in endeavors that weren't directly against his personal agendas. Likewise, Shibi was helpful and more loyal to the Hokage position than the opinions of his child's friends. They were dangerous but usable. And with the rest of the clans, you had those that were weak who were loyal because of his strength and those who were strong who were loyal because of his position. Overall, he was in a good place politically, but it was unstable. When Shino becomes clan leader, another one of his supporters will vanish, and he still can't get a read on Hinata. He could send a member of Anbu to spy on the Hyuga, but they would be spotted and he would lose Hiyashi before he even had a chance for his daughter to say no. So after the meeting concluded, and trivialities ended, he took the head aside. "Lord Hokage." Hiyashi nodded, polite and prim and proper as you'd expect. "Lord Hiyashi," Naruto started, attempting to extend the same courtesy he had received no matter how foreign it sounded on his tongue. "I believe your daughter is going to become the next clan head, pending no change in the hierarchy." "Yes, that is true. There is also no change planned." Naruto placed his hat on the table and looked out at the village below. "Do you think she'd meet with me? No offense, Hiyashi, but council members are expected to be registered shinobi, and you haven't been on a mission non-related to your clan in like a year." "So you are saying I will retire soon and Hinata will be in my place?" Hiyashi asked, his tone neutral yet leading. Naruto decided to meet his thinking and greet it. "Exactly. I need to know what she's gonna do, and the best way to get a measure for that is to meet her face to face. We haven't talked in nearly 8 years as well." The Hyuga clan head nodded once more. "I will tell her to meet with you tomorrow." "Today? At the Hyuga clan grounds preferably." Naruto interrupted. Hiyashi looked puzzled. Why? So she's in the comfort of her home, Naruto said. And in truth, because he wanted to surprise her. Maybe he really was a sadist. And while Naruto spent his days as the imposing and unquestionable authority known as the traitor Hokage, two men sat in a cave. Both men were silent and covered in black robes, both with black hair and onyx eyes. Our plants in Kiri are getting more aggressive. One says with a deep and powerful voice. It demanded attention and respect, but seemed to be half-fictional, like the echoes of a legend of a man that never truly existed. We'll need to sacrifice a few of them. They need to irritate the Mizukage, not kill her. The second voice noted, this one filled with the character of ingenuity, sharpened with the black soul of hatred. And that irritation will lead her to attack the leaf. The first said. The second one spoke again, lowering his head to the flame so it highlighted his features. And then, we kill Naruto. He ended, his eyes shifting into a Sharingan and a Rinnegan. Chapter 24. Before, 1 year and 9 months earlier, Sasuke Uchiha woke up. He looked at his hand, then his arm as his body lurched up from a deep rest. His muscles weren't atrophied, but his body ached more than he can remember it ever doing. The last thing he could remember was that blonde bastard looking down on him with a murderous look in his eyes. It took him a moment, but he realized he had lost. Before he even got to kill Itachi he had lost, but somehow he was alive. Naruto certainly wouldn't have let him live, so how was a mystery, but it wasn't one Sasuke wouldn't take for granted. He would train and soon he would have his revenge. Sasuke looked around where his bed was, noting the walls of rock and concluding that he was in a cave. His weakened arms clasped for leverage as he rolled his pale body out of the crib, pushing up the side of a wall and using it as a prop to walk to the door which sealed him inside. A hand twisted the knob, locked, and so the hand once again flashed with chakra, lightning blowing a hole through the door and allowing the Uchiha to push it open, falling once more on the floor he had just scattered wood chips upon. It was demeaning, being forced to crawl with a weakened body, but the thing that actually unsettled him was his right eye. It was clouded, more so than his other, and as one of the sole surviving members of a clan famed for its ocular power that made him feel more powerless than his decayed body. It was there, the young Uchiha crawling on the floor wondering just how he was going to get out of this seemingly infinite series of cave tunnels. Did a man seem to materialize from thin air? Sasuke saw the cloaked man, a mask framing his face, and forced himself up on a wall, before collapsing into the man's arms. "Get off of me," Sasuke shouted. As commanded, the man let go, leaving Sasuke on the floor and able to look up to the man. He had two eyes, one purple and the other a Sharingan with the image of a shuriken printed onto it, sort of like Itachi's eye. Both orbs pierced menacingly through the white-ringed mask. "Where is Itachi?" Sasuke asked, rage and hate brewing at the simple thought of that man. His captor sighed. His hand went up and removed the ceramic accessory, showing a face marred by a gruesome series of scars on a single side of his head, and a frown. "Your brother is dead. Narutouzumaki killed him." And for some reason Sasuke himself didn't know, his eyes turned into Mangekyo. Hinata was not a weak woman. She may have had been weak as a girl but now she was older and with that age became experience and a sort of enlightened understanding of one's own capabilities. In the days following the Sasuke retrieval mission, more so than anyone else she had spiraled into a craze. She didn't do as well on missions, her team started leaving her behind. Her father soon threatened to mark her with a seal, like her cousins. And then Naruto betrayed them and something in Hinata snapped. Already she knew that boy she adored was dead, but it was that action that told her that there was no hope. No ray of sunshine or savior to protect her. The only thing that could save her was herself. One day she got out of bed, and trained. She didn't eat. She didn't stop. She riddled a post with gentle fist strikes until it was destroyed, and she would move on to the next. At the end of the day her fingers were marred with her own blood, her dainty fingertips were almost bludgeoned, her lungs were drained of all strength, her body burned and ached. Her chakra was almost completely depleted, and she felt accomplished. Hinata ended up not becoming clan heir again because she was born before Hanabi but because she was too strong, mentally and physically, to be refused. And then Naruto came back. Of course she hated that he came back and Sakura handed him the position of Kage. Of course she hated how his very existence reminded her of the small weak child she had once been. But what she hated the most was his face, drained of all sunshine and splattered with blood and lust. How could they, the child and the murderer, have ever been the same? She wondered. Now her father told her the Seventh Hokage was coming to visit, and that he wanted to meet with her, and she needed to wear a beautiful dress, and she nodded through all of it. Not because she agreed that her father needed to bend to this man. Simply because she wanted to be done with it. So she stood, her dress lavender and white, shining in the blue moonlight that shone through the blindness window that surrounded her east-facing wall, Waiting, the door creaked open and Hinata didn't need her Byakugan to tell who it was. Then she turned to him, and it activated because she really did. A man, black-haired and black-cloaked, looked at her with twin Sharingan. She recognized the face as much as she wanted to forget it. She should have already, after all he had been dead for 2 years. Sasuke Uchiha. He smiled in a way that mirrored what she had read the Snake Sanin tended to do in his intimidation sessions. Hinata, he said with too much informality for the number of conversations they had ever had. Nice to see you after all this time, Sasuke continued, before dropping his body on the side of her bed as if he owned it. She stayed still, stood with a posture that demanded respect even though she knew this man would offer her none. What do you want, Uchiha? I am busy, in case you couldn't tell. The Hokage is visiting me, and if you two want a rematch I would prefer you do it far away from my own quarters. No. I don't want to fight him. Not today at least. I am here simply because I wanted to give you an offer. Sasuke responded. Oh? Hinata asked, feigning interest to obscure her disdain. And what would that be? When your father retires he will be clan head. I am sure that's why Naruto is visiting you too. The issue is that I know you have a not soft open heart. You feel for people, and I am sure you feel for your cousin as well as every other member of the branch. So where are you going with this? Hinata asked, her eyes furrowing. Sasuke chuckled. Naruto might give you the ability to rescind the slave seals, yes, but I doubt it. He will hang the possibility over your head for years until he has gotten all he can from you, and once the time comes he may not even do it. You know how brutal he can be even to those he once considered friends, so imagine how little he cares about the Hyuga. All I ask is that you help when the time comes, because I am going to create a revolution. You're insane. The Hyuga clan head said, shaking her head. Come on. Don't tell me the idea isn't alluring. He responded, Hinata turning away from him. It was, she didn't admit. More than anything Hinata wanted her clan free, but she knew even if she was given the luxury of controlling the clan she would still be hampered by the clan elders. Would she simply kill them so they couldn't use the branch members as hostages? How would she even do that? She needed help, but allies were hard to come by, especially ones who were so powerful and so dedicated, and Sasuke was both a former member of a clan that wasn't completely dissimilar and had power enough to rival the Hokage at one point in time. He would be a great boon, but even if he did defeat Naruto, wouldn't she just be replacing one evil with another? She shook her head of their thoughts whilst keeping her physical one still like stone. Sasuke couldn't know how much she wanted to agree with him, and so she needed to distract him. A question, she decided. How did you live? She asked, unsure of herself, wherever the man in front of her was real or a self-made illusion created to cope with her incoming position. The desperation was as much to change the subject as to actually get an answer from the raven-haired man. He got up in response, walking towards her, close enough for the Hyuga signature strained bulging eye veins to be apparent even to a normal eye. If I told you, you wouldn't believe me. Try. She responded, challenging him. Sasuke sighed. My brother was an agent for Konoha. He killed his clan under orders of the village, and he killed the Akatsuki under orders of his village, and he even tried to kill Naruto under orders of the village. Hinata shook her head. The massacre? He killed everyone, Sasuke. Even the children. He was a child, he said, the gleam in his eyes murderous now. Either he would kill everyone, and he and I would live, or all of us would die. He chose the only real choice they gave him. Logical, she supposed. Though what interested her was a choice of words peculiar considering what Itachi had done to his little brother. He and you? Sasuke nodded. He was my older brother. He saved me then, and he saved me again. He used an ancient technique, as well as that purple eye Naruto stole from him to revive me. Hinata knew not to trust the words of the man in front of her, yet it made sense. She had heard of Hisashi being sacrificed from her cousin, and that story was startlingly similar to the story of the youngest Onbu captain sacrificing everything for his village. If Sasuke really did believe this, then a surface-level disdain wouldn't cut his rage for Konoha. Not only did they ruin his life, but they turned his brother into a monster too. Still, she had to hold on to doubt, lest he sweep her away in the rivers of belief. A man, back from the dead? How could she trust that? All of this is impossible. Sasuke laughed madly. I knew you would say that. But, Eris, I make the impossible happen. Then he turned to leave. Remember Hinata, would you rather trust me or him? And just like that he phased through the wall. Hinata rushed towards it, stands prepared, but saw no chakra signature with her eyes. He was gone. Fully, and whatever technique he used evaded her view completely. What didn't know were her visitors. A few seconds later her father knocked. Hinata. Your visitor is here. The knob twisted. The door opened. And sure as day, he was there. Naruto smiled. Hinata hated it. The conversation had been uneventful from Naruto's perspective. Sure, she had been pleasant and formal as he expected, and there was an impressive undertone of hidden hostility, but it was simply her asking him to make sure the branch got released, and him promising to do so when she is made clan head. As cold as the night air was that night, it still wasn't as cold as her steeled heart. She hated him, but he wasn't so petty he would keep the branch slave simply because she was against him. Naruto did wonder if she trusted that though. He sighed, and then vanished in a body flicker, speeding through the village until he was home. Temari and his house was technically attached to the Suna embassy, which made it much easier for her brothers to visit but also served as a sort of placation to the council. Suna would always be kept in check, even if they suddenly decided to hate Naruto, not that they ever would. He opened the door, took off his shoes, announced to the whole house I'm home. And then took off his Hokage coat, like he always did. Apparently his father wore it like he did, which might have annoyed him if he didn't know he was a better man than he will ever be. He heard a welcome back response, and smiled to himself. Temari always did calm him, letting him return to the reality where the one in control of his life was him. A glass of orange juice was poured into a tall glass, and a man was soon sat in the clean and collected living room both lovers lived in. Naruto leaned back into the couch and sighed as his joints stretched, relaxed completely. He peered over as he saw his wife exit the bedroom dressed in her typical attire. She leaned into the cushions of the seating and rested her cheek on his shoulder as he kissed her on the top of her head. I missed you, Temari said, as Naruto moved away a few strands of blonde hair, then kissed her on the forehead again, savoring each touch. Had a long day. Do you want to talk about it? Naruto grinned, though to his wife it felt hollow. No. I just want to be here. With you. She smiled, bright and as beautiful as the sun. Then she looked to the side, in thought. Naruto. I might be pregnant. Chapter 25, Nostalgia. 2 years ago, Obito Uchiha had a weird life. Officially he was dead, yet he couldn't even die to a stab to the heart. He was technically a Chunin, yet he was stronger than most Kage. He pretended to be a dead man whilst being another dead man, lied so often it was second nature, and spent half of his life as a plucky kid and the other as a desolate ruined monster. Let it not be said that Obito didn't recognize that he was as peculiar as a man can be, but what was even more peculiar was how all of his meticulously created plans had come crashing down in a single horrid day. Sasuke Uchiha had died, one of his eyes stolen, and instead of Itachi continuing to be a good member of Akatsuki he had gone and killed their leader. And so Madara came out from a vortex intent on gaining something from this loss. Across a battlefield of grey rubble, the remains of the section of the hidden rain Itachi had demolished, he saw the Uchiha still cloaked in the robes of the organization he had just ended. Itachi. Madara rumbled with his deep, commanding, legendary voice. The Uchiha betrayer looked up at him with Rinnegan. A setback, Madara thought, but not one he couldn't repair. Itachi continued to stare with killing essence imbuing his very thoughts, the chakra swirling behind his eyes swirling with the mad darkness. Madara. He returned, as terribly polite as ever. As much as I wish to reprimand you for your actions, Uchiha, I must admit you're advantaged here. You have the Rinnegan, which you want. Itachi interrupted. In fact, I think you need it. And if you try to fight me, I will destroy both. Madara shook his head. No. You need them to revive your brother, don't you? The question was rhetorical. Obito knew the abilities of the Rinnegan from his master's teachings, and he had theorized that someone as in tune with the Mangekyo as Itachi would instinctually know how to revive others with the power of the Rinnegan. And you think you can beat me? Itachi pondered. Behind his mask Madara sneered. I know I can, child. But I want allies, and though you cannot be relied upon to be protected, I know that attacking you is as terrible as a mistake I can make. I want your brother alive as much as you do. But I can offer a trade. What kind of trade? An eye for an eye. Ironic, considering Itachi's late brother's drive for revenge. I give you a replacement Sharingan and you use Izanagi to circumvent the death that the Rinnegan revival will bring you. Itachi looked up for a moment, his eyelids closed, clearly thinking through the many possibilities that this choice presented. Madara was a genius, but not like Itachi. He was a genius of technique and subterfuge, rather than planning. That much was obvious from the wreck upon which he stood. Then we will trade. I will hand you the spare Rinnegan and you will hand me the Sharingan. He decided. Both men walked towards one another, so sedated could be mistaken for a meeting. Their steps were so much slower than each powerhouse was capable of, but they did it anyway, knowing that any stray move would be a declaration of war in this feeble armistice they had cast. One hand stretched out with a purple steel ringed eye, the other with an active red splotched with 3 tomoe. At an unsaid and unseen signal both men reached, placing their hand on their respective eye. Then a rod of chakra pierced Madara's heart. Ah, Obito thought. He should have known that was Itachi's plan from the start. He stepped back with the Rinnegan still in his hand. Fool. A stab to the heart cannot, and his speech was interrupted by coughs of blood from his pierced lung. Kill me. Itachi looked amused, as much as one could with a straight-lined mouth. I know that now, but I do wonder. Obito was about to leave, but this statement confused him. Wonder what? I wonder why there was a seal on your heart, and with those words a headache came full force, and with it, emotions he had pushed under for 2 decades. He retreated into his vortex in a single second, knowing his former partner would capitalize on his mental decay. Inside Kamui, gloved hands gripped around a masked face as he screamed in pain, unimaginable and incomprehensive. Obito ripped the mask off, yet it still hurt, the guilt and pain and fear pressing into his face like an elephant's stomp. He had killed Minato, didn't he? He massacred a clan, he even killed children. He was a monster, and that would be fine because his drive to give reason to that death would still exist, but it didn't. Who he was and why was impossible to reconcile, and it hurt. But the worst was that for some reason, he no longer cared about the death of Rin Nohura. When he thought of her and his childhood self, it mattered as much as an old grandmother that died in his youth, and that scared him, because who was he now? Now, Sasuke returned from Kamui with a shifting of the chakra. He nodded to Obito before using a medical scalpel and some flesh manipulation in imitation of the Asura path to take out his eye from its socket. He placed the red, bloody orb into Obito's hand, whilst Obito handed the Rinnegan to Sasuke, a weird mirror of what interaction with Itachi had led to this moment. What did the Hyuga heiress say? Obito asked as both men slotted the dojutsu holders into their skulls, Sasuke's purple and red eyes now gleaming in the evening sky. It had been easy to use Kamui to sneak back into Konoha, and he had borrowed Sasuke it so he could talk to an old classmate. Now they were sat on his sensei's head. The one he had killed. Not much. She dislikes Naruto, that much is clear, but she is desperate, I think. I should be a missing nin traitor to her, but instead of attacking me or running away she simply talked. I think she was as scared as she was interested. Interesting. Sasuke nodded. Indeed. How long until we can attack? A few months at most. Kiri is at breaking point. Iwa is easy enough to manipulate, and Kuma will jump at an opportunity for war. Obito responded, his words not muffled by the white ringed mask he was wearing. So all we need is chaos in Konoha. Exactly. That there was silence. Most of their conversations ended like this, Obito noted. Sasuke would finish and the two broken men would stand, looking away from one another. It was frustrating that the Hokage was so imbued with strength. Frustrating for both of them. Obito's agenda and politics would be much harder to achieve, and Sasuke still felt a latent inferiority to his former teammate that was hard to ignore. Even with the training they kept up, there was a limit to their strength, whilst it seemed the Jinchuriki only got stronger. There has been a Madara-esque thought regarding his wife, the Kazekage's sister, that taking her hostage and using her to bargain would help them immensely, but it would only backfire. They would still have to kill Naruto, just that he would maybe be a little angrier, not that it would matter. As much as Sasuke hated it, there was only one way to beat the Uzumaki. After revolution, as he called it. The plan was politically minded and intricate, something Obito admits he couldn't have come up with by himself. Similar to Pain's objectives, they would manipulate the elemental nations to collapse. Most ninja would die, and with it, a new world where Sasuke would control most of the power in it. Sasuke moved away with the use of his space-time ninjutsu, unique to his chakra and version of the Rinnegan that Obito could never replicate. Obito used his own, Kamui, to leave in pursuit of the Uzumaki who had concluded his meeting with the Hyuga after a half hour. In contrast to his spiritual counter, Naruto's plans were boorish. Simply become Hokage and not much more than that. It reminded him of his child self, and the brutality and endless drive with which he pursued it reminded him of his Madara pretender self. Both were naive and ignorant of a true purpose, and seeing that same type of person in the blonde intensified the man's disdain for him. Doing all for personal enjoyment when it will be fleeting, Obito could only see as pathetic. As he watched the Uzumaki enter his house and greet his wife, he thought on why he had changed so much. It was a shame Itachi, the man who had gifted him this freedom, was foolhardy enough to fight the Uzumaki. Had he waited, he might have been able to master his eye completely and Obito and Sasuke would be by his side, but he underestimated Naruto and didn't trust the former Madara enough to ask him to help. Peculiar since he left Sasuke with him, but Obito understood that as Itachi, knowing Madara wouldn't let go of a potential ally in the Uchiha, especially when he had none. When Sasuke heard the news, he was supposed to be happy, but his Mangekyo sprouted, and his mission became clear. Obito was not a good person, he knew, but it surprised him that when he saw the Uchiha lose himself to madness, his heart bloomed a little bit. Rin was a peculiar part of his brain. He assumed his feelings of grief and guilt around her never faded because the real Madara had sealed his heart to prevent him from moving on. For so long his every walking memory was of the injustice of her death, thinking of her as a teammate and then later as a child, hypocritical considering how many he had killed, yet now he had no thought of her. She was irrelevant, just another young corpse from which the tree of Konoha sprouted from. And the only thing important that could come from her death was the destruction of that system. So if he had to kill more Rins, so be it. He was already evil, why not taint his soul some more? His vortex began to swirl once more as he decided to leave, but as his vision darkened, he heard the wife talk in a low, unsure way. She was pregnant. Yet Obito didn't care. If she died, that would be just another corpse on the pile. He was here again, Sakura noted. A couple days after the previous was an anomaly, but not one she didn't expect. Who knows, maybe one day he'll come talk to her every day and they drink tea together like old friends. Sakura sighs and leans back in her chair as the Hokage nears, placing down her newspaper, filled with the same old propaganda. "What do you want?" she asked, absent-mindedly. "My wife is pregnant," Naruto said, straight to the point. Pink eyebrows shot up. "Temari?" "Yeah, I didn't get another wife, dumbass." Sakura laughed. "I wouldn't put it past you." Naruto's face twisted in anger at the barb, but he shook his head and continued. I am going to be a father. And I don't know why, but I'm scared." Sakura nearly groaned. No, she in fact did not want to give a therapy session to the man who tried to kill her. Was his standards for conversation really this low? "Relax, Hokage, you can't be any worse than your own dad." Naruto looked unsure. "What if I am?" She smiled. "Well, not much I can do, is there?" Again, Sakura picked up her magazine whilst sipping cooled water. She ignored the man in front despite the immense presence he always emitted. Partways she wondered whether that was intentional or not. Then a thought came to her. Funny that you're going to have a kid whilst I never even got the chance. She manages to catch his reaction to that, and though it is muted from when he was a kid, she still sees the telltale eyes and focusing of his eyes that tell of some sort of excitement. "Perv. You're a virgin?" She nods. "I'm guessing someone like you wasn't even before you got back to Temari." He scowled a little, uncomfortable. She found that interesting. "What was your first time, Naruto?" she asked. Red and purple eyes looked up as if deciding if what he was saying wasn't a little too risky. "She was my age, I think. Found her in a bar. She was cute and I was drunk in 18 so we..." Then he stopped. Sakura laughed. "And you were supposed to be with Temari?" "She didn't follow me out of Suna." He shook his head. "I guess if I died, I wanted to at least have had sex before." "Naruto. Does she know?" Sakura asked, trying desperately to unravel this evil pathetic man, but surprisingly he nodded. "I told her a couple months back. She got mad and shit, told me she was saving herself for me but she got over it." "Huh?" She spoke. "Dead end." "Really? You? A virgin?" Naruto asked again. Sakura snorted. "I'm a workaholic, not a whore." "Do you think he knows a whore?" "Don't you dare call her that," she said, speaking a threat she knew she couldn't do anything about. "Just saying, a lot of people say she gets around town a lot. I thought you two be similar since you were friends." "Are friends," Sakura emphasized. "And yeah, she did do some things at the clubs when we went out, but then I got saddled with the Hokage position and suddenly I was too busy to get my back blown out." "Shocker," she said, pouring a flask of sake into a shot glass and downing it, slamming the flask on the table when she was finished. "Kinda sad," Naruto said, with that same annoying perverted gaze. Sakura knew she shouldn't, but since she already was knee-deep in shit and gore she may as well dig a little further. "You know, since you already cheated on Temari once." "Don't." The Seventh Hokage said, his chakra pressing on her back hard enough for her to forget breathing for a second. She hacked for air as the pressure reduced and she laughed breathless laughs. "I was joking," she coughs. "Learn how to take one." She regains her breath and continues. "You know, Naruto, here is something I keep close to my chest because honestly, it's better for me that only I know. It's that you haven't changed." He looked at her confused. "Of course I have." "Not fundamentally. You're still the same Naruto from before, just more honest with yourself. You're a brash, you seek out power, you have ambitions, you're a massive pervert. Really the only thing that changed is your desire to kill people. They think you had a point where everything changed but nothing did. You were just honest with yourself." Naruto looked like he was going to deny everything, but he stopped. "You know, you're right. I had a dream before I woke up in that hospital bed after Sasuke had stabbed me in the chest." "The first time, not the second, right?" she asked, downing the flask of sake. He ignored her. "I dreamt of this vision of me." But he had red eyes and black irises. He looked a little like an evil version of myself. Sakura guffawed but he ignored her again. He spoke to me and said he represented the hate I had for Konoha and how I had rejected him for too long. And I think I hugged him. Ah, I get it, so you gave yourself a little self-love and that eventually lead to you deciding to kill me, Sakura joked. Some people always have the darkness required to hurt their friends, and in the end, you were one of them. The blonde scoffed. We weren't friends. Not then maybe. But for at least a little bit we were proper teammates, going on missions and helping people. I miss those days. My hands weren't nearly as bloody and half of us weren't dead. Do you blame me for that? Sakura nodded. For betraying me, yes. Kakashi already wasn't doing well before you tried to kill me, but once you did you drove him off the deep end. Sasuke though. She hesitated maybe a little too long. Memories of feeling foolish forever caring for him and then when Naruto betrayed her too hating herself forever liking either of them. Honestly she found it hard to trust any man after they and Kakashi had abandoned her. Romance wasn't on the table for a cage she told herself, but she knew she couldn't stomach trusting someone like that. Sasuke needed to die. So thanks for that. Naruto looked at her with chakra-enhanced vision looking more surprised now than when she had given him the hat. Wow. The great Sakura Haruno thanking her arch-nemesis. She rolled her eyes. Not all sunshine and rainbows, dumbass. I wanted to kill him myself. I don't know if I could have, but you took that away from me. And for a little Naruto was silent. He simply looked into the distance at the blue cloudless sky above, before leaving without another word. Something was coming, she could feel it. She wondered if Naruto did too. That is the end of the story, thanks for watching.